going on the JQ is the option, then I might just be leaving as well. I'd take the penalty. I'd honestly take the comp penalty. I wouldn't care at that point because, I mean, you and I have seen how you and I played together, and you and I have seen how difficult playing against a good Junker Queen is like. That is not something you want to run into, especially hitting all the knives, hitting all the carnages at the same time too, and just a pull. And now that with the change of the pull from the knife as well, right? Grayson gets thrown. And then all of a sudden, tanks are now pulled in more at pretty much the same rate of DPSs. It's pretty much very similar to what a DPS is. Still have that 25%, but it's not as much anymore because of that knife. You see, playing against the Roadhog is now a little bit more fun because you can still pull in the Roadhog. It's kind of like a hook on its own. So really, this Junker Queen pick is... I like the curveball. The only problem you're going to have to deal with is the Pharah, but if you're able to run down the rest of the team, that might not even matter at that point.
No, and we'll have to see that a little bit more as this game unfolds. Who knows? You could just 100% be baited right now. Peace just wanted to make fun of us and have us talk about Junker Queen for a while, and they could totally just pick another hero. We're about to find out if we were truly baited.
If it's a bait.
Oh, it's a bait!
Wow. Well, ish.
That's still fun.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the Doomfist, which allows you to at least get... That's two characters right now, right? Peace and HK could get up and absolutely kind of disrupt what the Widowmaker is bringing in. Look, even right now, Par is just looking for it, but at the same time, again, uncontested goes this far. You don't really have anything to contest it. Already have to use the block to just get out already. This Doomfist has to run away.
Oh, no. Peace is off the map, and they can't get back on. Yeah, Zoe's just going to be on the Doomfist's tail, and you can already tell Valentine YFP Pixies were fully expecting Valentine Whips to be on this Widowmaker here, and that's a large reason for them pulling out this dive, likely alongside a comfort pick from Peace.
Yeah, these are more comfort picks of anything right now. I mean, obviously, HQ we saw earlier on the Genji at the same time, and Peace with the Doomfist off. Wicked gets Aramori at the same time, too. That's another stagger for this YFP Pixies team. So you got to wonder here what their strategy is, especially now that Wisp is a little more uncontested on that back end, and they're already having to regroup.
YFP Pixies don't exactly have a front line. They need to move quickly to make space from their own, but that's a nice stun down onto Peace and ends up getting low. Thankfully, AJMR gets the first elimination for the Pixies, and that's a little bit more room that they can start to move in with. That's a second now for Wicca, though. These DPS players supports, my bad, for Valentine are just so deadly to work against. Like, look at the difference in ult charge between Wicca and SK right now.
Yeah, Wicca and SK right now, 76% to 40% for SK. Valentine, though, forces out switches from YP Pixies, although Par went to the Widowmaker for a little while, thinking that they were going to push them up to the spawn, but Par will go back. But that is damage lost onto the Pulse Bomb, and rather, I should say, ult charge lost onto the Pulse Bomb at the same time, too. And again, the Far going so uncontested because nobody on this team is able to hit scan away, so Mari and Zoe just get picked for their own.
And this is a very tough matchup to play into. Valentine could just set themselves up at any one of these three chokes around this ruined temple here, and there's not really an entry point. Zoe has the skies completely under lock, and with zero sort of contestation, YFP Pixies are banking on Aramori to get them in this fight.
Yeah, this composition is not working out well for YFP. Even if they're going to go for the dive here, Valentine is... Even if this doesn't look like a really mobile compatibility, Mari's the only one that can't really move as much, right? Baptisto has the hots, Valentine still hitting shots and all, and Saber comes out to start.
Yeah, it completely overwhelms Aramori before she can get the Kitsune Rush out. This is final fight now for Valentine. It's just an absolute Q-fest. They hit every button in the book, and that's about all it's going to take here for Valentine to shut out YFP Pixies. And unfortunately for them, this Peace Doomfist just was not the play on this initial part of Ruins. No space was able to be bought, and you have to hope that that can change in the future rounds.
Yeah, but fortunately for them, the next map will not be map. You don't have that long-range sight like Widowmaker does on that map and is uncontested that way because that dive really doesn't do anything if you're already going to die early on in the first place. So they might have better luck this time around as we go on to the Lighthouse, but for YFP Pixies, they really, really need to find a way to take down this Pharah. This Echo is not a bad play to do so because we've seen Echoes counter Pharahs a lot, so this is going to be interesting. If HK can take down Pharah at the same pace that Valentine is taking down the rest of the Pixies, HK might be the answer and might be, quote-unquote, the key to taking down Valentine here.
You're so funny. But you are right, though, in all seriousness. And Echo can put a wrench in any Pharah's plans. And now this Doomfist is mirrored, so this is much more even with these more counter dives coming into play. Realistically, though, who are you trying to dive? Who are you nailing down? Every single player on either team has a movement ability or some other way to escort themselves out of the fight entirely. Mari with the very first pick onto Aramorian. A great start for this team, and Valentine show once again how flexible they are and coordinated these dive comps.
Well, if I remember correctly here, back on the rosters when we showed it, the character Mari picked was the Doomfist. So if the Doomfist is going to get pulled out, Mari's like, all right, you want to play this game? Well, let's play. I guess let's go ahead and match it. And so Valentine just starts us off, and already you can see the difference in the Kinikos, right? HMR 30%, but HK shutting down Zoe.
And that's what we needed to see. You're going to pull out the specific hero. The entire goal is to make sure Zoe cannot exist in the video game, and this is where those dives come into life. That was a punch and follow-up kill onto AJ Amar, and YFP Pixies are slowly starting to get themselves back together and showing that they can win their first fights.
HK popping off there, getting 2 final blows, and that's your start, right? Already 87 to a duplication, and now you're shutting down the far. If you can keep doing this, that's great. Staggers even, though, with Par taking down Wicca too, so this dive finally finding its groove, finally finding its way through what is a very tough struggle of Ruins, but maybe that was just the start. That was just the warm-up here. YFP Pixie starting to go online. Duplication as well as a Pulse Bomb online. SK coming up on a Sound Barrier too.
This is looking much better from YFP Pixies. Perhaps Ruins was just a little warm-up round, you know? A little blip in the system, and now we're ready to play the video game. Mari getting pretty low out there. A lot of her cooldowns is burned, but it'll be SK sending Wicca reeling off the edge of the map, you have to presume, and it's YFP Pixies taking control of this high ground. This is SK's room to work, and all that they need is that one elimination. Valentine have absolutely nowhere to go.
Kudos Armory there, putting the Suzu onto the Pulse Bomb stick on Doomfist of Peace, so YP Pixies holding on to control halfway through, and now didn't even need the dupe, didn't even need the Sound Barrier for that fight. Valentine, though, didn't work out, didn't use any of the support ults, though had the Kids in a Rush, though had the Sound Barrier, and Wisp switching on over to the Cassidy to try to counter out this Echo.
It's a nice switch, but it is a nice dive target for YFP Pixies to work with, and Wisp relatively immobile, just a combat role to get out of the way with multiple players looking that direction. It's going to be hard to counter out. It will instead be both support ults from either team, actually. Very split out. These players are incredibly spread across this entire map of Lighthouse, yet it's Wisp, as I said, a good dive target. If Wisp is found out by themselves, it's a big problem, and Par is just cleaning house the entire map. We needed them to step up as of today, knowing that YFP Pixies aren't playing with the same players that they're used to, and Par has done just that.
Yeah, Par and Peace coming up big, even if they're split up there. Par and Peace diving on in, HK getting the same part as well. And what started that off was Valentine Wicca using Sound Barrier, but only capturing 2 people with the Sound Barrier. Otherwise, everybody else was left to their own devices. Pixies had a similar situation with SK, but that didn't really matter when already the later Sound Barrier is usually the one that wins. SK used it later, got the pick earlier on, and Pixies were able to win that fight despite Valentine flipping early on. So now, Doomfist having the Meteor Strike available at the same time. Mari could make the difference here.
Yeah, but just get the touch between the boops and the slow from Peace. They'll actually be YFP Pixies getting the map without another fight congestion. What a turnaround from that first round of Ruins. Keen, after I saw that, I'm like, wow, this series, this game, this has to be done. That was a complete shutout. No eliminations really going the way of Pixies, yet they just completely turned the tables back on that previous round, and we're finding ourselves on a well that didn't expect to see entirely. This Doomfist composition, when it's mirrored, YFP Pixies, or more specifically Par, is ready to cook.
Yeah, so I wonder now if you're Valentine, do you switch back on over to the comp that you know here inside of this meta? Do you switch back to that Cassidy Farm, maybe even the Sigma, or even the Winston if you're going to play a little bit more of a dive situation here? But the way Pixies are playing, they're playing all together. They're playing that dive really well for right now. HK and Zoe just going to go with the Symmetra, but we'll see what they change into. Again, the Symmetra Farah, or rather the Echo Farah battle. But the Echo has been shutting down the Farah so far, so let's see if the Pixies can keep this going on the well, or if Valentine can finally shut this down.
They need to shut Par down. That's been the main problem. Wisps is mainly a hit scan player. Zoe is both the Farah and the Tracer person on Valentine, so Par isn't really getting snuffed out as much. As soon as that flashbang is gone, you just pump damage onto one player. Piece getting dangerously low, and finally, it is Par that is dealt with. Like that, all the dominoes will start to fall. Valentine are regaining some of their footing after that struggles on Lighthouse.
Yeah, good call there, but HK still popping off. It's not like HK's getting nothing here. We'll run away, but that's 2 kills to stagger out. So that was a late pick onto Wisps as well. If Valentine can't regroup in time, Pixies are going to have the speed boost available to them, whereas Wisps has to walk all the way back from spawn. So now Valentine has to back off maybe a little bit. Pixies have to go button here.
They're able to work a little bit further forward. Par looking for a target, already has to recall. But getting Mari down here, there's not much incentive for Valentine to continue pressing forwards, even with that trade-off onto HK. Par is so aggressive, no one even fearing the hinder of Wisps, and this player is tearing Valentine apart one by one.
Yeah, even with the change on the flashbang for the hinder as well, the Pixies are not afraid to walk into that lane whatsoever, because you know the rest of the team could follow up with it. And now AGMR taking care of Par. That was the punch plus the kunai to the head. So, well, Par's taken care of. Does Valentine want to take advantage of it?
No. Par, you need to be a little bit more scared there. Respect the Wicca. You gotta respect the AJMR, excuse me. And with the duplicate now from HK onto the Tracer of all things, there'll be a one-clip kill into AJMR. Absolutely beautiful to watch. A stick on the pulse bomb, yet it is blocked away. So this is Par returning back to the fight, yet Wisp is starting to get more room to cook and actually hit these shots that we're so used to them seeing. It's not nearly enough to overwhelm this team's play that YFP Pixies have been able to pull together, even with the tank change.
Even with the tank change here, Peace is able to make some more room, is able to make space, and Par just popping off. HK got a little aggressive with it and paid dearly, but it's allowed the rest of the team to do what they needed to, especially with the low health bars. So now for YP Pixies, sound barrier available to you to help out in what could very well be, if they can stagnate this out, a long fight. Valentine, though, will have the Deadeye, as well as maybe a meteor strike and another pulse bomb. Zoe, though, takes care of Par.
Yeah, it was a good switch. Zoe needed someone to test Par, and when you're both the Pharah and the Tracer, you got to give one of those up, and it was a great choice. Do need to start actually getting towards that objective, though. Wisp bringing out the broom for the cleanup crew and giving Valentine a little bit more of a chance as YFP Pixies inch closer to one-fight territory.
Yeah, Par switching on over to the Tracer, or rather, excuse me, I'm sorry, Zoe switching on over to the Tracer. Really good for you here is now you got a pulse bomb available to you. Valentine with 3 ultimates online here. Pixies will have 2 with the sound barrier and Peace with the meteor strike. They have been a little haven't used it quite yet. Haven't decided to use it because they knew maybe that was a lost fight, especially with Zoe taking care of Par. So if they find an opening here, that would be really good for you. Unfortunately, though, we got to watch out for the pulse bomb from Zoe.
Zoe's been holding on to that one. Valentine have a ton of ultimates to work with, but not if Wicca's dead. Peace just destroys both the supports of Valentine, and they didn't even have a chance to react. That was a fight that they should have won, Keegan, yet it's all up in shambles due to YFP taking the initiative and catching Valentine completely off guard. This will be flipped back over. One fight territory. Wicca will have to be the one to touch.
Yeah, it has to be Wicca. Nobody else has to touch here, and now Valentine's got nothing, right? Mari used the meteor strike at the same time, too, so there's really nothing to touch other than Wicca. Wicca's got to go already, which does get the touch, which I think is just in time for overtime. So Pixies, though, having much full advantage. Par will have the pulse bomb. HK also with the dupe. This is Pixies' fight to lose here.
Oh! HK, though, fighting Wisps in the sky, a 3 HP differential, and Zoe is there on the cleanup. Valentine are regrouping. It's scrappy, yes, but they're fighting off the objective, taking advantage of YFP, isolating each other, and not having a full team to follow it up. Wisps, an Echo player, can't say that's one I'm familiar with, but if this is how it's going to play, let's see more of it.
Oh, boy, Pixies are going to want that one back. Now, they're going to have the Kitsune Rush. They're going to have the duplication, but bad news for you. Valentine, Wicca has the sound barrier coming up. AGMR will also have a Kitsune Rush. This could very well be final fight territory, though I think Pixies are thinking we want to go fast just in case we lose this.
You want to play this as much as you can. You might be able to force 2 fights out of this if it goes very quickly.
Well, they're
both
not even
Valentine support ults, I know, they're not really moving as quickly as we'd like them to, so realistically, this is going to turn into one fight and maybe a staggered push backwards. AGMR and Aramori each have a Kitsune Rush. AGMR's out first, and both SK and Peace are already down. Aramori, a rare time where we'll see her hold on to her ultimate, and it's going to come back to bite YFP Pixies. A touch is possible.
SK's gonna have to do it,
no,
but
HK.
that's not good either. HK's out, so that's not good. No duplication. You could have used it just to save face for a little while longer, but now YP Pixies are just gonna have to keep staggering out until they find something.
They have the overtime, but they're just so staggered. This looked great for YFP Pixies. Everything was in the bag, but it fell apart. Players just kept trickling in one after the other, and Valentine took advantage of that slight bit of sloppiness and will take away Ilios in a much closer round that we were anticipating, given the roster changes that we started with.
Well, the roster changes sure threw in the curveball, but Valentine found a way to swing away at the end against the composition that they were bringing out. They brought out Zoe onto the Tracer, which made a huge difference for you, and of course, just the big difference of the supports, right? You had the Kitsune Rush at the end. he didn't use it for Armori until the very last second there, which you needed to use it earlier on just to engage in for the rest of the team. That was unfortunately not used. H-Key didn't get their duplication off just to stall off the point as well. I mean, that was, if you're talking Valentine right now, Valentine played that to perfection just because you did not allow anybody on that team at the end to use their ults. Not a Kitsune Rush, not a duplication, nothing at the end, which gave you the win for map number 1. So Ilios, well done to this team from Valentine for what is adapting to the curveball that was YFP Pixies.
I guarantee you, Valentine, we're not anticipating a doomfist mirror. It was not on our bingo card for things we would be seeing out of today's matches, but it was entertaining nonetheless. And Valentine, I said at the beginning of the day, are a team that is known for adaptation, just with their wide range of hero pools, even seeing Wisps move away from a hit scan to take up an Echo. That was a brand new look, at least in the Calling All Heroes circuit. So this is just a map that you're expecting Valentine to pick because they're good at it, and not too many other teams are really going to be scrimming it as much as they are. Valentine will pull whatever they can to get an advantage. In this case, it was a slightly different map selection, but at YFP Pixies, all their circumstances considered, they put up a fight. I do worry for how a Doomfist will actually continue within the remainder of the maps. Like a hybrid might be a little bit tricky to pull off in comparison. Well, it will be a lot trickier to pull off, whether we see Peace have a little bit more of a diverse hero pool in the future. What other adjustments the YFP Pixies have cooking, we know that they have the coaching line for it. It's just a matter of time and how they can pull out against a Valentine squad that wants that rematch in Champs.
Yeah, and now we're going to have some kind of switch as well here, too, because YP Pixies actually does have Hitori. Maybe they switched that out just for the map, but Hitori's back in. HT will go out. So Peace and Par now back on the DPS duel, and the next map we will see is not King Zero. It is not Numani, so a different map than what we saw yesterday. We are headed to Hollywood as our next map pick here, so I am ready for this as well. It's going to be interesting. I think they're going to pull out either the Sigma or the Winston. I'm assuming for Hitori and Winston, of course. We saw Hitori play this yesterday. Was a great Winston during their game. So obviously, this is going to be fun. This is going to be interesting because I think we're going back to the Far Cassidy meta here.
Yeah, likely back to more what we've seen from YFP Pixies. I admire the diversity from Peace, and I never could say that I've expected that for a DPS player to switch over to a tank. It's not something that you see in the higher levels of competition these days, but it worked out pretty dang well against Valentine. Threw them for a loop, and now you have the choice of the second map, which will favor the Pixies a lot more. Putting Hitori ideally on a Winston or even a Sigma is going to be great here. How are Mari or even a potential sub of Kindred going to react to that? I'm anticipating Mari will stay in just to play a Sigma or potentially a Malga. Would really want to go that route. Not too much expected to change otherwise around the board. Zoe's Farah was getting contested as soon as that Echo switch came through, and I wonder if that's a theme we're going to keep with throughout today's series.
Well, let's see with the theme as well. I mean, the theme throughout the entire weekend has been Far Cassidy, and at the same time, too, right? The big thing is the tank swaps. So we've seen the Sigma, we've seen the Winston, we've seen Mongas at the same time, too. I'm just wondering here what the DPS line has looked like, because, or rather the support line, because we've seen Baptiste Lucio on this map. We could very well see the Ana being pulled out, but instead, it is going to be the Baptiste Lucio on this. The jet flies by right over Hollywood. It is going to be Mari on the Sigma, and Hitori will start off on the Winston, unless, I mean, they are on the attacking side. This could very well be a bait. But Hitori's assuming that Wisp might be on top of that second level, try to dive that, and Wisp is on the Ash. We saw Wisp on the Ash yesterday on New Queen Street. This will be interesting to see because now you've got the cleanse. I don't know if they decide to cleanse the Dynamite every single time. Obviously, the cooldowns don't match up. But Wisp being on the Ash is going to give Pixies a lot of trouble unless they can get to Wisp first.
Wisp is going to be that primary target that you're diving on, right? Just having less mobility with the Ash, so we need to see AJMR and Wisp essentially holding hands the entire time. For Valentine, you know YFP Pixies are going to be on the hunt. The only difference here is Peace is going to have a harder time moving up, already taking a couple chip shots just because of Wisp positioning. Tori, that's an initial dive in where Wisp is sitting on this little ledge with the elevator and eventually dropping down out of pressure. So this is good. Job from YP Pixies, playing slow, forcing cooldowns of positioning. I don't know where SK was trying to go, but it was not it. At least Peace gets a trade out for Zoe. You have to say, though, being down to support here is going to be much more difficult to rough in. With AJMR down, though, that is all green means go on the side of YFP Pixies. Just is trying to shove Mari back into a corner. Tori, though, doesn't get the jump that she wants to and is actually punished. This is very scrappy of a first point fight that we're not used to seeing out of either of these teams. Zoe is still pretty healthy on this high ground. Can't say the same for somebody such as Par in these trades back and forth as usual.
Yeah, it wasn't that Hitori couldn't get the jump off. It was because of the boop from Wicca that forced off Hitori. But at the same time, too, now Pixies are still finding their mojo here, and credit Armory as well. We'll have the Nano Boost available, and there it is. The Nano Boost onto Peace to give Peace even the Rocket Barrage here if they wanted to. But do they decide to use it? They're just going to force them off right now. Barrage is available.
And Barrage straight down onto Mari. Even if you end up going down, there's not a solid way for Valentine to recontest this objective unless it's from the sky. Wisp and Valentine are putting in work alongside Zoe. Has to be Par Armor. Even SK to clean it up, but no! Wisp is just too dang good. Not good enough, though. YFP Pixies will get what they came for after a bloodbath of a battle.
Yeah, I would have screamed if Wisp clutched that out. But does have Bob available now after that entire scrum, and you can see all the ultimates online, right? Pixies will have the Primal Rage as well as the Deadeye, but here comes Valentine. Both support ults coming up. Bob will come up as well as the Gravitic Flux, but Wisp taking care of Peace, and that's the big thing. If you cannot take care of Wisp early on, Wisp will take care of you.
Mari just gives Wisp the seal and like, hey Wisp, go kill. Like that's a genuine strat of Valentine playing this Sigma, enabling their DPS players. Zoe doesn't really need a shield. She can just exist in the main spot, and whew, I mean, this is scary territory. YFP Pixies have to find a way to get up to this high ground one way or another, whether it's through this elevator or just jumping up there with their cooldowns.
Right now, I mean, Valentine is doing everything right. 5 check marks on the board. Peace is going to say, oh, let's not try the Far anymore. Let's go ahead and play with the Tracer instead. Now, Par's going to have to do a lot to take care of Zoe at this point. Armor can also help out. And now they're just going to push them up on this bridge as Bob is pulled out.
Oh, Bob, but the sound barrier from SK just in the nick of time to keep YFP on their feet. Valentine have plenty of utility to respond with, though, and just having that later burst of overhealth gives them a significant advantage in closing this fight out. So nice commitment. This high ground, you know how difficult it is to retake from anyone who already has it under their lap, and particularly with Valentine's composition, YFP Pixies are getting shut out again.
Valentine's got used 3 ultimates there. They'll have 2 left, but Pixies, good news for you. You also have 2 ults to use. The Nano Boost as well as the Deadeye. I'm assuming the Nano Boost goes onto the Winston, or you could have the Electric Cowboy at the same time, so who knows. But for Pixies right now, you have to find a way to get that first pick. Wisp is having too much control, and Zoe just in the air all the time.
And SK's down, still commits the Nano Boost, but really at what cost? Zoe has no problem using the Barrage just to get 1 elimination, and this isn't looking so hot. The health pack isn't there. Seems like she'll be okay for the time being. YFP Pixies aren't interested in pushing. Victoria's less than enough health.
Yeah, obviously first pick situation on this composition, and already Valentine showing you why first pick is good, and the rest of the team just starts to crumble away. So Pixies need to find a way to get a first pick of their own. Problem is they're just not finding anything, and they're still going to hold on to a Deadeye even when they use their ultimate to start.
Massive pick, though. Wicca got caught out, stuck on a little bit of a ledge. The trade-off from AJMR, the amplification matrix, is getting so much value. That's 2, and Peace is still taking a risk by going to peek it. This has to be another reset from YFP Pixies.
Yeah, the Amp Matrix on side of the bridge is such a big play, because that sees everything, right? It sees right across from you on the second level if they decide to dive, or even on the ground as well. So that's a big play from AJMR to get the picks. But Valentine, nothing on the board. They'll have the Bob. They'll have the Gravitic Flux. Pixies still have stuff of their own.
And almost 3 minutes at this point has been stalled. Valentine really dug their heels in, and no matter what YFP Pixies do, it seems Valentine have a lot of these rotations on the high ground under lock, and Aramori still low. Par hoping to buy some sort of entry, and Notori goes down anyways. Wisp is in the kill feed, lighting it up as per usual. There's just no answer to what's going on except forcing this payload, which Peace has been trying their best to do.
Yeah, Pixies is trying to push through anything. Par and Peace are trying to make this duel work, but they have nothing to work with at this point. So now they're going to go to the Genji and the Tracer, but what does this provide for you at this point? Zoe's just going to pop off. You've got nothing to contest the Far. You're hoping that you can find that early pick either onto Wicca or to Wisp at the same time, even force out the early Immortality field, but it's coming up with nothing. Gravitic Flux misses, though.
It doesn't get anything, and the Prema Rage from Hittori will send Valentine sailing off this high ground. Peace has been pressuring the payload this entire time. If this fight is won by the Pixies, Valentine should not have time for a full recontest here. Pulse bomb laid in, but the sound barrier does nearly nothing for AJMR with the amount of Pixie players have them in their sight lines. This is a great point for the YFP Pixies. They just needed the displacement factor for Valentine, took them off of their high horse, and are now going to walk this payload straight on home to this third point. Mari, one more opportunity for a recontest, but Aramori very smart, holding on to that Kitsune rush, not burning it early, and beautiful Suzu as well to keep their team alive throughout all of this chaos. YFP Pixies didn't fully expect a recommit from Valentine, but will take all the resources they use anyways and continue their trek through this third objective.
They make the full dive work. They make sure that at least that is taking, every one person is taken care of, and credit Aramori for starting that entire thing off. Aramori hits the headshot, and that's all you need as the green light to go. And now already Pieces up top, doesn't have a pulse bomb to work with yet, but will do so soon. That's going to allow some free space. I think Valentine noticed that for right now, though. They're on the second level. Oh my god, Peace, you're just barely living. But now Pixies have a go button here if they find that one pick. Mari falling also low, but watch out for the barrage.
Barrage straight onto Aramori's head, and even gets second on a Hittori. Perfect value out of a barrage, even if it cost their life. But Valentine can get a close hold here, making this at least 2 fights the Pixies have to win for a completion.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a close hold here. Peace does have the pulse bomb available. Watch out for, well, Wisp is going to play the sneaky game, well, the crab walk game. I don't know why, but Zoe moves on over to the Torbjorn instead, just to try to take care of this dive combination as well. So interesting switch. We'll see if this pays off. Also, Gravitic Flux available for Valentine to help them out.
The turret will be a thorn in the side for both Peace and Par. Mortality field out, and everyone's still on their feet, at least for the time being. Not the same for AJMR. This is the second time Hittori has just dove onto this Baptiste player with the ultimate of their own, and it's another clutch that goes wide from Mari. She's just not been having good luck when it comes to this ultimate. Hittori is a very slippery Winston indeed. Payload now on the move, time on the clock, looking rather impossible if a completion were to happen. Par, Dragon Blade is on the horizon. Valentine don't have a whole lot of answers for it until Wicca and AJMR get this sound barrier up. Pressure on AJMR, they fall over. Wicca will escape just barely, but at what cost? Whips still manages to get value out of this Deadeye, which is ridiculous. The fact that Wicca lives keeps Valentine on their feet long enough that this entire recontest and YFP Pixies will fall just short of a completion due to this final fight.
All right, Mari's calling that a C9. Are we gonna call it that? No, I don't think so either. But yeah, let's not call that letter number just quite. But YFP Pixies had their answers, though. They found the dive combination. It's just right at the end. The Torbjorn switch might have been the big thing there for them. Zoe switching on over, making sure that at least the Genji and the Tracer were kind of taken care of for a little while, unless that turret got taken care of too. But for Valentine, they find their way to hold on at the end with their ultimates. Deadeye does get a little bit of value at the end, even though it got deflected, at least by the Genji. But still, sound barrier from SK comes up big, allows the rest of the team to go ahead and allow that fence to hold. And now that golden box of victory in sight. We will not get a second half of attacks at all this game. In fact, we might even have ourselves a 3-2 for what feels like a little while now in this game mode from what we saw yesterday. So Valentine going to see what they pull out here, and if Pixies are going to play the dive similarly, they're not going to this time around. They're going to play that Cassidy Farr, that same meta pick that we saw them play the other day on the same team. Not with HK and all, in fact, because HK was in only today. But now that we have the regular duels and the regular placements back, it's going to be that Cassidy Farr situation, at least on the attacking side. I wonder though if they start to struggle a little bit. Do the Pixies go back to that dive that was working out so well for them? We'll find out. But Wisp, is this just a start for the Widowmaker, or is this going to switch on over? We'll see.
Perhaps daring anybody to peek their heads out, which I guess Peace does, but any glimpse of that Widowmaker, yeah, that's an instant you back off, and Valentine will be on the roll here. YFP Pixies orchestrating this dive on the defense is a little bit more difficult than it is on the attack, but you have a lot more little ledges that you can hang onto and have the ability to retreat, just lacking a major front line, and Hittori has to be careful not to take the brunt of this damage.
They're just trying to reset for right now, just backing off, but that's going to allow Valentine to just walk right on in for you for right now. You're stuck in a few side rooms. They're just going to dive right on in.
It'll be the dive through, trade 1-for-1, but the health bars of YFP Pixies not exactly in a great spot, particularly for Aramori. AJMR has to go down here for the sake of YFP Pixies' stability, which is what happens. They lose Aramori in the process. It's going to be scrappy down to the last second, but with Y's clean shots hit. I mean, she's just looked so good on this Pharah all tournament long.
Yeah, Zoe's really working out well on this Pharah, and what Pixies have not shot down Zoe yet. Look at the ultimates as well. Both Pharahs have been up in the air, and just Zoe will have 75% piece at 70 of their own. So the Pharahs would be the first one to get their ultimates, but the big difference here, AJMR versus Aramori, the Baptiste versus the Kiniko difference is a big 35% right now. So the support ultimates could come online very soon.
They'll be up shortly, but we're kind of looking at this high ground where we've seen last time how difficult it's by Pixies to hit. Same challenges for Valentine, losing both of their supports almost immediately after they attempted to move through this elevator. You almost have to swap off, or at least have something that can easily access this area or hope Zoe can knock them down.
Yeah, and unless you have a full dive situation, that second level is so hard to try to take down, and YP Pixies know that, so Par's going to go back up here on the second level and make sure that their position is secured up here, but Zoe's going to have to find something. That's a great concussive blast right now, but still everybody stays up there.
Everyone's going to be hanging out on the top for now, and YFP Pixies, they can just choose whenever to dive in. This time, it was out onto Wisp. Barrage is Zoe attempting to nullify this damage, and it does just that. The sound barrier can't quite reach Hitori in time. Valentine now have a great initiative to go off of, and this is their chance to assert their dominance on the high ground, especially with Par staying down low. Wisp goes ahead and punishes them, and this is a much riskier situation for a recontest.
I don't know if Wisp knew that Par was there or not, but what a headshot, and what an accretion at the same time, too, from Mari. That's going to stagger them out, and now Peace gone as well. It's just the snowball. They're going one after the other here. They're only going to have one fight left, considering how this payload is pushing, and guess who has the high ground this time around? Valentine does. So Mari right now, you're hoping she doesn't miss the gravitic flux here, because at this point, it could very well be big.
And there's no sound barrier either to counter this one out. Valentine, release Mari. I'm hoping for you. You got this. Pro astrophysicist, as she called herself, and we got to see it, at least with the gravitic fluxes. She's waiting a little bit longer to pull it out. Wicca, sound barrier, it doesn't land onto Mari, which is the one who needed it the most. Barrage out from Peace, thankfully punished, but Mari goes down without even using the ultimate to begin with. This was a fight for Valentine to win, and now just in the hands of Zoe to clean it up. She is not missing when it comes to these rockets, and a question that YFP Pixies have zero answer to. That payload rolling in with 4.5 minutes just for a completion.
Yeah, Mari didn't even need the gravitic flux. You had faith in your team well enough to do so, and just to hold on to it even if you were at 30 health. Sigma's using that with about 100 health, not a good idea. Mari knew that, held on to it, and will have a gravitic flux for this next fight. Par will have the Deadeye at the same time too, but again, Pixies, SK does not have the sound barrier, so Mari could use this for free.
Not too much to go against this. Maybe a sleep dart from Aramori. Sure, that's a great concussive blast, though, sending the support players off the high ground here. Mari committing that gravitic flux, spots Aramori way out of position thanks to their DPS players, and YFP Pixies struggling to regain their footing. Valentine's momentum simply too much for them to handle.
Yeah, gravitic flux already, just needing one kill, and that is all that you will need. So 3 minutes and 48, and look where that golden box of victory is, right underneath the doors. That is such a tough hold and such a tough ask, especially for the Pixies, but they're going to have to do this with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, starting off with the Nap Matrix to look down.
And it's on this payload too, so it's going to be moving along with them, making recontesting this all the more challenging. Rocket barrage from Zoe, she's been on fire. Farah, the only one who can realistically provide an answer, is gone. Wisp prevents anyone from touching. Beautiful sleep dart from downtown. Aramori trying to keep this in, but no, SK! The Ajax, no! Sound barrier is gone and done with. YFP Pixies were banking on that for a little boost over the top to hold this momentum, yet it never came, and it's going to be their downfall. Valentine move up 2-0 on the series. One map away from knocking YFP Pixies out of the brackets.
Oh, not the Ajax. No, not the Ajax. You feel that's F's in chat. I mean, the Ajax is unfortunate, but that's what put the signature on. That isn't really what caused them to lose this, though. Valentine was just putting on too much pressure, and you can see it the way that they play, the way that their entire structure had it right. Zoe was getting a lot of value at the same time too, and Mari was just popping off on the Sigma. Yes, maybe missing gravitic fluxes, but still, you saw it with the accretions, you saw it with the damage she was outputting as well. So Mari's just doing all kinds of work for this team. And then what more do you want to say about this DPS duo on this team from Valentine right now? Wisp and Zoe. Wisp hitting shots, Zoe being an absolute menace on the far at the same time. Everything's working for Valentine. They want that rematch against Fable, and they're only one map away from doing so.
Yeah, if we even just look at this replays, I guarantee you the majority of this is gonna be Zoe and Peace. Like, these Pharahs were putting in work on this map. It was Whips on the defense for Valentine, but Zoe, who put the entire team in her backpack for this initial attack, and Valentine just bank on these two DPS in order to succeed, and for very good reason. They trust that they have in these players to put Mari on an experienced hero of hers and enable both of these players to have space and the room to do the work that they are so dang good at. Zoe, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Best Pharah in calling all heroes, and that title isn't going away anytime soon with how dominant she's been able to be in all these games.
Yeah, and Zoe so far has just been absolutely popping off on the far at the very least, and just making sure that it is just uncomfortable for the Pixies to relax even for a moment. You can see it right here as well. Just the concussive blast spreading out everybody. The Kiriko Ofuda cannot get there in time, and it's just entire spread out. Even if that fight was over, that just shows you how much pressure this far is putting on. And again, this entire highlight reel is basically could be Zoe on that attack point, and we would not even know it because Zoe's just popping off the far. There is no answer whatsoever. Pixies are going to have to find a way to take this far out of the skies as we go into what very well could be the last map in the Pixies run here in Calling All Heroes Minor 1. But if they can make that reverse sweep, it would taste so good because right now they would get that Fable versus, you get Fable versus YP Pixies. You're hoping for that Pixies comeback if you're a fan of them. But right now, Valentine on the door knocking for that rematch. They have that chip on their shoulder from that 3-1 loss yesterday. They want to avenge it, and they want to do it quickly.
And we heard it from Wisps in their interview that Valentine aren't taking any of the spare time just between their games yesterday and today, that it was review, it was practice, it was prep for every game that they'd have today, knowing that if Valentine are going to make the finals, Keegan, they're going to have to win 2 matches in order to do it for that rematch against Timeless. It's a lot of pressure that they put on themselves, but not one that they take lightly. YFP Pixies are doing their darndest, and honestly, it's not a bad look from them. I don't feel like there's many things that are necessarily going wrong for this team. It's more or less Valentine have just looked like the better overall squad in a lot of areas. Zoe has been a shining star, and Par hasn't quite been able to shoot her down, and Peace can't match that same level of damage output just yet. The different styles of gameplay are coming back around and haven't really found too much of a difference. It seems almost confusing for the YFP Pixies, and one more choice lies ahead of them, and it is their last map pick of the series if we are to take it any further forwards. Esperanza is where they've elected to go, a very open map type that we're likely going to see these Sigmas come back out.
Yeah, Sigmas are most likely to come back out, although I'm not afraid of the Winston at all, especially for that first point, second level where you can dive on in with it. So maybe the Winstons come out. I mean, Hitori has been really good on the Winston play. It's just that Valentine's been able to outplay it so far. So maybe you can get a little bit of mojo back here. This is a push map, still neutral point anyways. It's not like it's attack defense. You're seeing the same thing throughout the entire map as we go to Portugal for Esperanza right now. And I mean, no sub-ins, not like we're going to see H-Key back in and Hitori out. It's going to be the same exact thing. So you're going to see, again, Caspar has been the entire meta so far. But I'm wondering if they can take down Wisp. But the bigger one is Zoe. Zoe popped off on that entire last attack side map. And now that it's full-on attack, there's no defense or attack this time. It is full-on attacking side. Zoe's going to have some free range unless the Pixies can finally find a way to take her out of the skies.
And it's not going to be easy. The map of Esperanza is very Pharah friendly in many ways, and also very Wisps friendly. If you're able to sit atop a lot of these bridges, especially around that first part of the map, around that midpoint. So we're going to be looking at where these teams are positioning themselves. That's often what defines the map of push, and especially Esperanza, just due to its architecture and its just dominant high grounds. If you're able to have that possession. Quite similar tone that we're seeing back from Hollywood, and this is YFP. They're on their last limb, and this is their selection, keeping with the same Aramori on this Ana. She hasn't necessarily been left alone today at all, Keegan, and you can tell YFP Pixies aren't quite happy about that.
Yep, not at all. They are not going to be happy, but you know that they're playing mad. You know that they're playing with a chip on their shoulder here. Losing the last 2 was not ideal. They wanted to try to tie it up on Hollywood, but now they're down to their final, what could be final map, unless they can kind of reverse sweep this. If they can reverse sweep, that would be one heck of a game and one heck of a momentum going into the game against Fable. But Fable's watching this, trying to figure out if they can take down Valentine right now, because they're in the lead 2-0. And so Wicca and AJMR, you can look at the positioning right now. They are just over and over. Aramori just wants to be left alone, but won't be able to do so at all. Stuck in the corner. Zoe's already got her.
The problem with the Ana is she's just so diveable. Aramori has plenty of utility, but no mobility in the slightest. Just a lonely grandma who wants to go ahead and support her team. And unfortunately, YFP Pixies not having that. I'd like to see them take at least a soft reset. You don't have a ton of healing to work with, yet Tori decides to dive in anyways, hoping the bubble is enough of protection, get it just to stagger out. Valentine turn their sights to Par, and then finally hit Tori and get some significant percentage on this robot.
Yeah, so first meterage and first 20 meters going on over to Valentine. They finally take care of Zoe thanks to SK being a little bloodthirsty, but it's still not enough to take care of the rest of the team. And now YP Pixies, you can see the difference right now. Peace at 63 does have more ult percentages, but the rest of the support line, AJMR over 35% quicker to an ultimate than Aramori is, and right now this Ana's just not having any fun. So you're right, maybe a switch on over to something different, and the lack of healing at the same time too. AJMR and Wicca building up their ults very quickly for Valentine to succeed here.
Whether it's an SK over to the Brig or an Aramori to either the back or the Kiriko, it's going to be difficult to pull this out. The sightlines have to be connected, and thankfully Hattori, a very smart tank in her own right, knows exactly how to play in front of Aramori, but because Aramori is under pressure, Hattori, the rest of the team has to back off as a result. That's a checkpoint gain. Valentine just walk it through without much contention to begin with. YFP on a constant backpedal, and it's only now that that change is actually committed.
Yeah, they swap on over. Aramori goes on over to the Kiriko instead, and Par is caught out. AJMR right there just says hello at the same time too, and Par sent back to the spawn room and will not get the faster spawns. As soon as that checkpoint happens, you do get a respawn, but it doesn't. It happened after the checkpoint anyway, so Par is going to be back, and now this robot is going to have even more space to work with.
Find some room. Zoe a little bit low, doesn't get a ton of healing from a Baptiste Lucio, but she's playing so safe that Par, Peace, whatever they can do to find a sightline, it doesn't matter all that much. Just with that overall positioning, Peace and SK, dynamic duo on a hunt for high ground congestion. Zoe keeping her eye in the back, but not long enough. AJMR is down, and that is the perfect trade out for Valentine right now. Both sound mirrors were in play to keep this fight going a little bit longer. It's Par, though, with the extra cherry on top in the Deadeye to actually get YFP some ground here and start the comeback. It's going to be needed.
Yeah, the comeback is going to be monumental, though. You need to win at least 3 fights here, I'm assuming, to try to get this, because there are still people alive up for Valentine, putting on the pressure, especially Zoe. That's just going to keep firing rockets away at you. But regrouping with the rest of the team. 3 ults online for Valentine. Pixies have nothing. So this is Valentine's fight to lose here. You may only need 1 ult. It could be the Barrage or the Deadeye, or even just the Gravitic Flux if it does enough damage for you. But right now, 3 ultimates to nothing. Valentine have the advantage.
Valentine can push on up without too much fear. The goal is rather not over-expending here. You don't need to use everything. It's already both DPS ults out, and with the Tori going down, Gravitic Flux should not be needed, and this is just a stall point. There's no need for Valentine to get over-aggressive. They can start to stabilize themselves at the corner. Zoe hides behind is one where Par has a sightline on. There's actually boops from Peace displacing some of Valentine's players, and perhaps Mori will need to provision the Gravitic Flux after all this. Par manages to grab their third in this fight. Aramori committing this Kitsune Rush on top. A fight that Valentine should have won relatively easily is actually lost, and it ain't pretty.
Yeah, I thought Valentine had the advantage there. You have 3 ultimates to what was 0, but Pixie's coming up big. Even at the end, Aramori does commit the Kitsune Rush, but that's also to heal and just to use the Suzu onto Par at the same time to make sure that Par doesn't go down by the accretion. So well done by the Pixies to win was basically a lost fight based on ultimate. So now they're going to be able to get at least the checkpoint here or get close to it before Valentine can even go for it. But it looks like they will not get the check. They'll not contest the checkpoint, so they'll get it. And this is a start. Pixies are off and running here. They've got a chance.
Zoe's getting a lot more eyeballs on her, and she's not a huge fan of all of her fans, really. Between Par and Peace, who started to come alive in this second part of Esperanza, she's not able to do nearly as much work as we saw back on Hollywood. Great job shutting down that player, but if you're Valentine right now, you're not pushing into this high ground. There's no way you're going to dislodge Par or Peace. You just need to wait for the payload to move around the corner.
And now they're going to have to move around the corner. That's a great concussive blast because now the only person that's allowed to use it there is going to be Wisp. Doesn't even have the Deadeye to use it for, so they can just stave that away. They can just kite off of that for right now, wait for that window to expire, and they can go right back in. That's a wasted ult from AJMR, and so Pixies now with a barrage of their own versus a sound barrier.
A rare miss from AJMR, usually so good with the amplification matrices. Now it's YFP Pixies' turn. The sound barrier nearly coming into place, and it's put Peace down to an early grave. Wasn't anticipating the monumental response to their ultimate. Valentine, more specifically Wicca, waited patiently to use the sound barrier, and it couldn't have been at a better time.
Oh, Wicca is breathing a huge sigh of relief. That was nearly an Ajax. That was so close to being it. And Peace knew who the target was right away. It was Wicca. Get rid of the Lucio. You probably win the fight there, but Wicca, oh my goodness, you are breathing a huge sigh of relief just to get that sound barrier off, which allows them to win. And now Valentine back with 2 DPS off their mark. Could even have a Geritic Flux here, but Pixies, primary H just to survive. Armory, though, also suffocates in a rush to lead in.
Have some sort of initiative with the YFP Pixies. Both DPS ultimates from Valentine can zone these players off, but might not even be needed too much more than that, with Hitori just popping like a balloon and Whips hitting the shots as usual on target. My goodness, Valentine looking to reclaim the lead.
Yeah, Valentine's gonna keep their 8 meters, and they're gonna just advance it on even more. They get free reign here. They're gonna have that robot push up even more, and what was a very close game is gonna turn a little bit worse for wear now, because Valentine having 3 ults on the board. Mari can still use the Gravity Flux just to start this off and make sure that nothing's on the board here, but they're already gonna start with a window.
Matrix on the high ground slows YFP Pixies down. They had to go in a small room where rockets can just be chucked in at high speeds, and you can't really dodge them too much. Hitori's 1000 HP looks like absolutely nothing against the 5 players shooting at her. Valentine are going to keep the ball or the robot on the move here, closer and closer to YFP Pixie spawns.
Your good news, though, is that Wisp is gone, and Par's going to be back before Wisp is here. So if you're the Pixies right now, this is your go button. You have to force them back, and that's exactly what Valentine knows. Because you lose out your Cassidy, you have to back up, regroup with your own team, make sure that everybody's stabilized, because the robot's not going to get back to mid before the team is back.
And this is honestly better for Valentine. They want to fight on this high ground. Wisps, once they return, and even Zoe and AJMR can just vibe up here. YFP Pixies aren't going to want to go up, especially when Hitori doesn't have a whole lot of health to work with. So it just buys even more time off of this clock where Valentine already had a solid lead on this objective.
Yeah, Pixies are going to have a sound barrier to work with. SK, though, could lead this in with the sound barrier, or if not, Wicca's going to use her later. Remember, usually the later sound barrier works. Peace is going to go all the way around, though, but cut out.
That was ambitious. That was real ambitious out of Peace. And you can't be walking to 3 players like that, expecting to get away with it. Sure, the sound barrier is out, but even then, YFP Pixies are now fighting on their doors once again.
Yeah, tried for the flank, gets cut on, unfortunately. That's going to cost you a little bit more. That's more meterage here for Valentine to work with. They're playing on the straightaway now, home stretch for the completion. Pixies have to find a way to do this. There's still 1 minute 40 on the clock here. They lose this fight. This could very well be completed before we even get to overtime here. And now Armori's going to have to use that Kitsune Rush just to lead in to help out this team. But we remember what happened last time. It'll work out too well for them.
No, Kitsune Rush a little bit better to use in this later part of the fight. Once Valentine has burned many of their cooldowns, YFP just can get a second bit of resurgence with the shortened cooldowns here. They'll leap in from Hitori, both support all poured out simultaneously, but Wicca and AJMR have already hit the deck. That's 12 out of Valentine, neither of which gets much value. YFP Pixies used quite a bit, but a much needed recontrol here with the comeback that they have at charge.
Now Mari and Wisp using both of their... Wow, Zoe, what did you just do to Peace? Well, now that's Valentine. I mean, that's huge because now Peace is going to have, they go back to midpoint, yes, but it's not the forward spawn checkpoint. So Peace is going to have to make their way all the way back, and with 45 seconds left to go, Peace now switching on over to the Genji instead. There's nothing contesting Zoe. This barrage is going to go uncontested.
No, and Hitori could kind of sense it. After getting low, all it took was one button to take the end out of the Winston, but it's not even needed. With how Aramori was under pressure, there's no way to heal Hitori, and it's all just going bad, or everything's wrong for the YFP Pixies.
It's a panic mode at this point. They switched on over to the Genji just to maybe regroup with the rest of the team. Didn't need to do that because you still had enough time on the clock, but maybe they're thinking full-on dive. We could win this if we get the full-on dive. Problem is the advantage belongs to Valentine because they could still switch if it starts not working in the final 5 seconds here. They have to contest this robot the rest of the way. Gotta play perfect for the next 50 meters plus.
An uphill battle indeed, quite literally. Zoe into the backline. Rockets dropped on both of the supports. Armory and SK are just splatters on the streets of Esperanza, and there's no one left to contest the robot. Valentine took those two out first, and in an explosive fashion will continue their journey towards these grand finals, knocking YFP Pixies out along the way.
And Valentine will get the rematch with Fable after they lost to them in the upper bracket semis 3-1 yesterday. Valentine looking strong, and it's going to be Wiz and Zoe. Wiz getting your play here. Deadeye, and of course, this was all just to counteract the entire Kitsune rush. And you can see all the assists on the board. This was a full team effort for that entire play of the game as well. And yet, this Valentine team looks like they are synergized. They are ready. That was just game number 1. That was the warm-up game to lead into this. Fable's probably watching this like, okay, now we know what to expect. But can you beat Wisp and Zoe? That's the better question, because those DPSs were hitting everything. You saw it right at the end. Zoe getting the direct shot onto Par at the same time too was onto Peace was insane. And then you had the Rocket Barrage flank and the robot takeaway too at the end. Zoe was popping off that entire series. Now for Fable, got to find a way to stop both of them.
Fable is waiting for this team, Valentine, in that lower finals, a long, grueling path to make it to these grands, and it isn't going to be an easy one. Valentine came in today confident and finished out their match strong. We look back at Esperanza through these replays, and we'll notice how some of these team plays started to pick at the pieces, kind of the weaknesses that YFP Pixies showcased, and a lot of it had to do with the isolation of the Ana in the very beginning of this map, but even then, ignoring Hitori on the dives in, finding our Amori and Par on these high grounds, the backlines, wherever it may be. Those are the two targets, completely disregarding the Winston unless Hitori was extremely out of position. Valentine knew exactly how to respond to this dive composition, which gives us a lot of hope too, knowing that is exactly what Timeless or somebody even like Fable is going to pull out later today.
Yeah, and Valentine knew it too. They had their advantages, and look, even if that game got close, it wasn't even the reliance on the Ana snowballing that away for the first couple of meters. It was because the Pixies got it close, but Valentine knew what to do in their ultimates. They knew how to position, and their positioning was so good. And just again, Zoe and Wiz popping up. You also have to give credit to AJMR and Wicca as well. The support line was doing so much work there, getting their windows up in perfect time, forcing out all the cooldowns, forcing them to kite back, forcing YP Pixies to come back and kite back as well on those windows. And even the sound barrier timings were really good as well. And I have to say, it's 0 Ajaxes for the team as well. Again, Wicca's got to breathe a huge sigh of relief for what happened earlier on, because that sound barrier, by the way, does not happen for Wicca. They lose that lead. They get in a little bit more of a panic. That game's a lot different if Wicca doesn't get that sound barrier up, but does so, saves the game for the team, allows them to get the lead, and in fact wins them the rest of the match. So credit to the entire team of Valentine, because they popped off, and now they get a chance to get into the 3rd place position, as well as maybe even the top 2 when they face off Fable next.
Yeah, long journey ahead for Valentine, and step 1 might be complete, but a lot more that we have coming down the line. And why don't we take this little time between our games to hear from the Valentine staff? We got an interview coming right up for you in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. This series not over quite yet. We have bid farewell to yet another of our Calling All Heroes teams, YFP Pixies, one of the fan favorites of the circuit. We're going to go ahead out in 4th place in our Minor 1 event. And, you know, not a too bad of a finish from them. A much more challenging opponent that they anticipated to find within the lower bracket. Valentine showing us today that they are ready to play and take on the journey that they have to hopefully repeat their second Calling All Heroes event championship.
Yeah, it would be 2 in a row for them, especially if they can get through these next 2 matches, right? They got to go up against Fable next, and then they would have that rematch against Timeless, who are looking really good right now, looking to see if they can disrupt the Golden Stage and even take it away for themselves. And look, that would be a huge amount of points for you, right? A huge amount. I mean, 1350, perfect on first two of the 6 tournaments that are available for points. I mean, that is an insane thought to think about for this Valentine team. But right now, just seeing the way this team is popping off with Wisp and Zoe just absolutely hitting everything, it is within feasible rights to think that they could take down this Timeless team and Fable at the same time too. But again, another obstacle runs in their place for Valentine, which is Fable coming up next after their great sweep here as a start and a warm-up game for them as they move into it.
And no breaks for this team today. Immediately after this, we'll be heading into their second match. But before they do that, we do have an interview set up with the head coach, Chimzi, who is joining us here on the desk to talk about the success that Valentine has had so far. Chimzi, welcome to your interview. First question we want to ask, Valentine, knowing that you guys were knocked down to that lower bracket, how did you prepare your team for this long journey ahead, knowing if you guys want to repeat, it has to be a 3-match win today?
I think, as for what I did personally, not much more than I usually do. I think our team has, I mean, we've been playing with each other for a really long time, even we've had a couple, player changes, but I think we're really used to long days of lots of matches, and not even necessarily that scrims or like double blocks have prepared us for that, but we've just had so many days, whether it's CAR or other tournaments where we're playing 5 or 6 hours of officials in a day. So I think the team's pretty used to it. I don't think stamina will be an issue for us today.
And Coach, that's great to hear that your team is ready for a long day, because you win 3, you're going to have to play at least 4 more later on here. So it's going to be quite the slew here for your entire team. Take me back to game number 1 on Ilios, where that was a little bit interesting to see what Valentine, or rather what YP Pixies pulled out. A little bit of a curveball from what was that Cassidy as well as the far meta at the same time. They pulled out the Doomfist. They pulled out really a whole dive situation here. What did you think about your team's handling of that entire first map of Ilios?
Well, I did tell my team that's the exact comp they're gonna play, and we talked about how to play it. The issue we had, why it was so close, on the last map on Well, was because the comp we're playing kind of revolves around us stacking around our Cassidy and always, being on top of our Cassidy, so our Cassidy can kind of just be the carry. But we did a really bad job of that. We split a lot. We didn't really play around Wisps. So that's why we struggled a lot, and it was so close on the last point at least. And I think the second point on Lighthouse was, I think we should have just had like a compositional change off of Pharah. I think their comp is really hard to get value, like playing Pharah, especially with that kind of map geometry.
And so for that kind of thing as well, and you talk about the handling of the entire situation, right? Could have had some comp switches here and there in between maps, right? When you see them switch back to what was Hitori on the Winston instead, or rather Hitori on the Sigma or the Winston, and going back to that regular Cassidy far, what do you tell your team kind of having to change the mindset back to what was basically a mirror composition, if you will, on the DPS and tank side at the very least?
Are you talking like on Hollywood?
Yeah, I mean, what's the mindset for you? Like, what's the mindset for the team, and what do you tell the team in the matter of trying to switch back to that main thing and trying to beat out the mirror on the other end?
It's more so just I think we talk a little bit about how the comp should be played overall, but I think mostly like what I like to remind my team of and get them to remember is like kind of the basic fundamentals. Like, let's make sure we're all aware when, let's say, like their enemy monkey jumps in and our Cassidy and Baptiste have to turn around. Let's make sure that our tank is turning around as well, right? Like we're on the same page there. Everyone's turning, looking at the same thing. We go over map specific things. We go over, like on Hollywood, for example, on first point, we talk about where we want to kite to. So I think it's just a lot of like basic overall fundamentals rather than specific comp things. I think those are really, really important to remember on match days.
And, you know, we get to see you guys a lot with those fundamentals and constantly improving in those areas. Like, composition-wise, you have a lot of your players on some of their best heroes, and it's great to see them start to work together and work on more of these overall game pieces and kind of pull out these more comebacks that we'll have to see. And speaking of comebacks, you guys, your next match in the lower finals will be against Fable, the team that knocked you down to the lower bracket in the first place, which I know was not expected from you guys then. Unfortunately, the stream didn't get to see that match and what ended up happening. How is Valentine approaching this matchup differently than they did yesterday in the upper round semis?
Well, I can't reveal too much. You know, the opposition might be watching, but
Totally
I will
fair.
say, I think our team has a really big issue of putting in some effort in scrims, and I think we had a really rough week last week and even yesterday. But I think I'm hoping at least that we showed up today. I mean, I have really big confidence that we showed up a lot more today than we did yesterday, after watching our first match. So I think just, you know, we have some minor strat changes, but I think overall as a team we have a much better mental. We're trying a lot harder, and we're a lot more locked in. You know, we're a lot more ready for matches today, I think.
And that's great to hear. If there's a time to be locked in, well, it is now when the championships are on the horizon. And we're going to look forward to seeing what Valentine can do in this rematch against Fable. Thank you so much, Chimzi, for joining us on the desk. I'm sure you got to go ahead, give your team one last pep talk before you head into those lower finals. And we look forward to seeing how both you and the team perform going ahead today.
Thanks so much.
Of course. I like to hear that the mental of the team is back, right?
Oh, yeah.
That it's coming back and they feel confident. What we saw from them against their YFP Pixies, it screamed confidence that there weren't major these uh-ohs, what the heck is going on here? And if you're a Valentine team who may struggle with some of those more fundamental pieces, that is a great sign heading forward. So these matches are only going to get more difficult.
Yeah, and it's not like if you go back to what the series score was, right? I mean, it was a 2-1 back on Ilios, but they handled that pretty well. Okay, no pun intended. They handled it pretty nicely for the fact that you had a little bit of pressure on you in that second point, right? On Lighthouse, it got a little bit of a struggle, but then on the well, you handled it nicely. You got back, you were locked in, and then that map number 2, yes, it was a 3-2, but that 2-point hold was really nice, and you had a lot of time on the bank. It's not like that thing went overtime. It was like at least 2 minutes on the clock when they captured that golden box of victory. So kudos to the entire team of Valentine for just absolutely holding it together, right? They're not boomed after yesterday's loss. You can tell that right now by the fact that they had that sweep early on, and now they're going to go up against a Fable team that they lost to yesterday. But you feel like right now, and again, Chimzi said it, you feel like they're locked in. You feel like they're synergizing well together, and if they can take that into the next match, Fable's going to have some trouble to deal with.
And we're going to have to look forward to see what Valentine have changed up since their previous meeting against Fable. A grudge match for sure is on the way. You guys ain't going to want to miss it. So we'll go ahead, get those teams in the lobby, ready to go, and we'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes for those lower finals. We have our top 3 teams for the Calling All Heroes Minor 1 event, and as we start to look at this a little bit more, Keegan, it's a matchup that we're well familiar with. Valentine just took down the YFP Pixies, sending them home in 4th place, and now have to rematch against the very team that knocked them down to the lower bracket in the first time. Fable stands in their path in the lower finals, but only one can make it all the way through. It was in the semis where Valentine last faced off, and it was a 3-1 victory for Fable, an upset that not many of us expected.
Yeah, not at all. I think not a lot of us had it, but it still could have happened. And Fable made a good charge 3-1, and that dropped them, Valentine, into the lower bracket. Had to win 2 games straight inside of lower rounds 2 and 3. Did so against Unarizaki, did so against the Pixies. And now Fable and Valentine get the rematch to see who takes on the big dogs in Timeless. So this match is going to be really, really big. 2 versus 3 if you're looking at just seeds alone. But Fable, though, getting the very first pick on this because they are technically the higher in the higher position this time around, because they made it already into the lower finals to start us off. So Valentine going to have to climb their way back, and it's not the map they want to start off with, which we'll talk about in a little while. But for now, we go to the rosters here for Valentine. We've already seen them earlier on, but keep in mind, Wisp and Zoe have warmed up. They are ready to go. They have played in this best of 5 already, the first of 3. And Wisp and Zoe are going to hit a lot of shots on the far as well as the Cassidy at the same time. Mari, we know, throw the curveball, can play the Doom, can play the Sigma, can play pretty much anything you throw at her, and Mari's going to be there. And, of course, Wicca and AJM are such a great support line. We saw it in that last game. Can they keep it up is the question.
I don't have a doubt about it. Valentine, especially according to Chimzi, their head coach, this is the best that they've been all tournament, all weekend. Even if they had a rough Swiss stage and ended up dropping much earlier than expected, Valentine came here to perform. They came here to play, and between the performances Zoe and Wisps had yesterday, you're asking a lot from Fable's roster in order to beat them for a second time. I look at this team from top to bottom, and I think, wow, the star power that they have is incredible, yes, but this team play needs to be on point in order to counteract what we've seen building up for Valentine.
Yeah, just building up the entire thing. And right now, as you can see, Fable, really apparently this team likes the GOATS meta here if we're taking a look at their roster. But that does not exist in this game, albeit maybe in some different form. But anyways, Kuna and Nickman, we saw Kuna and Nickman yesterday. They were doing a lot on the DPS side. Avery, we know Avery. They are absolutely great on the tank side no matter what you play. Fury and Kia, though, I think Kia's playing is loved in this tournament in this situation, but both of them an excellent support duo, and Kia is going to have a lot of fun. And of course, even if they play that on a Brigida combination, Fury, right, can do absolute work on that Brigida too, just keeping the other support up, whether that be an Ana, whether that be even a Kiriko in this case, because Kitty Brig is still not a bad option at all, but I guess in this meta might not be the best thing to work out. But either way, this entire team of Fable made it here for a reason. They made it to the lower finals. Yes, they didn't do well against Timeless that we saw on stream, but at the very least, they did make it to the lower finals. They beat out this team from Valentine, and the saying goes, you can beat a team once, but beating them a second time is a hard thing to do.
Valentine already warmed up as well. This is Fable's very first match. They had the opportunity to watch Valentine play against the YFP Pixies. Perhaps a little bit of an idea what to expect, but you have to imagine some things are changing from the previous meetup with this team. Fable, Avery in particular, one of the best Sigmas you're going to find out there in general. So they are going to be relying on our favorite Space Scrampa to push them through, but also gave us a couple looks of Winston. When you look at a map such as Oasis, both of those heroes are very viable options. Other than that, it's going to be the same across the board, at least in terms of these DPS and supports. Maybe a bit of variation in Baptiste and Kiriko, yet these teams are slowly starting to settle in the same set of heroes as this weekend has progressed.
Yeah, as the weekend progresses on, we're going to find out if these teams can glue together a little bit more. Remember, points are based on players, so these players could have been shifted around. We talked about it earlier, right, with Senna onto Timeless, right? There are players that are shifting around all the time, and yet this team wanting to synergize. It is the second day. It's the final day of this entire minor, and now you're looking to see if that glue can finally just put together and make sure that it looks like a beautiful composition. So let's see if Fable can bring back again another win against this Valentine team, or the way that Valentine has warmed up. If that was the warm-up game alone on a 3-0 sweep against the YP Pixies, Valentine is going to be really, really tough to defeat. So let's see what they pull on, and obviously it's going to be very similar on either side. Sigma's pulled out. I would be shocked. Has to be a bait. I would be shocked if the Roadhog Junkrat combo comes out.
I can't imagine that would be
I
real.
cannot imagine it either.
Avery, Mickman, they control. They control a little bit today. And I do want to see this, though. Mickman will be switching over to that Pharah. We know how that goes. Complete mirror comps to start us off. I need to see these DPS matchups. If Zoe and Whips are not properly countered out, this is Valentine series from the very start. And working over to this high ground phase is a lot better, especially with a Pharah in play. Mickman now has much better positioning to be able to work with and spam down in these smaller chokes that Valentine have opted to go for.
Yeah, now actually Fable's going to try to go run all the way around them. They went
Really?
up coastline side, and they're going to try to play on their side of the floor. So no, they have switched sides in this case. They're not even playing on their same sides, and yet we get the same result. It's poke after poke, and Valentine knew it. They can just back off and fight for just midpoint for right now. They can contest this all they want so long as they don't get picked off first.
It's going to be this slow burn until one of these DPS players likely will end up striking. And all the health bars in a relatively decent spot right now, and it's more this battle for tank contention, like literally divided in half. It only takes one final blow. It is Avery taking down their collegiate teammate in Wicca to open this up, and Fable will have that initial pickoff, but they're not really advancing too much on it. And they're opting to instead go for a little bit of a wraparound, at least sending Mickman on the high ground for an off angle. It's AJMR to build up this amplification matrix just before Loved, and this puts Valentine right back in the fight. Fable were too scared to push into their opponents, and it's going to come back to hurt them unless this amp matrix comes up big, and is not seem to be the case in the slightest.
Yeah, you talked about the earlier on Bellevue, or Bellevue would be the college that Avery and Wicca go for. So the Bellevue civil war, if you will, between these two players right now. But the civil war starts off with Wicca's team of Valentine starting that off first, and now Zoe and Wisp building up to the ultimates with the Rocket Barrage, with the Deadeye at the same time. Fable, though, building up to some of their own. In fact, Wicca and Fairy kind of 10% off, but that really doesn't matter in this situation. Sound barriers are going to clash out, and whichever one, again, we keep saying it, whichever one is used last usually wins it, unless first pick situation comes into play.
Valentine's a little bit more to work with in the ultimate department. Mikuna to press the first Q, though. Mickman trying to find some rockets on those players ducked behind cover, but doesn't quite have that same angle yet. Wisp now moving forward, rockets attached to their boots, looking for something in this gravitic flux, won't quite get it. All the players lifted up in the sky, and Mickman and Kuna follow up wonderfully. Kill feed lit up with Fable's DPS duo, and that'll be their first capture of this Oasis point.
And that is a great sound barrier again. Fury putting that on perfect timing on the sound barrier, and Mickman also following up with the Rocket Barrage right behind that. So Fable's able to look at their first percentages. Fable will also have a gravitic flux on their own, so Valentine knew it, and Wicca holds on to the sound barrier right now for that situation. And Zoe also having the barrage. Zoe's been good for it for the first of 3 series earlier on today. Can she keep this going with one of her own right now? But low health too.
Ooh, all right, she sneak behind cover, but dang, that was cutting it close there. Mickman, it's a little bit of an opportunity. Speaking of opportunity, Avery has the ability to manipulate gravity without really too much to worry about. It'll be the amplification matrix. They actually get a little scared, doesn't peek out, and just lets the flux go to absolute waste. Fable decision that's going to be difficult later, especially with how close Valentine are to capturing this objective. Kuna knows it, trying to make some of that little red circle go down with the Deadeye, and zone players on out. Zoe sitting at about half health, keeping this point at a standstill. These Sigmas have the ability to slow down this gameplay until somebody gets overly aggressive. In that case, it is Kuna finding Wicca's head and allowing Valentine to force on in. Wonderful lamp to keep the Pharah alive, and Wickman doesn't quite have the same luxury. This is a relatively close battle out with how low Avery's health bar is. You have to imagine Valentine are able to stabilize and regain control.
Yeah, Valentine there playing Protect the President a little bit. Zoe got protected for a little while with that lamp, and that also allowed them to just destroy the shield that was the Sigma of Avery, which you saw at the end right there. Avery only had the kinetic grasp just to hold on to anything else, but secures the point as Valentine, and now they'll take back the lead at 67% and rolling here. Deadeye available for Wisp. They have the sound barrier available as well, but you got to make a decision if you're Fury. Do you save it for the Deadeye, or do you save it for the gravitic flux that's about to happen? AJMR, though, has been so good with Windows and Application Matrix this entire day. AJMR can play this on the off angle. Gotta watch out for that to start.
This is AJMR's, I believe, 3rd application matrix that they're building up to now, which is absolutely insane in one map alone. Won't be using it for Whip's Deadeye, but using it at this back of the objective here, making sure Fable can't get a safe touch on this objective is the best possible. Someone's gonna have to take a risk and trigger an overtime here, but who's it going to be? It'll be Kuna with the Deadeye right in front of AJMR. Avery's shield was shredded like wet paper. Sound barrier out from Fieri now, completely nullifying any effects of a gravitic flux, but it seems to be almost too late. Love's Amplification Matrix doing their darndest to pump this healing into their team, yet the pressure on Avery is too much for one support player to negate entirely, giving Valentine the first control point on Oasis.
Well played by Valentine there. You had Wicca using the sound barrier later than Fury did, and Loved as well, just getting caught out. They pushed right through, and that was a big thing for Zoe. Zoe pushing right through the app matrix, making sure that this Baptiste felt pressured. No more healing can come if you're looking at afar. If you're going to look at afar, you're not going to exactly shoot healing at the enemy far. You're going to be shooting bullets, but because of that attention from the healing taken away from Fable's side, and allows Valentine to just rush right on in. So credit to Zoe there for putting the pressure on to Kia, aka Loved in this case. So now Fable's going to have to make a response here. And as we go to City Center, a little bit more open area in the middle, still have the Rotundo to go around and make sure that it's still a poke composition here. But this is not going to be what University is. They're not going to go toe-to-toe and switch sides this time around. They're going to play for that Rotundo earlier on and play for maybe even that high ground, because they're going to go both for the second level here.
Yeah, fighting around this high ground is going to be important. Control of the bounce pad completely defines a whole series. Almost looks like Wisp was trying to find elimination with the coach gun for a second, but opted against it, identifying the risk. The immortality field, though, forced out of Love that early in the video game, and Kuna, the one sent over the edge. Wicca was on the hunt, and Valentine gaining control of this bounce pad, and ideally, this objective to begin with. Wonderful start from them. These DPS haven't been countered out.
Yeah, it was a fight for the second point, and you felt like Fable kind of backed off just a little bit more because they were I mean, you saw, Wisp going inside of the jump pad area, but didn't go up there, and if Fable caught that, they were kind of like, okay, let's not die to the coach gun, but that allowed Valentine enough time to get up to that jump pad, get up to the second level, and take advantage of that high ground in which Fable could not contest. So now Valentine's got the advantage here in terms of ultimates as well. Wisp on the Ash, very interesting here on a control map of all places, and yet now that they have the second level control, Wisp is just going to pop off here unless they can get contested by the far, which is going right now.
It was a nice shot from Kuna that forced the immortality field out already, so that's actually a great start for Fable. They need to find an opening, but again, Zoe just is dominating that far duel right now, and there's little Fable have been able to do about it. They're automatically down a player, and it's not ideal to continue pushing in these sort of scenarios. Fury, though, of all players, manages to get Zoe and try to keep this somewhat contestable. This point, so difficult to turn back over, no matter what Fury does. As this DPS Lucio, it doesn't seem to be enough.
It might not. It might actually just be enough because Mario's all about themselves here, and now it's only got the Lucio heals, and now Bigman just can pop off. There's nobody hit Bigman. They may be able to flip this, but here comes the rest of the cavalry alongside them.
Yeah, the problem with City Center is it just takes forever to clear these players off the points. McMahon, nice couple of shots though. That's a lot of Lucio Sol you no longer have to worry about. So Fable seems to be forcing Valentine to back off further. Avery has returned, and Fieri, all right, I'll see you, pal.
Yeah, that's not a bad stall out though. If you're Valentine, you got it up to 74 in what could have been maybe a 50% fight should that have ended earlier, but you stalled it enough time to make it probably one fight territory, even if you get the point back. So well done by Valentine in this case. 3 ultimates online, even 5 ultimates. You ready? You ready, Molly? Because this might be Overwatch here in a couple of moments. Good luck.
Well, Mickman's already down, so maybe less Qs. Okay, never mind. Same amount of Qs, if not even more. The only 2 casualties down, both of them favoring Valentine. So Fable are just going to do their best to hang on to this objective as long as they can and build percentage, knowing that there is a guaranteed final fight. So conserving their resources is their best bet.
Yeah, conserving the resources. I thought it was going to be a lot more ults than that. I was expecting at least 6 there, but instead they were popping both of the support ults, which is not good news for you at all, because now for Fable, they've got nothing to work with against the Barrage. They've got nothing to work with against the Bob. They cannot sleep the Bob at all either. So Valentine does have a sound barrier to work with, even if just to lead in, they have this advantage already. And now the battle of the Fars, who's going to win it? Oh, they just get out of time.
No, not wanting to take the battle, it was Zoe the Barrage. The AJMR immortality fields communicating with Zoe is insane, and just the Wisps hitting these final couple of shots after everyone's low. Valentine's showcase of team play never fails to impress, and it'll be a clean win of the Oasis map, a Fable pick in Valentine's favor.
Now remember, Valentine was the one that got a win, or that did have a win in their last series. So if this is going to be deja vu, Fable's got a lot to work on here in the next three maps, because this is going to be a challenge so far. Winston, Zoe hitting everything, and of course, for this team of Valentine, here comes Wicca. I think this wasn't even off the map. This was just simply this was just simply boops away, shots away, and eliminations away here. And that's the bloodthirsty supports you get from this Valentine team. And at the same time too, right, Winston, Zoe doing a lot of good work. You saw it at the end. They pulled out both of the support odds. That was the big thing at the end for this team from Valentine. They were able to pull out both of the support odds from this team of Fable, and now Fable couldn't do anything about it. Barrage, they have the Deadeye. They could have used the Deadeye as well. There ain't nothing to counter it when there's no window, there's no sound barrier to work off of either. It was all Valentine's fight to win, and that's exactly what they did to cap off a 2-0 Oasis.
There is a change in pacing in this particular map than we're used to seeing in other series. Is usually if you get a first elimination, it's just full send it. We go in and we should be winning. That isn't necessarily the case. I'm noticing a lot more safer gameplay, particularly from Fable.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple fights where they started off with that player advantage, but just decided to play it slow and ended up losing a couple of those matchups, which shouldn't really be happening. And that does make me think that Valentine, that's something they took away from the matchup yesterday, is we just need to be aggressive. Don't let Fable play their game and take the space away from them in the first place. You can't be, well, it's great to see Fiery going along with Mickman on these great adventures. That cannot be your only way to win these fights out when Valentine are just locking down these chokes and denying you space to begin with.
Yeah, and especially the way the aggressive Fars are playing at the same time too, right? As long as this Far can be aggressive from Zoe, you're going to have a good shot. You saw it right at the end there as well, right? That Far did not have any business going into the backline, especially with two supports in the tank, and yet pushed away the Baptiste, pushed away and got the kill, and pushed away the attention, I should say, and got the kill. Even if it was on the later stage of the fight, you know this Far is going to get aggressive, and you got to be able to shoot that down. Zoe's just going to have free range until you can shoot her down in the first place, and unless, I mean, even then, you still have Wisp to worry about at the same time. Yes, the aggressiveness is something tempting as well to try to fight off of, but if Fable cannot counteract this aggressiveness from both of the DPS, and it's not just Wicca, who you saw got play of the game there as well. Wicca can be aggressive. It's a Lucio. You can speed boost away, but a Far can only dash away, and a Cassidy can only roll away. Your best bet to win a fight is to pick off one of those two DPSs first in this composition to try to stabilize yourself and be that aggressive team afterwards. But it feels like you're right. Fable is just playing a little bit more back. They're trying to see if they can get there, but on a poke composition like this, the more aggressive team is going to win most of the time.
And I can understand it too, like waiting for Mickman and even Kuna, who's really shown up in the Cassidy these past couple of days. You want them to get more eliminations so you're not taking as much of a risk. I can understand that to a degree, but that isn't what's happening. Mickman and Kuna aren't getting those same level of eliminations. They seem to have cooled down since the matches we've seen them on yesterday, and perhaps it's a bit of this warm-up. Valentine have already played 3 maps before coming into this series, where this is just Fable's first. I want to see the same level of play from Kuna, from Mickman, that we know that they're capable of from just this minor alone.
Yeah, and the big thing, right, is that like I said, you can beat a team once. It is hard to beat a team a second time, because that second time around, you know this team is going to adjust. You know this team is going to find a way to kind of snake their way right around what you're trying to figure out. So now, as we go into our next map, which is Numani here, I need to see what Fable is going to do here. And yes, you and I, we've seen Numani twice yesterday, and we know what can happen on this map, but Timeless is not in this just yet, so hold on. So, no, we're not. I don't think we're gonna have a timeless speedrun unless all hell breaks loose. But you're going to have a team from Fable that wants to try to figure out how can we beat this aggressiveness from Valentine, because right now Valentine has the answers to what they provided for them last time. Can Fable come up with a different answer of their own that Valentine doesn't figure out yet?
We got to find something else here that we can see. This is a map that I think Fable can play against, just as long as it's not timeless. It's not like Fable looked too terrible on this map when they were able to find any sort of entry. This does make us believe Avery will be going over to the Winston instead, so I'm interested to see what Mari opts to do, as it doesn't sound like there's any substitutions in this map. And yes, so Mari will be staying in, Winston out from her, which we haven't seen a ton of, but I have full confidence that she'll be able to execute this well.
Well, you gotta have the confidence here for Fable right now, because you gotta have something to answer against this team from Valentine and Mari.
Yep.
Onto the Winston is something that, well, it's gonna be a little bit of trouble, and this is what we saw yesterday too with this composition, right? Numani, so good, because if you're an Ana player here, you're loving this, you like this map, and as long as you have a Brigitte right next to you, you can protect that Ana. The more cooldowns you have to use to get up to the Ana, the worse it becomes for Fable right now, at least on the attacking side, to try to get to you. So Fable's going to try to match at least the Ana Brigitte on their same side. But for Valentine here, just positioning yourself in a way that protects the team and forces out Fable to use their cooldowns, especially Avery and Micman, who have to use at least their dive-ins, their jump pack, as well as their jetpack now, is well, Micman will have to do. At the same time, trying to use all those cooldowns, not a good situation here. So it's a dive situation for Fable, or for Fable to attack. You got to find the right target, though.
The hardest part is getting Kuna in a position where they can actually get value. It takes a little bit of time for the Tracer to wrap around these stairs, and if that's even going to be the case. For now, it'll be Avery leaping up, isolating some players with that bio nade thrown in. That'll be one dead Winton, and that's the significance that these nades can have. We've seen AJMR do this on any set flex support that they're on. The aggro for this player cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, and now Zoe going on over to the far as well. This is basically a similar situation. We saw Timeless play this earlier. Winston, Zoe having full control here, especially now on this Cassidy, having really no contest unless Micman wants to peek around the corner, and unless Love wants to try something as well to try to sleep dart this. At the same time, too, the positioning is all over the place. You've got Winston and Far on the left side. You've got the two healers on the other side as well. If you're this dive combination, you have to focus on target. Question is, who do you focus? Because everybody's got some kind of mobility, or if you're the Brig and the Ana, you've got protection. Yeah. So if you're Fable, you've got to figure out something now or never.
Okay, and that's a huge pick. Significantly less damage, and Loves can now move up much closer without the threat of being pushed down. Instead, it's both supports that have to drop the sleep dart that hit onto Micman. What a play out of AJMR, and just like that, we're at a 4v4. Fable are on the objective, though, and at least get a tick off on their troubles, but it seems it's all they're going to get. With the falling of Loved and lack of sustain, should be the end of the push.
Yeah, it should be. What a stick,
whoa,
I don't think you have a combat roll either, and Kuna's got the stick on, which means that door is now wide open. You don't have a Cassidy anymore, and this Ana and Brig are on point.
Yeah, but Fable, they're not quite ready to reintroduce themselves to the fight yet. They don't have the health or the players, so while it was a great play from Kuna, you lose your life, and there's nothing Fable can do off of it.
That was a green light. Kuna had a great stick, but unfortunately the regroup wasn't there. You're absolutely right. I thought it could have just been a wide open door. Instead, Valentine is able to force that off. Zoe hitting another great concussive blast to make sure that they aren't able to get in. And now again, half the time man gone. Only 90 seconds on the clock. Valentine have done an excellent job, and not any ultimates have been on the board except for a pulse bomb at the same time. So Valentine's going to have 5 check marks, and they can use it at their will here in the final 90.
This ain't looking too good right now for Fable. You have to make something out of these ultimates. It's a nice pick off onto Wicca. AJMR is now much more vulnerable if you can manage to take them out, but who's watching your backline right now? Zoe and Mari have just turned them into a pile of dust. They don't exist, so Avery has to commit the primal rage here, attempting to get another tick on the board, but with not having much of a team to really support them, how much is this actually worth contesting? A second tick would be great, but we know Valentine aren't giving that up.
They're not going to try to give it up, and look, Zoe has the barrage as well. Zoe can play on the back line. Micman notices it right away, so at least Zoe has to back up for right now, but one given opportunity at any point, concussive blast and all, even the jetpack, you know that Zoe's looking for a barrage to try to end all here in this next fight.
And we know Zoe is excellent when it comes to barrage uses. Won't have the same mortality field that she's used to getting, but that's another stick off to Kuna. Does not like within the slightest, giving them a nice parting gift of a pulse bomb. Zoe, that'll be the barrage out. This one actually doesn't get anywhere, except putting Avery's health bar at a dangerously low spot. And honestly, that makes us more contestable. Avery had to back off, and without Kuna, there's not the same backline pressure. Wicca and AJMR move up much closer, and even AJMR is only a couple percentage away from another nano boost. 10 seconds remaining for Fable to make this happen. Only about half a tick needed, but Micman is sniped out of the air from Zoe. She continues to compress with his accuracy on the Farah, and Valentine has every faith in her, even throwing the nano boost as a little cherry on top. While Fable got farther than they did on their last time they were on Numani. It still ain't much. Zoe is just too good.
That's it. Zoe just got the entire team.
Wow.
Zoe just final blowed every single person on that team in that final fight. That is ridiculous. Zoe popped off. Holy cow. You could not ask for anything more from a Pharah player like Zoe. She is absolutely on a tear. She is impossible to stop. And again, credit to the support line as well. That was a nano boost too to help her out and get all those final blows. Just apps. Oh my goodness, what more do you want to say? Valentine have all the answers right now, including Zoe being the top golden answer, and Fable came up with nothing. It is hard enough to dive that composition. It is even harder when you cannot find a window. You had windows of opportunity. Kuna landed pulse bombs. You had a window, but it closed right shut on you because of one person named Zoe. Valentine on a tear. They only have to get what is basically the full point to win this, to get a 2-0. No such things as draws, win or lose time. Fable's got to put up a defense of a lifetime now.
Ugh, and it's just not easy. What do you do? No one knows what to do about Zoe, I can tell you that. And since we saw Zoe way back when she was still on Michael Wave and other teams in the first Calling All Heroes circuit, she had some strong points, sure, but a lot of lows that she's been working on building up, and now being in this Pharah meta, she's got to be one of the best flex DPS players that we have, and the best Pharah overall. A massive asset to Valentine that they're banking on an entire return to these grand finals. If they keep playing like this, Keegan, Valentine well on their way. Fable sticking with this Tracer, no Cassidy for Kuna, and hoping that's enough to apply pressure to this Pharah.
You have to hope that it is enough pressure right now, but Fable is just going to have a lot of trouble here, especially unless you can shoot down. You've got nothing to really shoot it down. The only person that can shoot it down, at least hit scan wise, is Love scoping in. That's about it. McMahon's going to have to do a lot of work to stop Zoe at the same time, but look at the pressure. Fable already having to back off, and Valentine's already up mid.
Okay. That's a good start, though. A little damage from both DPS, and that's Zoe out of the equation. So Fable, that's exactly what you need to do. Are you going to do it for 4 minutes straight? Asking for a little bit, but it's never impossible. Mari, incredibly low, gets back to the team, working towards AJMR, farming up to a nano boost.
Good start. Your goal right now, if you're Fable, only get one pick at a time. But McMahon going down is a door wide open because now the rest of the team regroups, and that's a later spawn point as well.
Wish definitely thought that the old magnetic grenade was still in play there. You can kind of see it come out, but it's not even going to matter. Zoe has returned to the battle, and with how scattered and broken Fable are, 2 ticks already gone. Someone has to get into touch, and it's never going to happen. Mori with a body block, and Valentine 1 map away from the ultimate return to a grand finals game. Fable are struggling to find an answer.
You want to know something too about, I think, if my memory serves me right, that's the first time we've seen a 1-0 on hybrid. If my memory serves me correctly here, because I know we've had a 4-3 full hold, but that's still technically not a 1-0. I mean, a 1-0 would be the final score if that first half didn't happen. But yeah, this is the first time we didn't see that payload move at all in this entire hybrid series in our entire map. But that just shows you the strength of this entire Valentine team. They started off in the defense. Fable had no answers whatsoever. Yes, you got it to 87%. But that's just because you were able to clear them off for the little while, and then they were able to regroup with the rest of the team. And Zoe and Wisp right there to hit off. And Zoe, again, what more do you want to say about her? She's absolutely popping off. The pot G, just insane. That ending, just getting the entire team at every final blow. That's an ace in my book. That's a pentakill in my book, because that is an absolutely dominating fashion for this Pharah right now.
She's just on another level today, and if Valentine want to make a run back, well, Zoe might as well be hopping on that backpack now, because she will fly you straight to another victory. At this point, if Fable, you're down, you're beaten, and there's only so many things that you have left to do within this series, and what else? What else can you pull out to throw Valentine off their game, Keegan? Because what I see in front of me is a confident team. A team that wants a full vengeance run, and Fable just happens to be another squad in the way. They beat him once, but Valentine don't look like it's going to be a second time.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be a 1-1 split. Unfortunately for right now, for Fable, this 1-1 split is going to be really consequential in terms of the points. Yes, it's only a small point differential, but in a circuit mode like this, every point, every placement is going to matter. Difference between third and second could very well be the difference between seedings when we go into championships later on. So every single point is going to count, and a win here for Valentine would be huge for them. And now they look like, I mean, I talked about it earlier. It's going to be about the synergies, because players can swap around, right? Players can move around wherever they want. The synergizing right now, they have the Gorilla Glue in the right places to stick together, all together now. But can they keep it up? Can they keep this going, especially against a team like especially against a team like Timeless who are going on a golden stage. If Valentine do make it there, Valentine's got to keep this going. But at the same time now for Fable, they have to find a way to break apart that glue. They got to find a way to disrupt everything. And your first goal, I think, is to get rid of Zoe. Yes, the two supports were very, very hard to get to, but now that we go to push, it's a little easier to get to the far, considering that you don't have maybe some corners to peek around unless you lose a fight or two. That first fight, though, going to be very determinant. Maybe you go Esperanza here, because if you were watching it earlier, right, it got close. It was an 8-meter differential before finally Valentine were able to take it back. So maybe you can take advantage of the fact that they faltered a little bit, or do you go for a map like New Queen Street? Maybe Coliseo, I'm not too sure here, but if they do pick Coliseo, new map in general and new sightlines, but it is going to be Esperanza that we go to next.
Fable have found a new foe in their chapter, and it's not looking too good. We're at like that point in the hero movie where everything looks down, there's like death all around you, everything looks grim, and we're going to need that shining light, that miracle for Fable to pull themselves out of the depths, because it's not even something that they're necessarily doing wrong particularly. It's more or less that Zoe is just running amok in the air and Valentine firing on all cylinders. Fable don't have any way to match it and haven't shown us that they can. Kuna has been silenced at every turn other than a couple of cool pulse bomb kills that we saw. The Tracer just doesn't seem to be the answer. New Queen Street, even in Esperanza, not expecting a Coliseo. They get to choose the setting for what very well could be their final battle, and it does sound like Esperanza is that choice, looking to go back to these Sigmas.
Yeah, Esperanza looking to go back to the Sigmas, and at the same time, too, trying to take this far out of the skies. But we saw this last time where Zoe was hitting everything. Wisp was on the Ashe, I believe, last time we played this out, and the Ashe was still making a lot of impact. Mind you, again, on push maps, we have seen Ashes pulled out. We saw Wisp pull it out earlier on. I'm interested to see if Wisp will decide to do this again, because they are up 2-0. You can feel a little bit more comfortable on the Ashe pick, right? You can feel a little more comfortable knowing that you do have that advantage. And if they are gonna pull out the Baptiste Lucio, you really have nothing to counteract with the Dynamite, and you're going to have a lot of percentage built up if you can land that at the same time too with the Bob, and all that 6-man becomes oh so more important. And mind you, it also auto shoots a Pharah at the same time if that Bob is not killed and it's into the far sight line. So that's auto aim for you right there with Bob. That's also a great help to you, just stalling out points too, so that Ashe can be really impactful on a push map. It just depends on whether or not you're hitting shots. So Wisp, we know can, and we know Zoe can make a lot of impact. So I'm interested to see whether or not they do play the Ashe here again. For Fable though, big thing again, gotta take this far out of the skies. You saw it last map. Zoe was just hitting everything, even getting that quintuple kill. And if you can get a support at the same time too, right? Wicca has been so good thus far for Valentine's team, and AJMR has just been popping off. If AJMR is on the Baptiste, you know AJMR is going to build up that amplification matrix so quickly. Somebody's got to stop something. You just need that one pick to open the door.
I'm glad you brought up AJMR, because they're being allowed to do way too much now. Yeah. Whether it's in the kill feed, sometimes sure, but the amount of healing, the positioning, like AJMR has got to be the strongest flex support performer that we've seen all weekend long, and they continue to be a main stable point for Valentine to succeed. And in these matches in particular, a lot of them look kind of over, but there's these key immortality fields that are thrown in, or maybe in elimination, AGMR embraces their inner DPS strength and says, hey, I can kill things too, and it just works out wonderfully for Valentine to have that little extra oomph in their backlines. And a map such as Esperanza, push in general, tends to lean a little more on the chaotic side, where if your supports aren't in a good position, they will be punished, as we got to see poor Aramori take a beating in our last match, and AJMR was a large reason why we saw Valentine succeed here previously.
And a lot of times, right, we saw it earlier on where AJMR was kind of being bloodthirsty. It was in the middle of the team, not even far back where a support usually should be, like a Baptiste is trying to shoot away on far range and doing the far range healing. No, instead, AGMR was in the middle of the team, regenerated, burst and all, still finding a way to get eliminations too at the same time. So AGMR is a threat that needs to be dealt with. In fact, this entire team of Valentine needs to be dealt with too. So you are looking to try to find, is Fable up to the task? Can Fable find anything? It cannot be Kuna just landing these pulse bombs. It cannot be just one pick at it. It cannot just be that certain pick without the rest of the team. You have to find a way to get your team all settled in, get the first pick. It's not the second pick or the third pick. It's got to be that first one that allows your team to go in, and especially if we're going to see the Sigma v Sigma again, that one pick can make all the difference on how aggressive you want to be.
I'm gonna compare this to a Jenga tower, right? You know, you're kind of looking around looking for that one piece that you can take out that doesn't make the tower fall. AJMR is that base piece that's like on the side that if you touch that, the whole thing is gonna crumble. And that's kind of where it stands for Valentine, that they're putting in so much work in that backline that Fable has to find some way to counter at it. If you can't do anything about Zoe, that's alright. Adjust your focus, adjust your strategy to a new area. Find something different to work with, because what we've seen these past 2 maps has not been great. Fable standing on their last leg. It's been their highest placement so far, and they want to push this advantage as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, they have to hold the advantage on. If you're Valentine right now, and look, Wisp going right onto the Ashe like I suspected, because that Ashe is going to provide you so much. They cannot cleanse this. They cannot do anything about a dynamite. So if it burns away, that ultimate percentage is going to build up quickly. And how aggressive these teams want to be already. The battle between Mickman and Zoe. Mickman landing a direct shot onto Zoe as well. Ooh. Zoe has to back off, so Fable's got an open opportunity here.
And that's a great shot, too. Wicca overstepped her bounds, trying to get aggressive alongside Mari, but it was enough brains of Kuna as well as Mickman to focus on the Lucio instead of the large tank in front of them. Nice shots from Kuna. We needed to see them come alive, and now is the best time to do so if you'd have your tank. That is a much bigger issue. We wanted Avery to be more aggressive, sure, but not exactly like that. Wisp is now set up on this high ground with no one to really contest him, and with Zoe back in the mix, hitting these directs, this is Valentine winning the fight regardless.
Oh, you started the fight so well. You forced Zoe to back off a little bit because there was no healer near her, so you allowed the door to go wide open, but unfortunately, because Avery went down, that allowed Valentine to push right on in. You didn't get that first pick. It was Avery getting it, and now Fable had to back off. Valentine gets the start already, and again, because Dynamite's just gonna burn away. And maybe you do get more healing, yes, but the difference right now in the heals is so good. Very dope. Does come up 20% more. We're still hitting shots, though.
Like, they can't even peek around the corner. That's how scary Wisp is. This is an issue. That's a dynamite into the back line. Mickman surely is going to burn to a fiery death, and this is it. Valentine, they're pushing on these archways. You simply can't contest this positioning. The checkpoint is right there. Yeah,
you can't contest it at all, and look, they're already pushing them all the way back to spawn. Oh. Problem with Fable right now is they don't have a Kiriko, right? A Kiriko cleanses that burn, and so that now that doesn't stall you out, right? So Mickman goes down to the dynamite. They can't do anything about it. Love, yes, is doing a lot of healing-wise, but you've got nothing in the air to heal up the far. You're relying on the Pharaoh alone. And again, that dynamite's just going to get you so much value. Look, Wisp is already up to a bot before any of the other DPSs can get theirs.
And this is the first time that Fable are actually touching this robot, making it turn around at least a little bit. And you don't want to fight. You don't want to fight on this angle. It's almost better to allow Valentine to have a few more meters before you come back in. At least make Wisp drop from this high ground, but instead it'll be a Deadeye pulled out, hoping, praying that the shield holds, and it will do so just in time, but a couple players relatively low, and Valentine have only used the amplification matrix so far. Wisp going to the back line, has the bob into play. No one expected this angle coming through. Fury just went away in surprise. Supports crumble from underneath Fable. And this is the bot moving on forward. Fable absolutely shut out.
Mickman using that barrage. I'm assuming this is going to be a switch here because that was way too late in the fight for them to do it. So I don't know. No, Mickman's not switching here. Okay, interesting fact. So Mickman thought they could play a hero around the edge there, around the back end, but that is sniffed out right away. So Valentine's going to have 3 ultimates to use, and that bob was so huge. We're still hitting shots, and away they go. It's going to be the regroup here for Fable at the very least because they did lose 1, but they've already got 86 meters to 6. I mean, this is an uphill battle for Fable.
That's putting it mildly. You might as well be looking close to a mountain at this point. Avery, Gravitic Flux on out, catches Mari and puts her relatively low. But again, you don't want to be fighting at this angle. There's not really a way to get up there unless Mickman could somehow manage a concussive blast and push him down. And even that is highly unlikely. This is a much better angle of approach, though. Wrapping around this height, you do leave Avery high and dry. Valentine identify that and are happy to go beat up Fable's tank in a corner. Avery eventually regroups with the team, but it's enough of a split right now where Valentine aren't sweating it. The robot is walking away from them. Mari isn't too happy about it. Using the front as gravity, but Avery, best Sigma that you got, and for a reason. Wonderful accretion, canceling the Gravitic Flux, and Fable finally have the robot in a grid position without even needing any eliminations.
Yeah, Gravitic Flux, there's nothing there, so Valentine's going to back off. They don't know that there's no ultimates on the board. Zoe using the barrage, though?
That was a choice. That was a choice out of Zoe, and You can say Mickman's already down, so I guess it's okay. Loved amplification matrix, strange angle to say the least. It doesn't really accomplish much of anything at this time, so Kuna trying to go to the back line, but Wicca pulled the sound barrier instead. Cable are getting caught within a pincer maneuver, and Valentine is smashing them in between a damaged sandwich.
Round of applause for Wicca there. Sound barrier pops off the right moment, saves Wisp, and allows Valentine to save and protect the president of Wisp. Now having a bomb available. What a play from Wicca. This support line has been so good the entire day to start us off here. Valentine looking like they are trying to just advance on. We're still 5 minutes left to go on the clock. They're going to push this even further if that robot's allowed to move. But here comes Fable contesting it yet again with a Deadeye to start.
In behind Kuna, that's ambitious, but that boom came back and got Zoe killed. And you go ahead and take that, sure, it's something, but Wicca and Whips have already gotten one apiece. What do you really do? Fable haven't even dislodged players from this high ground. Wicca full steam ahead into the back line. Loves ain't having a great time. The immortality field is down and their life is as good as over. Robot, even more meterage for Valentine. This mountain just gets taller and taller.
Yeah, you said trying to do something. Well, this is the saying something for nothing. And in this case, both going the way of Fable's side. Kuna's going to go on over to the Widow just to see if anybody peeks out for right now and anybody goes down immediately. But Mickman and Avery watch out for Wisp, though. Has the Bob looking for the off angle. Nobody expects the staircase.
Oh, the Bob is out. Doesn't manage to get anything. Mickman can't fly in front of that Bob, but actually manages to stay out of its sightlines. Wisp is in the back line right now and won't skate away. That's Kuna and Mickman with AJMR and Wisp down. Two major threats are now dealt with. It just needs to be an entire cleanup from Fable. It was an expensive commit, but one that is well needed for the continuation of this map.
I don't know if you saw that or not, but Avery taking down Wicca was, yeah. Look, yeah, if there is going to be any small victory at all, you take the victories where you can get it. Avery, well done, taking down Wicca. Yes, even though it was the later part of the fight, we saw it. It was on stream. Good job. But Fable, though, now coming into this game, or coming into this fight with two support ults, sound barrier as well as the window. But keep in mind, Valentine still hitting everything. And again, you still have to worry about the Ashe. The Ashe is hitting so many shots.
Mickman didn't respect Wisp, and same goes for Kuna. Like, this is just a neutral game Valentine are winning. It was an opportunity for Net Matrix to be used. It's straight up hitting shots and diffing Valentine in the ones.
I know Wisp doesn't have the skin on, but you must respect the Empress. It's the mythic skin. Must respect the Empress because Wisp is just hitting so many shots. It is ridiculous. The Dynamite makes impacts. The Bob makes all kinds of impact. Even if it died earlier on, it made a pinch effect too, which forced out Fable to use a lot. But now Valentine, again, you gotta take down Wisp somehow, some way. It's not Zoe this time around you're worried about. It's this Dynamite you're worried about, and Dynamite aim from Wisp.
Oh, Wisps! Like, that's just another opening elimination. They've been doing this all series long, and it's always on the move. I love how Carl walks a little crab walk into the back. The poor unsuspecting Loves didn't even have time to react. Fieri, yeah, you're gonna join your support partner in the spawn room, and Valentine steamrolling their way. Second consecutive fight win, and Fable just don't have many signs of life.
No, I mean, 2:20 left to go. I said they were battling an uphill battle right now. With the amount of time that's left, you are trying to climb the Himalayas. You are trying to climb everything that is up there, and trying to get to the peak is going to be tough. But at Matrix and all from the off angle.
It goes wide, Mari! What are these gravitic fluxes today? I know you're good at Sigma, but dang, Fable are still gonna come back and punish you. If it wasn't for that sound barrier from Wicca, Mickman would have done a lot more damage. Wisp and Zoe clean in house. We're on the verge of a full completion of a push map. You can tell how badly Valentine want the rematch, how badly they want the opportunity to defend their title. Deadeye out, last ditch effort. Mickman contesting the payload with the burrow. As soon as you come out, you're vulnerable. Wisp, though, plays way too aggressive. Valentine getting a little bit too cocky in the final hour, and Fable are going to keep themselves up, but it's going to be near impossible to get a comeback at this time.
They are on life support. It is pure life support for this entire team from Fable. They are lucky they are still in this. With a minute 20, though, you're going to have at least, I would say, 4 consecutive fight wins. Not even that, 4 or 5 maybe, just to pull this out. But now for a minute 10 left to go, and Valentine as well. Wisp could I'm gonna make a prediction right now. Wisp will have another bot before this 1 minute is up. Wisp has been hitting so many shots here. Zoe will have the barrage as well early in time. And again, Zoe, we haven't talked about Zoe a lot this map, but the concussive blast against Mickman takes him out already, and this is dire straits.
Like, again, Zoe's just sneaking her way into the back line. Like, Fable don't know who to look at. Gravitic Flux from Avery both goes wide. It gets hit with a boulder, so that's going to get absolutely nowhere. And just like that, all you have is an amplification matrix. Stick Kuna behind it, sure, but the shots aren't being landed. There's a nice one onto Wicca. Her head now rolling through a Speranza, but where's Wisp on the high ground and found Kuna as a response to that. Vickman's finally returned, but it doesn't seem very welcome at all. AJ Amar and Zoe hunting them down, and Valentine, they know this is the last fight. If they can make it last as staggered as this is, Fable isn't going to have a solid recontest.
You're going to have to try something, though. With 13 seconds left, you don't have those forward spawns like you would if you got it here in the Critic Flux. Mari lands one up to Avery.
And cleans the house as a result. Valentine, that's everyone wiped from the face of Esperanza. Fable nowhere in sight. Can anybody even manage to make a touch? Mickman on the tracer, but nowhere near the payload. Valentine have done the complete and total run back. We knew Grand Finals was in the cards for them, but the journey to get there, not one to be accepted. Fable sent home. Valentine, continue on.
You can beat a team once. It is hard to beat a team twice. That took that saying to a whole nother level. Valentine just playing absolutely nearly flawlessly throughout this entire thing. Yes, Fable got 26 meters, but that did not signify 141 meters on the other side. And I mean, Fable on life support at that point. Yes, they found a way to win. That you just got lucky because of the spawn points of that round. Otherwise, it was all this team from Valentine the entire way through. I mean, 2-0. 1-0 if you're looking at a push scoreline, technically 1-0 as well. But man, a shutout, a goose egg against the number 3 team. Valentine look like they want to reclaim their title as the best. They get the rematch against Timeless, and they want to win both tournaments here to start us off inside of Calling All Heroes 24-25.
Valentine looking to play spoiler to Timeless's golden stage, still not have dropped a map, and Timeless had beat every single top 4 team except Valentine within the playoff bracket. One final challenger awaits them moving forwards, and I do want to shout out about Fable before we actually get to that point. Fable, the farthest that they've made it so far within a Calling All Heroes competition, and they looked pretty darn good while they did it. Took advantage of Valentine being off their game and made it to the upper finals and finished in a 3rd place and grabbing both a handful of that cash prize and those circuit points, which are going to be much needed as they move through. Fable last circuit had to qualify through the LCQ, and now you don't have to worry about that piece as much as you do anymore. 3rd place solidified, and a stellar performance from Fable all around.
Yeah, a 3rd place finish. Again, every point matters no matter where you go. If they can keep this kind of momentum going, right? A top 3 finish, a top 3 finish, top 3 finish. You're pretty, if you can keep this going, even if you're not going to get that 2nd or 1st place position, hey, 3rd place still on the podium, very good. You can keep the podiums going. You're going to land up in a good amount of points to get to the championship round afterwards. And so overall, a great performance from Fable. Again, Avery is a great Sigma player. Let's not put that out by themselves. They had that very good accretion earlier on as well. You saw that kind of disrupt the ultimate, but still a very nice performance overall from Fable. I'm ready to watch them the rest of the way here in the last 4 tournaments of the regular side of both the majors and the minors, because I think Fable's going to make some noise.
Fable's chapter might have closed for Minor 1, but Valentine's story is only just beginning. The final boss lays in wait, so we're going to go ahead to a quick break and prepare more Calling All Heroes action still yet to come. Valentine, against the odds, against some struggles, have managed to battle their way through the lower bracket, lower round 2, lower semis, and now here in the lower finals to get themselves a spot, a chance at winning the prize, defending their championship title. And Keegan, 6 maps in a row. Valentine did not stuttered on a single step.
Not at all. I mean, you feel like against the Timeless team right now, yes, they're going on their own golden stage, but the way this train is running right now for Valentine, you feel like they could win 10 right now. You feel like they could pull off this win against Timeless the way that they're playing right now as we take a look back at some of the replays here during this entire series. And this was at the start. I mean, it kind of looked good for Fable where they could even it out just a little bit more, but watch Zoe here. Zoe's just going to absolutely pop. There's the nano boost on the Zoe just to do so much damage. This is just the entire cleanup, right? Final blows on 4. We'll get the 1 later on as well, but man, oh man, the way that Wist and Zoe were playing together, the DPS threat that this team from Timeless is going to have to watch out for.
This is an insane game from both Zoe and Wisp, and they've been playing on another level today. We know how good they already were, but this is just something else, and it wouldn't be possible without the support of their team and the support of their team, and that's why it's so good to have our good buddy Wicca with us on the desk, the stellar Lucio from our previous match. Wicca, thank you so much for coming on the desk with us today. Valentine, you guys have done it, made it through almost the entirety of the losers bracket, and find yourselves with one more step in the way, defending your title. Talk me through, how is it feeling right now after all the matches you've had to play this weekend?
It definitely feels a lot better than it did yesterday. We had a bit of a hard time, and I honestly think Fable was also playing a bit better yesterday when they did send us to the losers bracket. But we were still trying to run some Malga compositions, and Senna mentioned in her interview yesterday that she thought we had a bad read on the meta. So we had a different match for like regular play after Calling All Heroes, and we tried the Sigma there, and we won that match, and it was against a pretty decent team. So we kind of just decided, like, maybe Senna had a bit of a point, and I think we're leaning away from the Maga, though we can still pull it out really at any given moment.
And so, Wicca, for you guys right now, you guys have done so well, right? Then again, like Molly said, running the entire gauntlet, we're almost through the entire gauntlet of that lower bracket side. So, want to ask for you guys. I mean, you talked about it yesterday. You guys were running that match with the Sigma. How comfortable do you guys feel being on the Sigma composition now that you know that it's working, and now you're going to have to go up against a Timeless team that pretty much runs something similar and something pretty much the same thing? How comfortable are you guys going to be running this against them?
I think we're going to be really, very comfortable with it. Molly's a bit of an astrophysicist, so she's really comfortable on the hero, and we've had a lot of practice playing with her on that character, so I think we're very comfortable going into it, even though we haven't had that much practice on it.
Now, I have to ask, because we saw this earlier on in stream during the Esperanza map. You and Avery were going at it. There was a little bit of a civil war between the two of you there. I know there was I'll say it for lightly, the tactical crouching that was going on earlier. I think that was the first shot fired, right? And then you did it right back, I'm assuming, right?
They did start it on Esperanza. We are roommates, so I could actually lightly hear them in the other room. So I had to do it back. Legally, it's my right, I think.
Yeah. Legally, yeah, it might just be.
That is totally fair. I love to hear that too, especially like even if you guys are on different teams for Calling All Heroes, competing in collegiate together, but also being roommates. That's awesome to see a lot of the connections that there are within Calling All Heroes. And Wicca, we've seen you perform throughout pretty much every Calling All Heroes event so far, and you continue to look stellar along the way. And now you guys, Valentine finds yourselves facing against a Timeless who they haven't stuttered. They're on the track to a golden stage. Valentine, you're going to have to play spoiler, and it isn't going to be an easy battle in the slightest. When you're heading up into this match, how are you preparing? Like, what are the communications like behind the scenes? You're looking at Timeless and just what they've been able to do to every other top team so far.
I think a really big strength of our team is we really are very good about long match days and long series. And Timeless, they want the golden run of this tournament. They want to not drop a map. I think once we get that first map and the best of 7 gets extended even like a tiny little bit, and we're going to get the first map, then we'll just outlast them.
Dang. All right. I like to hear that. You guys have looked incredible on Control so far, so I'm really looking forward to that map in particular, coming out with that series. And it is our understanding you will get a bit of a break before you head into your Challengers Grand Finals, as we will having our Rising Grand Finals division streamed over here first. So we'll give you that time to go ahead, rest, and prepare. Before I do that, I have one more question I want to ask you. Just having you here on the desk with us, one of my favorite questions to ask, especially to someone who's been competing in the Calling All Heroes team for a time. What is this tournament? What is participating in this event? What does it mean to you?
To me personally, it's definitely just a safer space where we're allowed to compete. I am transgender, and I've had some people in the community definitely dislike me just for that. Not nearly as many people as I honestly kind of expected when I very, very first did come out. But it's really important that a lot of players that are a bit of a lower level have an opportunity to get into a scene that is a very safe bubble for them to start competing in, because that's just the pathway to competing in everything else. And it's definitely been a very male dominated space, and being able to give marginalized genders an opportunity to get their sea legs so they can branch out and really move into the space more firmly is really, really important, and I'm glad that we have it.
I'm very happy to hear that Calling All Heroes has become this safe space for you and many of the players who continue to come back for more and more levels of competition. Seeing you grow along with many others, and even being up here casting and watching these stories, telling them it come to light, is just an incredible experience. I'm happy to hear, Weka, that you have enjoyed competing so far, and we look forward to the rest of your tournament here in Minor 1. We'll go ahead and see you in the Grand Finals. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Good luck, Rising.
I just love Wicca. She's such a nice person to talk to, and is a huge asset to a team. And of course, the friendly rivalry between Avery. I mean, come on, that's just fun.
I was about to say, yeah, Avery. I didn't know they were roommates, so I was like, well, that makes things a lot easier. It's like I honestly kind of half expected Avery to walk right behind Wicca and be like, yeah, hi, and just go right at each other. I almost expected a pillow fight. That's kind of like throw jabs to start. But no, honestly, it's a great performance from this entire team of Valentine. Now they get a chance to go against the golden run, the juggernaut, right, of Timeless. And you heard Wicca say it, right? You heard her say that they are going to win map number 1. That's how confident you're feeling. You've won 6 straight maps. You can feel that confident to do so. You've won 6 straight today. Can you win 7 in a row, win that first map, and break not only the golden streak, but maybe even the mantle of Timeless? We will see, because everybody's eyes, I know there's a lot of people's eyes on Timeless right now thinking they've got the pred to win, but the momentum Valentine has, can they carry it over?
Well, we're going to have to find out. Grand Finals, 2 of them are about to take place. However, we will have to take an extended break, as our Rising Finals, our Diamond and Below division, their matches have gone very long today, and is currently a 1-0 lead for a Ryan in that lower bracket final, looking to find out who will play the Lava Lilies in the Grand. So we're going to go ahead and take a step back. Make sure y'all grab some popcorn and be prepared. We have 2 best-of-7 bangers coming your way, and we'll see you back in just a little while. of our Calling All Heroes Minor 1 action is about to come to a close. We have 2 teams remaining in both our Challengers Division and our Rising Division, and the only 2 games left to be played are the Grand Finals, finding out who will be taking home those championship titles. For now, we are going to be taking a look at our Rising bracket, our Diamond and Below division, to find out who will claim that title. And this time, Keegan, we have 2 brand new teams making their appearance in that grand final.
Yeah, Lava Lilies Rising and Amplify Rising are your 2 teams you're going to be seeing here. Both teams, by the way, not even if you're just going on names alone, are not going, or we're not in the top 8 at all in Major number 1. So 2 significantly new teams here. Again, unless the names have changed since then, which we don't know about. But in that case, if it's 2 new teams, that is surprising to say the least, because also Kaiju Corp MX, who won last major, who won major number 1 4-1 over Eros, did not even make it to this point. In fact, was down earlier today against Orion's team 3-1. The Orion OW team beat them 3-1 before Amplify Rising beat Orion 3-1 on their end as well. So going through the entire bracket, this minor number 1 is a crazy sequence here. And actually, coming out of this, Amplify Rising was the number 1 team overall inside of the bracket. Lava Lilies coming in as number 2, but in that winners finals, Lava Lilies Rising beat Amplify 3-0 before securing their spot in the grand finals. So this is going to be interesting, because now this is, again, another series where later on we're going to have Timeless taking on Valentine. That team has a chip on their shoulder. Well, now Amplify has their own chip on their shoulder after losing that winners finals. They're back in the grand finals for the rematch they won.
This is going to be one heck of a match coming up. We've seen this storyline come to a couple times, right? Where especially with, you look at the Challenger series, you had Valentine, who had to get the rematch against Fable just earlier today in order to qualify for those grand finals. Quite a similar thing for Amplify. Came into this number 1 seed, and it was Lava Lilies, who are actually the 4th seed, if I'm not mistaken, and now have to fight their way back up
absolutely.
against.
Yep.
Yeah, so they have really made some significant improvements and have ran their way through this upper bracket and now find themselves looking for this championship in a best-of-7 series. We get to break the 3 Overwatch curse and we'll get some guaranteed flashpoint. If we go to Escort, we're going to have to find out. With how this Rising bracket has shaped out, Keegan, we've seen a lot more diversification in terms of lengths of series.
Yeah, I mean, for the Diamond and Below series here, for the Rising series, it's going to be interesting to see, although we did get a glimpse as to what Amplify was running, and this was back on Flashpoint when both of these teams were when it was Amplify versus Orion. Now, for this team in the number 1 seed position overall, they do have some expectations put onto them, and Lava Lilies was coming in as the number 3, but number 3 beating number 1 means that you've got a lot more on your back for Amplify. You've got a lot more to think about when you're talking about a rematch here in this grand finals. It is no longer a 1st to 3. You cannot speculate that you're only going to play 3 maps. It is now 4 maps at least guaranteed. So here's your strategy. You got to get comfortable in game number 1, right? It's kind of the terms where game number 1 is to get a little bit more comfortable. Find your position, find your composition. We saw just now on Flashpoint from that one perspective that this team from Amplify will be running a Sigma composition very similarly to what we saw between the upper divisions as well here in Challengers. So we're Rising side, we might see something similar. We don't know what Lava Lilies is going to pull out, but if it is a curveball, who knows what the heck happens at this point.
Particularly even in just the one map of Amplify that we caught the tail end of there, I'm looking at Soup. She was playing the Cassidy, and it was just headshot and headshot and headshot, and it just didn't seem like she was missing, and came up with 2 to 4 final blows a fight, which is absolutely ridiculous. With how good Cassidy is right now, if you're finding this kind of return on just some of the shots that you're hitting, that is a major win condition for Amplify to work off of, and I'm very curious to see what Lava Lilies are working with. It seems a lot of the teams within Rising are running similar compositions to what is meta right now, but of course there is a little bit more variance in the level of team coordination that we're seeing and how it's actually going to come together. So with the tank player in Pasta, which I want to shout this out because I thought this was hilarious, she is the best meal in Calling All Heroes, according to her. I think that is hilarious, and that's just funny, number 1. But 2 is the only tank player on this wide roster as of now that's been playing, so she's going to have a lot on her shoulders trying to flex her way through these team comps.
Yeah, and you talk about the entire thing, right? The only tank so far, the starting tank, 2 tanks on this team. for this entire, like you said, wide roster, right? There's obviously 5 starters, but you also have 3 different subs, right? 1 for each role, and that shows the depth of this team here. You can be a little bit more flexible, right? It doesn't have to always be positive. If you're going into a map that requires some other tank here, you can be flexible. If Klisa is also involved as well, she's also listed on this roster as a sub tank, so they could very well be swapping in. And a team with a lot of depth is a team that's going to be dangerous, because this is a team that can swap out depending on the map. If they lose one, they can go into a map they're more comfortable with, switch out the comp. And yes, just because it meta does not mean it's always going to work. Even if it's the case of the Cassidy and the Pharah, you could switch it up, right? Echo is still up there. We could see Iadi's out at the same time, because Iadi is very powerful in this state of the game as well, right? You still have that pylon that does more healing. You still have more, and still the amount of damage that she outputs at the same time could very well help against the Pharah-like composition, right? She's still a hit scan, in my opinion, at the same time as well. So Lava Lilies versus Amplify, right, is going to be the matchup here that it's going to be very interesting, because when we get to our grand finals of the challengers later on, it will be Timeless versus Valentine, which again, we know what the meta is going to be. We don't know what Lava Lilies is going to be pulling out of here. We know what their favorite heroes are, though. Pasta likes to run the Diva, and even on the sub tank as well, for the sub tank, it says Mercy, but it could very well be different things as well. So Busan will be our first map, and guess what? Molly, we get bingo, technically speaking, in terms of maps, because now we have seen at least one of every single control map, which is fun to see. We're going to see Busan for the first time here this weekend.
Variety is our friend this weekend. I'm shocked we haven't seen much Busan. This is personally my favorite control map to both play on and cast, just because of the variety that you can have. And a dive can be particularly strong here. You can run a Sigma, of course. Mecha base leans more towards this Brawly sort of style, and it requires a lot of variance, understanding of how to maintain and control space, along with just being a classic Overwatch control point map. So thank you, Lava Lilies, for making this excellent selection. I look forward to see what they're rolling out with, and more specifically what mini map will be kicking off in, and it will be Meki Bait. It's the Brawl map we were discussing.
Yeah, it goes right to Mecha Base if this holds for the next couple of seconds here. This is a watcher. First time we'll see him out all day. The Omnic will come out to play the Brawl style here. And Willtron going on to the main instead. Again, some new heroes we're going to see. 3 of the heroes we normally will see, the Cassidy, the Baptiste, and the Lucio. But Lava Lilies want to go right at them with this Ramatcha composition, going right into Nemesis 4. And already the headshot from the maid does still does so much damage on the icicles that Milesby is down.
Yeah, that damage amp comes up. It's 170 to the dome, and that is 1 dead Milesby. Wonderful shot from Willowtron. Playing this wall around the main wall here is going to be great for the Lava Lilies, just given the architecture of the map. Pasta can push in relatively freely. You have the speed amp behind you, leaving it up to Lilac and Tycho to clean up the field.
Yeah, and you're going off of meta, right? Amplify is going to go off this Cassidy meta, as well as the Sigma and the Baptiste Lucio. Problem is now you're going up against the comp that's giving you the curveball. Pasta can run right at you, so can the May. If the May lands 1 icicle on, you're a headshot game set match for you as well. So they got to take care of Willowtron. Willowtron's going to be hard to take care of because you have the Craw Freeze, and the rest of the team can run up to save you. So Amplify Rising is going to have a tough challenge, especially now. If they run up main, you got to be careful of the wall here, as Willowtron's trying to do.
This is such a smart play that Lava Lilies are banking on. Will be the Tracer to sneak through. A couple icicles chucked in her direction for Willowtron. Goes right back. That's a wall off. Rock on Neko is sad and alone. Thankfully, the wall is broken by the rest of Amplify Rising, and this May just holds down this choke. Amplify Rising are going to have a very tough time finding a way through this.
Yeah, they're lucky, though. Rocco Neko was on top of the wall, not behind it, so you at least get enough damage to save, but there goes Soup at the same time, so they're trying from a different angle, but different angle doesn't mean different success.
Willtron is running this lobby right now. Just the amount of power she holds with the May. It's on Miles to kind of contest this point a little bit. Hopefully draw some of the Lava Lilies' attention back, and having a hard time going in. We've seen how deadly these icicles continue to be, and just poke in and out. There's the actual first ultimate to come to light. Rock on Neko, Gravitic Flux. Mortality Field, nicely placed from Tycho, and all the Lava Lilies are still on their feet, where Amplify Rising, they're a little bit split right now. Some players made it through the choke, and the rest are trying to get back. Pasta decides to commit onto the backline. A very smart choice with both the Baptiste and the Sigma going down. Lava Lilies seem to have this objective under lock.
Lava Lilies targeting is so good right now. They know exactly where to target. They have 3 or 4 players going for the exact same target. They can completely ignore the point. They know they have the lead, and if they can get one player down, they can flip it right back. All you have to do is turn around, run back to point after you get that pick. So the targeting works out so well for Lava Lilies, and now the big one. You will have a Blizzard, but you do not have a sound barrier for it.
Oh, it's just a straight out freeze. Rock on Neko has turned into a popsicle. Someone has to get in and touch, but Amplify Rising already down 3 players. It ain't looking so hot. It's looking rather chilly out, as a matter of fact. Lava Lilies cleanly coming away with Mega Base. An unconventional approach to the meta, but one that works great for this map.
Yeah, unconventional, but still, like you said, working for the map and working well in their favor. Their positioning was great. Their targeting was great as well. The comms are working in Lava Lily's favor. But now we head on over to what I believe is Sanctuary here. So they will go on over to what is more of a similar composition now, if you will. This is where the Sigmas come out to play. This is more long range. So Willowtron will go to an Ashe. Now, we've seen an Ashe a lot of times this weekend, but mainly on push, not really on control. But Busan is one of those maps, especially on Sanctuary, maybe even when we get to downtown, where those long-range sight lines are going to be useful to you and are going to be able to help you if you can land the shots. Miles Me, though, sticking on the Tracer, looking to see if they can be the disruptor to that long sight line. And what will Lilac do? They'll also go on the Tracer to try to disrupt the back line at the same time.
I think this is a much better map for Amplify's composition as a whole. Miles Me will have all the flanks of the world, kind of relying on this duel with Lilac to battle out for that space, where Soup can now actually play this hit scan with some space, and you're no longer bound by at the mercy of Mayhol. So this is already a much better approach, meeting on the objective, where Amplify a little bit more split here. They're not playing behind their Sigma, leaving Rock on Neko, and to contest this objective, it's gotten relatively low, just under the pressure of Pasta and Willowtron on this off angle. Someone needs to look in her direction. That immortality field already out. You're not going to get much mercy, and we're already seeing that. Fabi hits the deck, and without that extra mobility, Amplify Rising are going to have to forfeit the point.
Yeah, you saw right there during the middle of the fight, Lava Lilies, that was Rock on Neko having to play the ring around the rosy game against the drum. But the problem is, one side's got a dynamite, the other side's got looking right down your barrel sights with an accretion and all. So you're really in trouble if you're just staying there inside of that and trying not to get damaged by anything. So right now for Lava Lilies, they have the pressure on. They're trying to play side room here, but all they can do now is play aggressively. And already, look at the dynamite onto Soup.
That's a nice dynamite. Soup seems to be all right for the time being, and Willowtron is kind of keeping him at bay. Almost double the ult charge. No, Amplify knows that she's a threat, but what kind of gymnastics did I just watch, Willowtron? All right, I see the movement. Now back to the point, safe with the team, and Lava Lilies are playing this nice and slow. They're not getting overly aggressive and making these mistakes, prioritizing keeping their Ashe alive, and it's more or less on the Amplify to be the ones to make a play instead, or to punish a player such as Fabi on the objective. Mama Ana almost up to this amplification matrix. Will be Tycho's out first, especially with how low Rock on Neko is. The healing has to come in quickly, and you can tell this Baptiste working overtime. The amplification matrix just to use to keep Rock on Neko on her feet for the time being. Yet no real steps move closer to watching this objective, especially with Lilac taking Miles Me down in this duel on the outskirts of the map. Bob committed on top of this point from Willowtron just to ensure there's no flips on in the process. Rock on Neko, though, that's 2, courtesy of the Gravitic Flux. You like to see it, and a good look for Amplify Rising. Doesn't have a ton of health, needs a bit of healing, and the stabilization of the congestion is just going on so long for Lava Lilies.
Yeah, and right now the Tracer's still holding on. The Tracer is making so much thing. Lilac is also going to get Mama Ana, which means that this point is going to stall, which is okay if you let it flip, because now you've got an opportunity for the rest of the team to regroup.
Lilac is down with an out of Baptiste. It's not going to be good for Amplify Rising. We need to see Fabi's sound barrier out, but she's going to have to hold on to it, even with the Soup end up going down. So Rock on Neko is playing very safe, knowing that this is final fight if Lava Lilies manage to wipe Amplify from the objective. Pulse Bomb in the pocket of Miles Me. Just to find the target, ideally on one of these backline or even Willowtron if you can manage to find her. Amplify have all the tools at their disposal. Something has to come out though, and that has to be before Lilac has returned. Miles Me is down once again. Vamp Queen lays down the sound barrier, identifying that this fight can be taken quickly, but the response from Fabi is litter sound barrier. We've talked about it all day. Has way more value at the end. It gives time for Soup to land the shots, and Amplify ain't done yet.
Yeah, but Fabi using the sound barrier is a really bad thing here for them because now the Gravitic Flux is going to be for free. Pasta has it in hand, but you have no defensive ults against it. If Amplify uses that Immortality Field a little bit too early, Mama Ana could be really, really sighing there for what Pasta could bring up. And also at the same time, now you have it at Matrix to push them back, force out a lot of damage here. Taiko could very well come up big here. Milesme has the Pulse Bomb at the same time, maybe forcing out the Immortality Field. So who knows, if Milesme can force out the Immortality Field or even get a pick with that Pulse Bomb, it would be big.
It'll be the Gravitic Flux, which will do just that. Immortality Field is out of Taiko, and same thing happens on Milesme's Pulse Bomb. So Amplify at least are winning the resource game for now. Willowtron on a bit lower level. Lilies need to weigh into this fight. It's Gravitic Flux and Lilac once again shutting down Milesme. Lilac has been on it for these Tracer duels, and that's all it needs. You win the flank battle. Time to take the one down the main. The Amplification Matrix, no threat. If there's no enemies to stand behind it, Robot Butler cleaning the door. Have to be a scrambled contest from Amplify.
Yeah, and Willowtron's bomb plays perfectly right into the face of Mama Ana, who cannot use anything past that window as well unless you run onto the other side of it, but you're running into the sightlines of Bob anyways. Final fight territory, they're going to have to switch to an entirely different composition. Wrecking Ball in hand, it's all systems go. Amplify Rising's got to hope for something here.
The touch is there. It's an aggressive push onto Willowtron. Fabi narrowly hanging on for life, but shutting down Lilac here is great. That's a lot less stall, and no longer you worried about the Tracer wrecking havoc in the backlines. Soup caused the elimination. They followed up with more. It's another onto Taiko. The supports of Lava Lily quite literally crumbling from beneath them. Pasta doesn't have the amount of health to actually fight in front of the team. 50 HP, it looks like nothing, especially when Soup has your head in their crosshairs. Milesme, all you have to do right now is try to clean up these staggers. Amplify Rising, hold themselves back together. And now it's Lava Lilies that are struggling to get a recontest. It might be a one to get a toe on, but it ain't gonna be the case. Amplify Gaming keeping themselves in this, and it'll push us to a round 3.
Amplify takes us all the way to downtown. Want a retake there, and I said they're going to need to hope for a lot, which they do because they get the first pick off during that entire chaos fight. Wrecking Ball stays up. Rocco Neko on the Wrecking Ball doing work here, and now they've given themselves an opportunity to work well here on downtown. Normally you see a sniper here, but this could very well be a dive map at the same time too. Rocco Neko sticking on that Wrecking Ball for right now, goes on over to the Winston instead, knowing that that is this map. I think it's going to be Soup versus Willowtron again on the Ashes just to see, but Mama Ana, are you going to pocket? Okay, no, I thought it might be a pocket, but Soup going for the Widowmaker instead. Let's find out how this works around because Widowmaker known for this map on downtown. Yeah. And now again, Kiriko's on both sides. It's not a Baptiste, so they want to go quickly. It's a full dive for Lava Lilies. Amplify want to play with the Widow.
Yeah, we'll get more of this Winston, a very common pick on downtown, but are Lava Lilies expecting to see the Widowmaker here? It will make a prime target if identified. Both Lilac and Pasta easily able to get up and just kind of turn the Widow into a flat one. Let's just see Soup jumping down rather quickly. These dives rather a slow burn, trying to find a target. Pasta will just take over the perch, and Soup does a little bit of a ring around the rosy in the meantime. Amplify Rising are on the point. Soup has to be careful, though. Their life in danger stayed a little bit too far up, and Lava Lilies, even if they don't have the objective, the player advantage here is going to be massive. Suzu is gone. It's all Pasta tickling them on down, and Lava Lilies looking to start recapturing this objective.
Yeah, and very good dive opportunity there again. Soup is on the Widowmaker, which means that 2 dives and Echo on Winston could mean a lot of trouble. But Soup hits the headshot on Winston, which means Pasta's gone. Amplify Rising have man advantage.
Yeah, that's a great start, especially without Pasta here. Surely this is where we can see Amplify start to push, but instead we will have a pause coming our direction first, and I'm liking this. See, Busan is a great map because you get variety. You get a Brawl map, you get a poke map, and you get a dive map. Keegan, it's just the perfect trifecta of gameplay.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of teams in the challenger side will be like Cassidy far, Cassidy far, Cassidy. No, it's just it's pretty much what the meta is right now, anyways, up in the challenger side, but. For the Rising side, you're absolutely right. We have different compositions, right? As soon as we saw the poke map back on Sanctuary, it all came down to what was the Ashes mainly, except for the ending part there where that dive, that fast-paced, that Wrecking Ball and Tracer combination actually made it harder for that team from Lava Lilies to even get in. So Amplify actually got one there. And so right now, at the very least on this map so far, it looks like the team from Amplify gets themselves a little bit of a chance, right? Getting that Pasta down, getting that door wide open. When that fight continues on, at least for Amplify, the door is open for them to take back the point. But the better question is Soup going to continue staying on the Widowmaker? Because obviously the comms should be here for Lava Lilies. Keep diving this Widow, make her feel uncomfortable, because other than that, they have no source of damage coming to them besides the Tracer, and the Tracer's got to be doing a lot more if the Widowmaker is not hitting all these headshots.
And what we're seeing too is Soup, you just have a hard time bouncing around from these platforms with both the Echo that we're seeing as well as the Winston, and you're asking for a lot to happen. So Rocco Neko here is going to have to do quite a bit to keep the Widowmaker alive. It'll be Amplify Rising just standing on the objective after that elimination onto Pasta. So we'll go ahead and keep an eye on where that continues to evolve. It'll be Milesme beating Wiltron out in this 1v1. Seems to be having better luck on the Tracer in this map instead. And hopefully that trend continues for the sake of Amplify Gaming. Again, that Widowmaker is going to come back to bite them. Such a vulnerable hero. A high risk, high reward. But the risk has been much more powerful so far.
Well, let's see. I mean, the risk keeps going on here for Amplify. They get it at least on, but if they can just combat this Widowmaker is not very mobile. The only thing you have is the grappling hook away. Rocco Neko's already going to use the Primal Rage just to try to chase down this Kiriko, who has the Swift Step, and now that gives him enough space to work with as the Kiriko's pulls go down now, so this is going to be an interesting fight with one less healer. It's only Lucio's now as they flip.
Yeah, they'll manage to get themselves back under control, and it's looking a little bit more stable, at least for the time being. Lava Lilies more control over this choke, and I want to see where these Kachune rushes go. That's kind of the most important ultimate you're going to see within the game. Timing of these support ultimates and the change over to this Genji as well. That's all the more diving frontline power that you want to see out of this type of composition. Both Kachune rushes laid on top of each other, but the early sound barrier from Vamp Queen Fabi doesn't have the tools to match that. Lava Lily should be able to overwhelm Amplify with this extra damage, yet everyone manages to stay alive, at least for the time being. Rather impressive, given all the chaos that has ensued. It's only now that Pasta grabbed the eliminations. Fabi still can miss the sound barrier, though. And it was worth an effort, you have to say. You grabbed Lilac out of it, just without the sustain from Mama Ana, though. Little expectations for Rocco Neko to live much longer. Yeah,
Fabi's going to regret using that sound barrier there. They maybe thought they could have won the fight, but fortunately, down 3 people already, that wasn't going to be the case, and it only hits Rocco Neko as well as Fabi, so really that sound barrier goes for nothing. Lava Lilies, though, will have something, and Lilac actually will have that free range, because now the only thing you have to worry about is a Suzu taking away your blade as the Pulse Bomb goes out for nothing, and now Lava Lilies will have that ultimate advantage.
That's a massive pick, though. No Tycho, you just don't have the healing. Vamp Queen can try as she might, but you're not going to be outmatching that. And that's a second, actually, out of Soup. And all right, we see you coming to life, and Lilac's doing the exact same thing. Picks up 2, now on even territory. It's just difficult to justify pushing in. The Dragon Blade, Lilac is putting everything into her own hands and slicing Amplify apart. That's the 4th final blow now for the Genji in this fight. Lava Lilies want to put an end to this map here and now. Only Rocco Neko really remaining, and little support coming in for this Genji player. Has to do even more, but that's where the line shall be drawn. Amplify are going to manage to battle their way back despite Lilac's heroics.
How did they battle that back? That it was all Lava Lilies to win that there, and yet Amplify getting the last picks at the end. They backed off. They were staggered out, and Amplify keeps themselves in this. That's so impressive. And now as they come into this is a dry fight on either side. Nobody's going to have an ultimate. The only one you could say is close is Soup with the infra sight, but the bigger one, Vamp Queen, can build up to the sound barrier this fight as long as they let it stay off for a little while, but it's just final fight territory, Molly.
It's gonna be close. Rocco Neko, I like this positioning, though. You're denying Lava Lilies this initial space to push up on and have to use a lot of cooldowns just to reach the objective in the first place. Now they're divided and separated. Tycho and Mama Ana have both hit the deck. The problem is, Amplify still have that player advantage when it all comes set and done. Vamp Queen's sound barrier is on the rise. Lava Lilies, this is their time to shine and their fight to win. Putting it down just as the players need that extra boost of health, and at a 99 to 98, it's about to turn to 100. Lava Lilies are going to come back up and start off strong for the map Busan win.
Amplify had all their chances to try to hold on to that, but Lava Lilies in the end just playing a little bit more aggressively, getting their spot in on the point and getting themselves a first map win over Amplify Rising. So the 1-0 start for them, and on their way, on one more step towards that Grand Finals Minor 1 championship. So and you can see play the game here, Lava Lilies. Willow, let's talk about Willow, because Willow was hitting a lot of shots, especially getting that ball. Even if Bob got that part of the play of the game there, Willow was still hitting shots, especially on a May. I mean, I know that's a Brawl map and all, but when the Icicles get a headshot and a lot of body shots off that, that's a pretty good aim you got on the May. And then the Ashe at the same time, dude, does cause a lot of trouble. But again, it was only that ending point in which the team from Amplify Rising to pull that off. But otherwise, great aim and a great team communication there from this Lava Lilies team that forces out that game 1 win.
I can understand why Lava Lilies wanted to pick that map. And Mega Base is almost a guaranteed point win. You put Willowtron on that May, and Amplify don't know what to do. You're getting isolated. You lose some of your friends on the other side of the wall. You don't know what to do, and she just shuts it down. Willowtron actually is, I'd love to see her playing. I know her more as a caster that I've seen her out there, does great stuff, but she also has this incredible understanding of how the game works and how to play it in a team setting. We're seeing a lot of those skills being shown here in the actual game itself, and she's contributing a ton to this communication and overall planning of the team.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can say it ourselves, right? As casters, we know, like, we can watch behind the scenes, and actually, we're live VOD reviewing, technically speaking, because we're watching these games go on live. We get that understanding of how these teams are moving it about, and as Willowtron as a caster, I mean, you're right, you get that full understanding. It's just at that point the skill in for the aim. So if that works all out together, which it so far is, then you're going to have a pretty good map for yourself. You're going to have your pretty good streak. So now as we go into the next map here, which is going to be hybrid, I unfortunately do not believe it is bingo, because no bingo, unfortunately, because we have seen Numani, we have seen Hollywood, we have not seen Midtown, but the only other map left is Kings Row, and that's where we are headed next. As Lava Lily starting the attacking side.
I don't hate this. If you want to bring out another May, cool, do it. It's great. Is it possible? Yeah. Is it like super good? Not exactly. If you're gonna kind of force Amplify though to play into Lava Lily's hand, that's the entire goal. That means the May would be doing its job. That isn't to say Willowtron isn't a flexible player. Between both the Ashe and the Tracer, and not to mention how much Lilac did on that last point, and overall just shutting down Miles Me when they were trying to play this Tracer on the flanks, and it seemed that Lava Lilies had a lot of players marked when we saw Amplify attempt to push, and that just shows the strong communication and decision making going on behind this team.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a sub, though. Lilac will be out for this round, so Sari does come in on the DPS side, so a little bit of a DPS swap. But that's what we were talking about earlier, right? This team can switch out depending on what their situation is. Now, you don't know what there could be, right? Sari wasn't in last round. It was Willowtron that was actually a sub on the or rather one of the damage side sub that comes in, but Lilac, and now it's out. Sari comes in, so it'll be Sari and Willowtron on the defense on the DPS side here for Lava Lilies as we go into the game. And the depth allows you to change up your strategy on King's Row, allows you to change up on any given map. So this 8-player roster right now could very work out well in the favor of the Lava Lilies as we decide to see what they're going to pull out. I'm assuming it's not a D.Va, although Pasta said D.Va was her favorite character, so I'm not too sure if that will stick. But Amplify Rising at the same time playing something similar. Soup is going to stay on the Ashe, and Ashe is a great pick here, especially along sightlines around that corner, and you can use the Dynamite, and as long as they don't have a key to code, that Dynamite will keep burning away to clear it.
I don't think that Amplify had many issues with the specific composition. It just seemed like that there were some ones that were taken that shouldn't have been ones, or were continuously being won by the Lava Lilies. And when we start to look at these compositions again, there is that May. It'll be Sari on the Cassidy, and Willowtron coming back out on this, and you saw how devastating this was to Amplify last time it was pulled out. But granted, it wasn't a defensive position, so I'm curious to see what positioning they take.
And they're going to go up on top first, and this is a great position at least to start off, because at least the Ramatra can still poke out, whereas Rock and Echo has to be a certain distance away for that to poke out in general. But now they're moving into the small room. Immortality Field already being used by Tycho just to let them cross. So that's a big cooldown here, and if Lava Lilies want to go in, they're not going to have that available to them, so they got to stall out until that cooldown is available, and that's going to allow Amplify Rising, especially Rock and Echo, to build up an ultimate quicker than Pasta can, because look at the difference already. That's 40%.
That's something to work with. I do need to see some sort of drop. There it is. Wall thrown up behind Rocco Neko. Immortality Field greatly timed out of Mama Anna. But Miles Me goes down. You can't be trying to contest Sorry at any point. It's Mark's decision to stay up on this high ground, and yet another May wall. This time though, Willow doesn't go into the ice block, so she ends up falling. Amplify Rising no longer have that looming threat of being separated, but who's looking at the skies above? Sorry is still hitting shots and needs to be dealt with now just to ensure the Amplify team can hold on.
Yeah, well, the good news is, too, you still have the Sigma available, too. Fabi's going to go bloodthirsty right in front of Sari and just say, give him a quick hello, but give that Lucio a quick hello, but But for Amplify Rising at the same time, now look at the ultimate, right? Rocco Neko has a Gravitic Flux, is already going to lead this off.
Gravitic Flux grabs onto both of the support players, both of which have a nice little length to keep them healthy. A big push in. That's a lot of the cooldowns out of Rocco Neko. Vulnerable points, and as the Lava Lilies collapsed, didn't really even need the Maywall. Was more or less catching Fabi out of position and Vamp Queen putting a little bit of pressure onto Soup. Those are those individual battles that I'm talking about. Amplify played just a little bit split. Lava Lilies 100% willing to take those.
Yeah, if the Gravitic Flux didn't go for anything, it was basically a dry fight there, and Lava Lilies on that Brawl. As long as they can get through the gate, they will take that Brawl anytime. They don't even have to go all the way around. And now, ultimates on their own. Willowtron last time caught out the tank of Rocco Neko with this Blizzard. This time around, doesn't have the Malga to run unnecessarily in. So this time, this Blizzard can be used for the rest of the team. Star will also have a Deadeye too. But again, look at the difference. Pasta not even building up to an Annihilation just yet.
Ooh, they don't even really need the Annihilation. Lava Lilies tank hasn't needed to do anything other than just make sure the space can be taken. Sorry and Willowtron have been doing all the work. That Blizzard, it went zoning ultimate, you know, zoning ultimate,
yeah,
just like Mama Anna's, but that one, much more valuable. Lava Lilies are now split. This where Amplify should collapse, and I love that they're taking the aggressive initiative. That's the Immortality traded out for a Pulse Bomb, and I think Amplify really don't want to try to continue this aggression, which is difficult. You had the opportunity while the teams are separated, and now it's all gone. Your support is crumpled before you thanks to Sari, and it's Rocco Neko now with the final say when it comes to these ultimates. Amplify Rising have very little left in the tank to work with, and they just pulled 5 in this one fight, and they're far, far from stable. Lava Lilies just hided out all of these major abilities and played this macro game so well. That's the advantage of having such knowledgeable players on team play on your side, and you can win these battles even when everything looks grim.
Yeah, Fabi also kind of threw that one away because Fabi actually went in on the wrong timing. The sound barrier came down. Fabi went in, unfortunately, at the wrong time, and that costed them just a little bit more. That was the first pick that they needed to give Lava Lilies the green light. They'll have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to give themselves a chance to get all the way through 3 points, which on this one is a lot of time, but can be wasted away with the composition like Amplify Rising. You have the Sigma there. Now Pasta finally coming up with the Annihilation. See if they decide to use it, especially with these walls that Willowtron can put up.
Just the Annihilation alone, Amplify, there's no answer for it. Really, Pasta can get as aggressive as she would like to. That's her good old punch-a-punch form, pushed out, and you don't really have Sorry, so she's trying to back her way. Nice defensive wall from Willowtron, ensuring the full regroup.
Yeah, you're making sure that nobody's dying here. You're not going to try to waste as much time as possible. Just get the regroup on. You're allowing Amplify to be a little bit more aggressive if they want to, but Lava Lilies know that they have the ultimate advantage. They've got the Annihilation, the window. They've got the Blizzard at the same time, too. Annihilation Blizzard, still a deadly combo in itself. If that Annihilation is the one to lead us off, then they're just going to all back up for this.
Lava Lilies have been conservative with their resources so far, kind of saving them up for now. The full corner is bought due to Tycho's Amplification Matrix and Rocco Neko. Another Gravitic Flux built up. Good timing of that, but you don't necessarily have the same damage. The rest of your team is getting frozen and punched, but it's just really bit. There's nothing that the rest can do, and while Rocco Neko had the right idea, unfortunately Amplify weren't on the same page with all the chaos unfolding, allowing Lava Lilies to inch closer and closer to a full completion. The staggered remnants of Amplify are slowly starting to regroup and ensure some sort of contention. Pasta's Annihilation only comes out now. She's been holding it for so long, and there's no worse time than having to fight through that ult than in an overtime or at least last contention stall, granting Lava Lilies their entire point in a 2-minute 36-second time bank.
Yeah, Lava Lilies holding on to that ultimate. There was only one ultimate there for the Annihilation of Pasta. but it's the annihilation that mattered. It's the annihilation that clears out the entire point, and also credit as well for the sound barrier too. As soon as that sound barrier comes up, you can just pop the Q. You not only have the sound barrier, you have the additional armor from the reset of the annihilation and your health bar. That was over 1100 on that health bar number already as it stands, and that is a hard tank to take down, especially when all you got to do is block to do damage. So that annihilation combination with the sound barrier works out perfectly. Lava Lilies throughout that entire map as well, running right at them, just going punch for punch, and it didn't even matter if Rocco Neko was outpacing Pasta on the ultimate. The rest of the team came through for you. Willotron came up, Sorry came up with a few shots as well. And this team from Lava Lilies, very, very deadly. Amplify is going to have to find a way, because Pasta right now, they really don't have an answer for this Ramacha. This Ramacha can get away scot-free right with the Nemesis form on the reset armor. And at the same time, too, for Amplify, they're trying to find picks. Yes, they are, and they've won a few fights here and there, but 2:36, it feels like a lot of time on the clock to try to overcome. They need to play perfectly if they want to see another time bank similar to that.
And it's not going to be easy. Lava Lilies are setting up in the exact same composition, and they're not changing it. It's so much more deadly on this defensive spot than it is on the attack, because Amplify have to walk into them. Until that May wall from Willotron is done and gone with, there's just nothing that Amplify can do. Super Miles Me needs to work their way into an elimination and hopefully buy some room for Rakaneko, the rest of Amplify, to move forwards here. The May wall is out. It does, I believe, that barely, and it's just Miles Me on the other end of it, so that's not too bad. Amplify needs to take advantage of this small window. Start to push on up. With the Nemesis form forced out relatively early from Pasta, so Lava Lilies won't exactly have that close Brawl re-engage that you normally like to see with Ramatra. If Rakaneko not exactly keen on pushing forwards either. Miles Me getting kind of risky with how this Tracer has been played so far, noticing how scared they are. Just Sorry and Willotron, how many times they've taken shots to the head. This is where Pasta, though, can actually start playing forward. Has to tank a nade in the process. A lot of that momentum stalled. All this chaos, though, just for one elimination. Mama Anna's down. That should be the end for Amplified, but they're already deep in the backlines, Keegan.
They're already upstairs, and for Lava Lilies, this composition is so good at holding the low ground, though. You're playing a high ground versus low ground composition, but as soon as they drop, watch, they're all going to start going for the Sigma, and they know that all they have to do is just peek out, and Amplify is afraid, because once that Ramatra goes into Nemesis form, it is the green light on. They get a first pick here at the same time, too, with Sorry in the backline, but Soup takes down Sorry. This could be the opening for Amplify.
Yeah, that's a great start. It's the second one to fall up onto Soup, and just with the Gravitic Flux to finish it off. Wonderful touch, Rocco Neko. Just all that's barely needed to be committed. Minimal resources, and that's enough to get Amplify rising on this point and working through the May, which we knew would be a challenge.
Yeah, and Rocco Neko getting the Gravitic Flux there in the meanwhile is a really, really nice touch that got 2 up, especially the May outside. The May was your main threat to try to get Blizzard, but Willotron was not able to build up to it in time before that Gravitic Flux dropped, so that allows the team for Amplify to run right on in, get their point, and now already using the window to try to get underneath this archway.
The amplification matrix is very far up, and Lava Lilies, they have to not to push through it. They're just going to respond with their own and temper some of this early aggression Amplify rising we're hoping to showcase. So while neither really gets too much value in terms of elimination, this Deadeye, on the other hand, can change the fate completely. That hits Willotron just before the sound barrier hit the ground. She gets the Blizzard out, and that's actually enough to save the team. She's done her job and is now taking a nice rest, while the rest of Lava Lilies can push on up clean and now have a close hold opportunity.
So, sorry, you didn't need to flashbang the Lucia. The Lucia was already frozen. Because maybe just to guarantee it, I guess, just in case. Yeah, I mean, just to guarantee it, but that felt a little disrespectful. That's okay. Get the kills however you want to, and that's a great hold underneath the archway for right now. This is a really tough position to be in, but Lava Lilies know they have to back up because they're going to try to speed this one in, and Rocco Neko getting Tycho down, no healing unless you got the Lucia, but Lucia healing doesn't do you a lot of good.
No. Lava Lilies, you got to book it. You're not fighting that. There's no reasonable reason to move forwards. Just give up the space. One more contest. The payload's only halfway through this objective.
Yeah, it's halfway through the streets, and you got 2 on card for right now, but you want to try to push them up as far as possible here. That's exactly what they're doing. They're going to try to get this into final fight. You don't want to stick around the corner, especially with this team. So now Pasta's got to be thinking about using an ultimate here, especially if they're going to fight around this cart. Sorry will also have the Deadeye Gravitic Flux available for Rocco Neko. Fabi can also use the sound barrier to deflect this annihilation away.
Rocco Neko is building this up so quickly. We need to see the Annihilation pop just to keep Pasta alive. She'll hit the trigger in time. And Amplify Rising have a ton of overhealth and the chance to burn. Pasta's down with the ultimate. She's barely hanging on to life as it expires. Retreats to Tycho and Bam Queen, and sorry, tries to keep them at bay, which it does for a short amount of time. And Amplify Rising, they've waited for their cooldowns, and here they are taking that full fight as wanted. Lava Lilies aren't willing to let it go though. That's the Amp Matrix committed. Just as Tycho was on low HP, there's not much sustain remaining, but Willowtron's Blizzard can go ahead and shut this down. She goes ahead, throws it out. Can it manage to catch anybody? Yes, that's the Baptiste. Perfect targeting. Mama Ana falls, and Rocco Neko has to do this quickly in order to maintain Amplify's presence, and they're going to squeak it over. A rather scrappy fight, an expensive one for Lava Lilies to lose.
Yeah, I'm surprised about the App Matrix there, although that did still win them the fight at the end because the Lucio Fabian super outside of the Blizzard, luckily enough, to make sure that that is still a winning fight. Soup now will have the Deadeye Rocco Neko again with another Gravitic Flux. I think that's the third one in this entire half so far. Rocco Neko has been building this up, and why not? Pasta inside of this Nemesis form cannot do anything against it unless the shield was already up. So Pasta's just going to have free reign, and now in a closed space like this, those Hyperspheres are going to be doing a lot more in this situation.
You can just use this essentially for free right now, especially with the sound barrier going down. Rocco Neko, wait for those overhealth to disappear, and you can try to push in with it, or maybe wait till Miles Me. You have plenty of time to work with. Take the best fight that's possible for Amplify Rising.
Yeah, Miles Me is out, which means you don't have any pressure onto the backline for right now, but Lava Lilies is going to regroup knowing that they had low health bars. Even if they went in, there could have been something amiss, but they don't know that Lava Lilies has nothing on the board. 50% on 3 people, and that's the closest you get to an ultimate here. Fabi coming up with an ultimate of their own. Sound Barrier as well as a Gravitic Flux, and Rocco Neko could use this for free without any words except for the Immortality Field.
And the Maywall's already expended. A lot of players able to sneak around the side of it, so not too much of a concern, but again, look at this Gravitic Flux. Well, that's a nice 2-tap though from Soup, and Willowtron is deleted from existence. Low ultimate, risky from Rocco Neko. The job gets done regardless, and Soup still hitting shots, still clicking heads. That's enough with the sound barrier to push on over the edge and make sure Lava Lilies are staggered back into the spawn. A full contest completely out of the cards.
Yeah, and so Ramantra, by the way, when it was first revealed as a Temple champion, but right now for this team from Amplify, the Temple is a little bit too high for what the Ramantra is bringing. Needs to bring it out more. Soup's already got 1 and 2 through the Matrix.
Oh, Soup is popping off on this last point for Amplify Rising. Was pretty quiet back on Busan, but I saw it earlier, and they're just going to go ahead and do the same thing again. 4 final blows for the Cassidy player. She's popping off, and Amplify Rising continue to make this match close and contested. Even though Lilies beat them once, Keegan, it's looking like Amplify Rising are here to fight.
Yeah, they're here to fight. They are here to game. And right now, 1:27. Both teams, by the way, going above that 1 minute threshold, which is huge. Nobody's getting any additional time. So if you're Amplify Rising, you are loving this. Even if the time differential is about a minute, you don't care. You finished the map. You completed it with more than a minute on the clock to not give Lava Lilies any more additional time. You know what your win con is. Now, can you execute? Right now, Pasta, yes, is on the Ramantra, which they're trying to brawl away with, but it really only works on that first point. But Lava Lilies were pushed back and back again. Even if they had a few good defensive stints, Amplify was able to push past it, was able to push through that Nemesis form, and then the change back to the regular Omnic form at the same time. So they can figure out the timing because they know all they got to do is go fast, baby sound speed in, and you've got the rest of it figured out. And Rocco Neko, by the way, yes, doesn't get a lot of impact, so maybe some of the Gravitic Fluxes, but it does force out a lot of cooldowns. It forces out a lot of utility, and that's exactly what they're going to have to work up against, especially now that they know that they could save a sound barrier just for the Annihilation or for the Blizzard. Amplify Rising has a couple that you got to worry about, especially the Deadeye and the Gravitic Flux at the same time.
I can guarantee you, Rocco Neko is the most damaged in the entire lobby right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, between the collateral damage you're able to do with the orbs and even Pasta. Pasta doesn't have a shield. When we're looking at Sigma on Sigma matchups, it's a bit different because a lot of your damage, well, it's going to get blocked. Sure, it's not the same way. So that's why we're seeing Rocco Neko farm up to these ultimates, and it's worked incredibly well for win conditions. With only 1:20 to actually get a push completed, if someone can get a fast ultimate and working around these Mei walls, that's going to be the name of the game. The Mei walls from Willowtron haven't been as devastating as they were back on Busan. Even in these defensive spot. Amplify Rising have learned how to play around them, dodge them appropriately, and even force cooldowns out of Pasta. That's the Nemesis form, that's the shield and little that this tank can do to actually recontest. There's the pick, though, that Lava Lilies needed. Miles Me falls down on this off angle. Lilitron can go ahead, put a wall down at their backs, and Pasta uses them backwards, splattering Amplify against it.
You can't keep stalling here. You got to speed away. You got to regroup. The more time you lose here, the worse. If you get staggered out, it is bad news bears for you. And now another wall just to stave this off. The Sigma has to stay up, but no, it's going to waste away more time. And Mama Ana also going down at the same time. You're wasting time here, guys. You don't have a lot of time. Now at this point, once you respawn, it's just a green light.
But this is good. I mentioned that Rakuneko had to build up an ultimate quickly. 12% away. Great. Amplify Rising have a win con to work with, but we look over at Lava Lilies, Keegan. I see a Blizzard. I see an Amplification Matrix. That's going to be tough out here. Rakuneko has to find the most value possible, force these cooldowns, gets really, really low. Immortality Field into play, and that alone is great to work with, unless you don't respect Sorry in front of the Amplification Matrix. That's 2 down for the Cassidy, and Lava Lilies painting this kill feed on objective in red. That'll be the full hold now. Amplify's best case scenario is a draw.
That draw is going to have to be some kind of mission, though, because if Pasta can build up an ultimate, and look, we know what one Annihilation can do. That won them the last point right at the end, clears out the point. And now it's only 1 point, 1 tick to win it all. Lava Lilies have to be able to do some, or rather Amplify has to be able to take care of Sorry, because Sorry is hitting shots. And again, even if Rakuneko gets that Gravitic Flux off, it has to be effective. It only pulls out the Immortality Field, and Soup knows, or rather Sorry knows, that if you just hit shots, you've got nothing to worry about if you're Lava Lilies. So big ups to Sorry for hitting this shots, and Willowtron the Blizzard at the end just to secure the point at the same time. These teams are building their ult quickly, and if you're Lava Lilies, you're loving to see that, because now you've got 2 minutes and 36 seconds to work with. Pasta builds up an ult in that time. It is game over unless Fabi still has a sound barrier. Even then, against the Blizzard, you have to choose, right? Like a sound barrier for the Blizzard or a sound barrier for the Annihilation. It's one or the other, and Lava Lilies running with 2:36 on the clock is not good news for what Amplifies, or for what Lava Lilies comp is running right now.
Speed is the name of the game. It's not going to take that long for Lava Lilies to actually set this up. And if you are remembering how this went on the attack, an absolute speed run from this first objective, and Amplify trying to take a page out of their book. Rakuneko no longer on the Sigma, hoping to match Pasta in this Ramattra battle. Curious to see how this goes, especially not having the May on their side.
Yeah, no May on their side to start, although I'm sorry, we'll go back on over to the Cassidy here. So no May on their side of the floor, but the bigger thing, though, is Soup does have at least the Ashe that was working out well for them earlier. If the Dynamites can pop off, you'll get a Bob quicker. You just need to put that Dynamite on a lot of people here as they go all the way around. You could throw a Dynamite right down the stairwell right now if you have this cooldown, and it would get a lot of people. As long as that thing explodes, they don't notice it right away, and boom, there it goes.
And only gets onto a shield. It's not too big of a deal.
Not too bad.
Amplify Rising are trying to keep matched. Lava Lilies did this exact same rotation last attack. That Maywell, though, doesn't really isolate anybody significant, so it's just more of a waiting game on Lava Lilies' end for their major cooldowns to come back.
Yeah, that's a big cooldown as well. If they wanted to go on that, they could have, because that, remember, that Dynamite's a 10-second cooldown once it goes. So now you've got an opportunity, but here comes the drop, and here comes the Brawl style that is Lava Lilies. Or maybe not.
They're gonna drop down, but playing very conservative. It's more or less waiting for these Nemesis forms to come out, and who's using it later than others. Thighs do see the Immortality Field burn. Someone has to come up with something. In this case, it is Sorry, who certainly isn't sorry for taking Miles Me's head. To look for a little bit more. This amount of damage cannot be messed with. Rakuneko just sits in front of Sorry's crosshairs, and you best believe that they're going to hit those shots. And the pop-off continues. Lava Lilies looking strong, looking comfortable on the map of King's Row. Brawl is the name of the game, and it is Lava Lilies all day long. 2-0 lead now for the team in pink.
Sorry's aim is kind of insane. Let's just put it simply. Headshots of Tracer coming back from spawn room just to contest the point, and yeah, forces out the recall already. Soup does get play of the game, but let's be honest here. Sorry wins them that end of the map for Lava Lilies, right? Even at the defensive end, got the 2 headshots right after the Gravitic Flux, and of course at the end of it, you would have Sorry popping off at the end, making sure that there's headshots, forcing out a recall. You cannot stall that point if you use the recall in that situation. And man, oh man, this team from Lava Lilies right now putting on a show for us, especially the 2 DPSs. And let's give credit to Pasta as well. Temple with the Ramantra was working out very well. Yes, you're waiting for those Nemesis forms to come up, but that also means that for the Amplify team, you're waiting to see if that Nemesis form runs out. So it's kind of that push and pull sort of thing, and that's what's allowing this team from Lava Lilies to be a little bit more aggressive because they know Amplify's waiting for that Ramantra Nemesis form to run out. We can be more aggressive when it gets there.
Ramantra is deemed more as this tempo tank that can exceed a little bit at range, but also at the close part, right? Sigma can do both, but it's not as ideal when the consistency of damage just favors Ramantra when you're up close and personal. Not to mention the addition of Mei chucked into the mix, just another factor that Amplify had to worry about throughout all of this. And Soup was doing great. Same goes with Sorry on just the casties popping off and nailing these shots. It did seem like the Tracer was having a hard time finding any angles just with how consistent Sorry and Willowtron were, just making sure Miles Me was marked and the entire backline remained safe throughout all of that. Lava Lilies have kept all of their bases checked, and even the things that we're seeing Amplify try in order to kind of throw a wrench into plans, maybe try to distract Lava Lilies, take their attention. It hasn't necessarily worked. Lava Lilies aren't falling for the bait, and now with a 2-map lead, well, you're not there yet. It is a first of 4, so a little bit more time to go. But if you lose another map here from Amplify, you're really gonna have to question if a comeback is even possible at that point.
And Amplify, though, at the same time too, right? You wonder about this because that second map, it's not like they were shut out. It's not like they didn't get anything out of it. Sure, 1 minute and 30. Sure, not a minute and a half isn't a lot of time for you compared to what 2.5 minutes was. But now you get at least some semblance of what could beat this team from Lava Lilies. And guess what, Molly? We get a bingo ourselves on push. We have seen Esperanza and New Queen Street throughout the weekend on Challengers. Rising, though, says, welcome to Colosseo. This is now, I'm not going to say newest map, but it's the newest rework here because Munasapi is the newest map, but it is a rework. Those glass you see on the backside, gone. It is no longer there. Extended on the backside as well next to the checkpoint where the Mega Health Pack is going to be at the same time. So 3 Mega Health Packs, 2 on each of the checkpoints and 1 down the middle as well in that extended middle area as well. So this is going to be a very, very interesting thing to see, especially with that glass gone, how these teams approaches it, because you no longer have that barrier in between. It's wide open for you to run through.
Historically, Colosseo has been a very Ramantra-dominated map. Whether those changes have actually affected that case, we'll have to find out. I wouldn't be shocked if Pasta and Lava Lilies stuck with what they're doing, because hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this is also assuming for Amplify, you would like to keep Rocco Neko on this Sigma, give Soup the space, right? You want to be able to hit those shots. Soup has been that main player to come up with those initial eliminations, whether it's on a Widowmaker, we've seen a little bit of the Ash Cassidy before. This is exactly where Amplify want to try to play to their strengths, but it's the exact same for Lava Lilies here, Keegan.
Yeah, it's the exact same for Lava Lilies. They know the bread and butter is the brawl. So Pasta, Sorry, and Willowtron staying exactly where they are. Tycho and Vam Queen, though, we haven't spoken much about Tycho and Vam Queen, but their utility usage has been so good the entire game, right? Immortality Fields waiting for the Gravitic Flux to come up. Now, Soup is going to go onto the Widowmaker. Yes, it has a longer sight lines here, but if Lava Lilies recognizes it like they are trying to do right now, they're going to push up. They don't even care about staying in this middle sight line. This Widowmaker doesn't have a lot of room to work with this unless they go right down the middle, and even then, looking for an off angle is going to be very difficult here, which works out really well right now for the Lava Lilies. They can chill.
There's not... Yeah, Lava Lilies don't really have to do anything. Amplify, if you have to fight front-facing, you're gonna lose. Straight up. Lava Lilies have so much close-range damage, whereas Amplify rely on this more poke style, and they're being forced to back up just by Lava Lilies simply existing. Threat of Soup hasn't really been acknowledged yet. Sorry, completely disrespects it, as a matter of fact. Says, nah, I am gonna hit more shots here, and takes Soup right out of the picture. Immortality Field is gone. Don't think that's where Mama Anna wanted that to go, but it's just enough of a signal for Amplify Rising to hold those S keys.
Yeah, and Lava Lilies giving themselves a great advantage. First fight win, and now Willowtron already 70% to an ultimate. Tycho already having the application matrix 40% ahead of Mama Anna. But Rocco Neko again. Rocco Neko has been doing a lot of damage. Has a Gravitic Flux already.
Speed running to this ultimate, if only it could just get a little bit more value. Miles Me has to follow up. A lot of these players incredibly low, and that's where it is. With how quickly Rocco Neko is building these up. Amplify must be taking that advantage more often like we're seeing now.
Yeah, Rocco Neko has to be. Rocco Neko is building up these ultimates. Amplify's just not taking care of it. And right now, the robot's still being pushed, by the way. They were trying to ignore it completely, but it moves up all the way to 50 meters, which is a good lead for you and is a stall enough that allows you to, for Amplify to maybe only get 20 meters before the rest of this team comes back. So what a push here from Lava Lilies, and what a smart play.
That Willitron just saved a complete another fight. That's like, what, 20 meters that Amplify are realistically going to get before there's actually a full re-engage now. The difference is Soup has to find some sight lines here to actually get some shots in. Now that Lava Lilies have to walk into you, surely the Widowmaker will find a little bit more value for the speed amp from Vamp Queen. That's a wall at the back of Rocco Neko, trying to turn them into a splat against the wall, but instead will just be a very tall popsicle. A nice shot from Soup. Knew we had to see them hit the shots, and a good one onto Vamp Queen. The trades out across the board. Support for support. That one hurting Amplify much more than it is in the team in red as of now. Sorry, looking for anyone else, daring to peek their heads out. Full robot control easily in favor of Lava Lilies, even if Miles Mees picks apart.
Yeah, I mean, you get us a little bit more of a stall, if anything, here for the Lava Lilies, and now it's 4 ultimates online for this team in red. Soup, though, pulse bomb, really not needed if Soup is just going to hit a headshot like that again. Soup is online, folks. Get ready. The Widowmaker hitting shots, Infrasight and all is on. You hit another one, you do. Oh, my goodness. Soup. Oh, my goodness. Soup's online. Soup's online. Get ready.
I was questioning why Amplify picked this map. It's been answered. Soup pop off on Widowmaker, and sorry, like, look at that. You're matching the Widow now. They're like, okay, Soup is a problem. We need to go ahead and find a way to deal with them ourselves and not allow Amplify Rising to deny these sightlines from us.
Yeah, and right now you can see it right too. Cass and far nowhere in sight between these two DPSs, so Rising's giving us something interesting. They are cooking here, and a Soup can keep hitting these headshots. Amplify can take it back, but Sorry wins the battle this time.
Threading the needle onto Soup, and yeah, Lava Lilies know how to play into this team and will counter them if they see anything that's off. Not afraid to switch. Zipflux is still committed. Rocco Neko really gonna want that one back since it went wide, and now the rest of Amplify almost seems to be getting staggered if they aren't careful.
Yeah, but look, the difference now, Molly. 6 meters and change. Amplify feeling okay to give this up. Yes, they might get the checkpoint out of this. If they can back off and regroup, they'll have another fight to work with before this robot can push up to that first checkpoint. And maybe Amplify can bring it back, but they have no ultimates on the board. Pasta has an annihilation to try to clear this out.
Pasta's pushing up. That's the immortality field already booped back, and if all things go wrong, you press the emergency button in Van Queen's sound barrier. This objective has to be contested, and it ain't looking too hot. Amplify suddenly refocusing their positioning on denying this checkpoint. Willitron is having absolutely none of it. Second final blow in the fight. Miles Me takes care of themselves, and that's that checkpoint a lot. On a point such as Coliseum, we know how one-sided this map can be.
It can be one-sided, but especially now with some of the changes on the back end, at least for Lava Lilies, if they get pressured out on top of that bridge, they can back up, give themselves a little bit more room around this pillar area, so you know, at least positioning-wise, you can favor yourselves, but they're going to go all the way upstairs. They have no clue.
That is aggressive. Rocco Neko just did a 180, so like, wait, what? I didn't check the weather today. Is frozen, and that's no more tank. Even if Tycho goes down, Amplify aren't even going to attempt to stall this for now.
Yeah, they're not even going to attempt. They're going to have to regroup here, and especially now that it's past the 100-meter mark, this is where the uphill battle has already turned into the peak for Amplify. They need to find a way to win this fight here, because it's going to be trouble if they got to keep staggering out.
They're going to try to find a way in, and that's a great start. Willitron is down and don't have to worry about being separated from all of your teammates anymore. Sorry, gets the shot now onto Soup, recently swapped over onto the Cassidy, and this ain't gonna be a pretty one by any means. A brawl to the last second. Vamp Queen opts to commit the sound barrier. Lava Lilies think this is a very winnable engagement, but their focus fire is all over the place. They can't eliminate one or the other. That's now the annihilation poured on top of this. This has to get rid of Rocco Neko and hopefully seal the deal. Massive commitment out of Lava Lilies.
Yeah, massive commitment. 1-1 then wins them the fight and forces Amplify to reset yet again. So they're just wasting away the time. Yes, it's cost you 3 ultimates, but it's going to give you more meterage and less time off the clock for Amplify to make out any sort of comeback here. And now Amplify having both support off on the line. Lava Lilies having nothing. Maybe you only need one to win it if there's no shots being hit by Sorry here.
I was looking rather close. I mean, sorry, while they know the shots are there, is only now just getting the attention of Soup. Be a soft retreat just to kite out Mama Ana's amplification matrix. Voltron has a wall. She can come up and it completely denies Rocco Neko's entry. You can tell she's angry and wants to take out her anger by turning Lava Lilies into a punching bag. Taicho and Sari are going to be sent 6 feet under, and Rocco Neko's rage continues with another 2. Very much value to be gained from the ultimate, but a comeback. Whew, Lava Lilies, you got a long ways to go.
Yeah, and it almost feels like, right, that Rocco Neko switching on over to the Ramacho may be the answer, because now as long as Rocco Neko can build up ultimates like we know they can, it is going to be very, very well done by Amplify, because Rocco Neko building up an annihilation for Pasta, and now Pasta still sitting at 50%, but Rocco Neko can build up their ultimates as well. So now Fabi having a sound barrier, Soup having the Deadeye at the same time, almost mirrored on either side. Your only difference is the May versus the Tracer, but here's the big thing. Blizzard, a lot more impactful unless Miles May can stick it onto somebody very important on the side of Lava Lilies.
Voltron, even if you just grab one person on the Blizzard here, like that's the best case scenario. Amplify are already split up. They didn't know whether to go after the bot or the rest of the players on Lava Lilies. You just use the Blizzard, you win the fight, and this robot moving for the red team again.
Yeah, they take over the robot. That's a team kill. Again, time wasting away. Yes, you're going to be able to regroup here before this robot's able to push it for completion, but even then, the difference still an 80-meter stagger. And Amplify Rising, yes, while they have switched on over, have not found the door open for themselves for 2 fight consecutive wins, which again will just keep wasting the time away as the Deadeye comes out to start.
It doesn't do all that much, though. More or less a zoning ult. I'd love to see Fabi sound barrier anytime now, but no! Just a hair late for Rocco Neko. That's going to be a major issue with how close Lava Lilies are to completing this point. Miles Me, Pulse Bomb goes wide, has to find the Annihilation, gets scared. The recall is pulled out instead, and instead it's Pasta holding down this objective, and the Annihilation enough to continue this zoning. Amplify are staggering themselves back out onto the point. Lava Lilies may as well be completing this match. Rocco Neko, the last hope for Amplify Rising. Health is chunked down, yet the tendrils of the Annihilation are barely enough to keep Lava Lilies at bay and allow some members of Amplify to respawn and keep their chances of not going down to match point alive.
Well, but alive is a really key word there, because right now it's life support. It's 1 minute on the clock to go in a staggering amount of meterage left. That is a big difference, and as well as the forward spawns coming in for Lava Lilies, and that robot will not even make it back to midway. Amplify have been stuttered as to why they cannot win 2 fights in a row as of late. So with 30 seconds left, they need to play perfect the rest of the way, but that is not the way to start.
Willotron. It's an icicle and Miles Me. That's a big problem now. There's an isolation. Willotron, though, doesn't pull the cryo freeze. It's the second time that we've seen that. Amplify may not be out of this quite yet. They do need to start by winning this fight out and focusing down the players of Lava Lilies. There's no realistic need to push this robot. Lava Lilies are just making sure Amplify have to climb the tallest mountain possible. Excuse me. These players slow down a little bit. Soup has this Deadeye in hand. If you manage to find anything with it, that'd be massive, and you're going to have to now with Rocco Neko down, the sound barrier in play. Lava Lilies have all the health, all the damage, and Amplify Rising seem to be at a loss of how to answer this Brawl composition. One we don't see too much as of late, but a niche Lava Lilies have mastered, and it's going to get them all the way to championship point here in our best of 7 grand finals.
Yeah, and for Amplify, again, just the struggle of not being able to connect 2 fights in a row is really bad, and that early pick on from Willotron onto the Tracer was just an insane thing. Soup's going to get play mainly for the shots that happened right here. Pulse Bomb stuck onto the Baptista, doesn't matter. How about another one on the infra site, and then one more happens right after this on the Lucio. As Lucio's running away, by the way. This is a really, really nice shot again. Soup. Oh my god. When the Widowmaker's online, it is fun to watch. Unfortunately, though, Amplify was not online again. Could not string consecutive fight wins at the later parts. And yes, you may have found a way to go back and forth with this team with the Ramacha v Ramacha, but it was too little too late. That lead was already up to 80%, 80 meters, 90 meters even then after. So really, Amplify, the struggle is not trying to do the damage or trying to match. It's the matter of letting these fights fall away, and falling away very early on, as you saw right at the end of that map.
And we get those pop-off plays from Soup. It's awesome when it does happen, But the problem is it's so inconsistent
Yes.
when we actually see it. It's either Soup kills the entire team or somebody ends up falling over on Amplify. Soup has to back up because you're just not realistically taking a favorable fight. So it's very hard for these players to consistently output this damage and have those same levels of performances, where Lava Lilies, on the other hand, have been the definition of consistency throughout today's series, and a lot of that comes through Willowtron, and especially in Pasta, holding it down on this Ramantra. I don't think I've seen Pasta die first once in the entire time they've been on that hero.
No, not at all. I mean, you and I have seen throughout this entire weekend that there have been tanks that go down very early on, or even DPSs and supports that go down very early on as well. Again, we take another look at some of these highlights here with the headshots for Soup. It got Pot G at the end, but at the same time too, when you're talking about the Ramantra v Ramantra battle, right? It is how impactful are these annihilations, and both of them did have their impactfulness. Again, just Lava Lilies, because they had it earlier, because they had the Brawl earlier on as well, they were able to gain that advantage way too early for Amplify to even try to make the comeback.
And this is a point, Lava Lilies, you are at championship point. You need one more map win, and you are the victors of the Calling All Heroes Minor 1 Rising Division. And Keegan, we don't see this often. When you're down 3 maps and you have to mount this almost insurmountable return, it's not easy. It's rarely ever been done, and now it's Amplify's chance to prove if they can break through the impossible. They'll have a little bit more time to go over it as we head to a short break. We have more maps coming our way. The Rising Series Finals about to come to a close. 3 maps down. Lava Lilies holding a death grip over Amplify. All of their dreams about to come crashing down, but Keegan, it ain't over until it's over. One more map pick from Amplify, their last of a series, in order to turn this into a 7-map reverse sweep, is the only way that they can rise to the top and claim the title of the Calling All Heroes Minor 1 Rising Division. But dang, is it going to be hard with how confident Lava Lilies are looking on their Ramatra Brawl comp.
Yeah, they are looking very, very steady right now. And in fact, we are going to see another switch here on this next map as well. So it will be Willowtron out, and Lilac comes back in for the DPS side. So that would probably be because we are going on to a different map and a little bit of a faster map, if you will, because it is Flashpoint. We are headed to Sotavasa, the classic, I guess you could say the main pick for players if you were going to pick a map between New Junk City as well as Sotavasa. Sotavasa is picked, which means I'm expecting that this is going to be a lot more front and center, a lot more Brawl style still with this Ramatra in play. And this is going to be interesting to see if after that long break, did Amplify talk it out to figure out if they can counter up this Ramatra in the end.
I wonder where Lilac is going to fit into this composition, because Sari has been performing above and beyond all expectations when it's come to this hit scan role. Perhaps we get the Genji back in the mix. Lilac was really popping off way back in time with map number 1, Busan, so seeing all these players rotate in and out, clearly there's a plan going on for Lava Lilies. They look calm, cool, and coordinated all game long. But rather, it's up to Amplify. Find a way, stack themselves together, and overwhelm what's been happening. Having Willowtron out tells us that the Mei is unlikely to make a reappearance, but that's been far from the only issue that's been faced. Being a little bit scattered around these poke compositions, struggling to actually coordinate themselves with focus fire onto one individual target. It's been a little shaky in these fights, and the ones that they have won have been, we'll say, rather bloody on their side. Sotavasa is not a map that you can afford to have these sloppy fights, just with how quickly these flashpoints can move about, and maintaining that percentage for as long as possible is going to be the name of the game.
And the biggest thing about that too, you were mentioning it, like just trying to get the speed of it, it's the macros, right? This map is all about getting your macros together, making sure that your team is all together. If you stagger here, you could be in one spawn point, but that next point is about 160 meters away. You have to be able to stick together as a team, have that speed with you, and that's why Lucio is key on this map. On Flashpoint, you will always see a Lucio. I don't care what it is. If you're playing something not a Lucio, you're not in position to try to speed away for the point. So that's exactly what Vam Queen and Fabi have been doing. Yes, they've been playing this all day long, but now the difference here is Mama Ana will go on the Kiriko to try to get that Kitchener rush off faster, because Rocco Neko wants to try to counter this. Unfortunately, they think that there's a Ramatra on the other side when there's a Sigma in play for Pasta this time.
That's taking a bit of a different route, and I do like to see this. Lilac's Tracer was lights out against Amplify when it came through. Rocco Neko picking up this Malga, wants to play it aggressive early. Cardiac Overdrive, though, is set and done. It causes enough chaos for Soup to find that pick onto Taiko. A wonderful start for the Amplify Rising. It's not going to be easy for Pasta to move her way close into Rocco Neko.
Well, if Pasta can try to force out some overrun, which it already is, look in the backline already, but Soup, because of the help from the Mog on the overrun, he's already got Lilac.
We mentioned the consistency with Amplify Rising as a whole, and Soup being the main part of that. Either kills 3 or gets none at all, but that's more of the consistency we'd like to see. 2 back-to-back fights where Amplify came out on top.
Oh yeah, it's Amplify comes out on top for right now, and you can see the ultimates building up. Soup already to 68%, coming up on 70 right now for this Cassidy Deadeye, and at the same time, Lava Lily's really not coming up on anything, but Mama Ana onto the Kiriko, 60% to a Kitsune Rush, which is key if you're going to pair that up with a Malga as well as Miles Me now on the Soldier, and this is going to be a lot of bullets raining onto Lava Lilies.
Well, you just don't have the positioning here, right? Pasta has to force her way into this high ground. Sorry, won't have the same access as Soup does. Rocco Neko can straight up barrel her way through the Lava Lilies and not have a second thought, where Asari is forced to play this more tempered style of gameplay. We looked at somebody like Lilac having this more flank angle pressure. We need to see it come up, but not having that specific Tracer one-on-one. Closing the gap is a challenge, especially if Amplify have just been playing this longer and have these ultimates built up. This needs to be an instant kite away from this Kitsune rush. Fighting a Mauga, you're asking to be put through the Shedder. Rocco Neko once again barreling her way like a bowling ball through the smack dab middle of Lava Lilies. And I gotta say, Keegan, this is looking much better for Amplify Rising. They come away with market.
Yeah, I thought this manga was going to get counted out by the way Lava Lilies was playing with that Sigma. Unfortunately for them, Rocco Neko only has one button, and that's the W button with the overrun. And so Rocco Neko's just running into the rest of the team. Even if Rocco Neko has to back off, the manga's able to run back right on in, get the charge in with the overrun. And honestly, Amplify looking a lot better. This looks like a completely different team. It looks like aggressive cage.
And that's that cage. That should be the end of Rocco Neko, but they're somehow still standing. Vamp Queen and Tycho are working overtime just to do the same for Pasta. Surely this gravitic flux means Rocco Neko is sent 6 feet further down into the ground. Amplify Rising just didn't have the same amount of utility after committing the support ultimate last fight, so Lava Lilies had to use 3 to overwhelm their presence.
And at the same time, too, Lava Lilies just unfortunately lost to the Gravitic Flux because Rocco Neko was up inside there. But Rocco Neko, not afraid at all, ran right into 3 players. Even if the Immortality field was up, that was a cooldown. That was a cooldown used, unfortunately. Again, Gravitic Flux just ended all hopes there. So now 2 ultimates available for Amplify. That's the Overclock. That is the Deadeye at the same time. Lava Lilies, though, trying to run away from this. They cut up for now. They're good with giving up the points so long as they can win the fight.
Oh, so got down to 1 HP in the Deadeye and is still on her feet thanks to Mama Anna. Miles May, though, had the first elimination long before all of this took place and is kind of forcing the rest of Lava Lilies on back. They just can't find this window of entry given the speed and the presence Rocco Neko has in the front line.
Yeah, the presence on the front line is immense right now. Rocco Neko putting a lot of pressure onto Pasta. I'm very surprised we haven't seen maybe out this Ramacha, but again, Soup just hitting shots. Soup's online. Guess what? If you're not on the Widowmaker, this cast is still going to hit everything.
And that was off of a slam from Rocco Neko. The coordination between both Soup and the Mauga player has been immense towards their success so far. Lava Lilies are getting pushed back further and further.
Yeah, and Mauga right now putting on a lot of pressure here with the overrun, and at the same time, 82% along with the cage. If you can overrun 3 people here and get a few shots off, you've got another cage to be with, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But Rocco Neko hits nothing, so back off already.
And they'll be hitting the S keys. Tycho just wanted to get Lava Lilies through this initial choke, and that goal will be accomplished to walk into a cage fight. Sound barrier, Deadeye, even there's 2 of these things should be the end for Lava Lilies unless Rocco Neko fights off way more than she can chew. And Amplify Rising, a big error there. It's going to give Lava Lilies at least some more percentage here on the second point.
And the big thing with Rocco Neko here is Rocco Neko goes down, the rest of the team starts to fall as well, and can't even get a second pick situation unless Soup can pop off here. Vamp Queen getting Miles Me is a really good stagger as well, because that's going to force final fight territory here with Lava Lilies in control. And they have 3 ultimates on the board. They have the Gravitic Flux, they have the Sound Barrier, and the Deadeye. Amplify Rising coming up on 4 of their own, but the cage is going to be the big one.
Cage fight, it put a Deadeye on top of that. That's been a massive combo. We've seen many teams pull out, and it's got to be Vamp Queen Sound Barrier on time and impeccable for this to come through. That's the cage fight, locking Lava Lilies into place, but instead, the Sound Barrier is on both sides. Soup holding on to their own Deadeye, but sorry, the Aether's out first, so you're not even going to have access to Fabi in this fight. This has to be an aggressive play. Soup trading it out for Tycho. That's the second now into full support. Soup coming up when it matters the most for Amplify Rising. Oh my gosh, just so clean on this Cassidy. Second point gained, and now they're just 1 away from getting a map.
Soup is cooking. Soup is cooking. Gets the headshots, gets the kills, and that's both support. Yes, you held on to the Deadeye, but you held on to the Deadeye to get the position on to the Lucio onto the Baptiste at the very least to get that Deadeye. We go on to Temple now, and this is going to be hard stuck for right now for Lava Lilies because they have the Gravitic Flux in hand. Yes, they have the Blade, but they don't have an auto boost on top of that. And there is no Sound Barrier on the other side, so Lava Lilies may be relying on Lilac to get at least 1 on the Blade to allow them to move on in.
A lot of pressure onto this Dragon Blade. It's a lackluster ultimate in a lot of areas, especially if you don't have a nano booster, a Sound Barrier really behind it. There isn't exactly a firm answer from Amplify though, other than Soup hitting a hinder grenade here. So you'll have to see what Lilac can manage to do with it. So Rocco Neko entering first, looking to dent into their health. Lovely time Suzu, but Soup was still way too aggressive there to be saved from Mama Anna downtown. Lava Lilies using Gravitic Flux, and that's it for the first catch.
Maybe resetting with the rest of the team. Yeah, this is going to be a full reset here. It is a team kill, but you die early on enough in that fight where you know it's a backup, it's a regroup situation, but you force out the Gravitic Flux, and at the same time, Mama Ana will have the Kitsune Rush alongside Miles Me Overclock. So this is going to be a lot of damage raining down on this team from Lava Lilies. Pasta Shield could not handle all of it, so Lava Lilies knowing that they have to back off right now, otherwise they're in a sticky situation with what this aggressiveness is about to be.
Now, the Kitsune Rush tumbled out, but it's so many ultimates from Amplify Rising trying to buy space, and it's only Sorry, and it's kind of slow it down for a couple of seconds. Huge slam into the backline, though. That landed onto 3 players, hard stunned, and Amplify Rising take advantage of that. Lilac still decides to commit this Dragon Blade, hunting for the Kiriko, but Amana just poofs out of danger. Doesn't mean that the tank has the same sort of fate. It's on the DPS, Soup, to go ahead and clean this one out, and if there's one thing she's good at, it's hitting these shots.
Soup is cooking. Like I said, Soup was simmering for a little while. Then that last map, you had a glint of hope for Amplify, and then all of a sudden, now that they're on Suravasa, you feel like this is their map. Lava Lilies might have to find a way to switch this because now they don't have any ultimates on the board. Sound Barrier coming up. Taika will also have the Application Matrix, but otherwise, Amplify with the Deadeye. Soup's been good with that so far this map. Fabi also with the Sound Barrier to save anything that Sound Barrier, it's going to try to be later than what Vam Queen is going to pull out.
And they're not looking at a ton in terms of ultimates. Soup can halt any sort of aggression that Lava Lilies may have. Not that you're really looking for it with a Sigma sort of composition, so we gotta keep an eyeball on where this kind of chunking play goes in. It'll be Soup speeding their way through and gets tossed up before the goal comes down. What a combo! Rock on Neko is incredible with this Malga. It's rare to see such skill expression on this tank hero, but Rock on Neko is having a field day alongside Soup. Amplify Rising are on the verge of claiming their own map. Lava Lilies, this took so long to engage. It was final fight of not only the flashpoint, but the entire map. Not going to be a full wipe after all. Amplify Rising claim their first of hopefully many in this grand finals.
Let this team cook. Amplify, yes, we're down 3-0, but they knew it was the first of 4. They will not get swept. They are not going away easily, and who else could it be to get this pot G but Soup? Soup was waiting for it, and the Kitsune Rush along with the assistance as well to allow Soup to speed right on out and get the kills, and then just hitting headshots over and over again. Soup, oh my goodness, that aim.
Wow.
Check the PC, because this team, look, that 5-minute break that we just had completely turned this game on its head. You and I did not think this would be, if anything, a 3-0 flashpoint, and yet the Manga gets pulled out, the Cass Sojourn combination gets pulled out, the Kiriko Lucio combination gets pulled out. Look, that's not meta. I will tell you what, the only thing in the meta that at that point would be maybe the Manga, because we've seen that before, but also the Cass. Otherwise, I mean, just an insane combination on Suravasa. They picked this map for a reason, and guess what? Broom's not peeking out of the closet today.
Not quite. We finally get to break our curse of all of our stream games being a 3-0
We get to see Escort!
Woo! Escort! Yeah, we do get some variety there. And here's the thing, though. This is the best look that we've had from Amplify. Keep this going.
Absolutely.
If there's any way to keep Rocco Neko on this Malga, synergizing that with Soup and the rest of the team, it looks so dang good. And there's no way that we're looking at Lava Lilies pulling a Ramatra into that. Even the Sigma, who is a decent match into a Malga, it just wasn't the play. You couldn't take fights as quickly. You were banking on getting these defensive stints that really never came. Walking into a Malga is so much harder than trying to defend against one. It's the constant cycle that Lava Lilies fell into that map, Amplify extorted it, and will give themselves another map within the series.
Yeah, and obviously for this entire thing, right, for this entire series, we have seen this Lava Lilies team absolutely pop off, and yet when it comes down to the manga, it's a different story. It's an entirely different story because Amplify played like, and you should at this point, play like everything was on the line. Each championship, you might as well go all out. That's exactly what they did, switching up the composition a little bit, going to the manga, playing aggressively on a map like Flashpoint. It's insane. And now, if you're this team from from Lava Lilies, you want to end it all here, go to a map that you know this manga should not work on, although crazier things have happened in this game. You and I know that very well. Crazier things have happened, but the next map we will see heads back to Sigma Land, aka Circuit Royale.
I don't hate this. I don't hate this in the slightest. We saw the Sigma from Pasta if you're doing this Sigma on Sigma mirror, completely different thing. Rocco Neko, there we go, has a lot more time playing this hero within the series and has a better understanding of how Pasta and the rest of Lava Lilies can react to it. While this is Sigma's playground, we've seen some Brawl on it. Do I expect that to happen? Please don't. That kind of hurts my head to think about. It's just been implemented in my brain that this is Widowmaker, this is Sniper, this is Sigma, our double flex support sort of map. So when this actually comes through, I want to see what the subs are, which is why I'm looking over here.
Yeah,
so Willowtron is back in. It'll be Lilocked instead taking the back seat.
Right, but here's the other thing as well, and this is where the depth chart comes into play here for this team of Lava Lilies. Not only does Willowtron come back in, Lilac goes out, but we have a swap on the support side as well. Queen Bee goes in, and now it's Vam Queen out. So the Lucio's out for right now. I'm interested to see because I'm pretty sure that they are going to stick to what works here on Circuit Royale, which means this is probably a Baptiste-Zenyatta combination. This is probably going to land up being that, and obviously Willowtron, yes, Lilac was doing okay there on the map of Servasa, but again, a completely different story. This is long range, right? You're normally going to see the Sigma. This is off meta completely, maybe except for the Sigma, right, or the Baptiste. But otherwise, it is probably going to be Widowmaker, Hanzo, or any long range character. And meanwhile, Ashe also works out here very well. So Circuit Royale, the map for Sigma players, the map for players that know how to use that shield around the corners and long range shots as well, just to cover those long range shots. And Circuit Royale, not a bad pick at all, especially for Lava Lilies if you're confident in your long range characters.
It's the confidence that they have. We've seen it from Sorry before. Like, you keep it up. Willowtron can play a mean Ashe if that's the direction she opts to go in. I'm not too worried about what we see from the side of Lava Lilies. They're not pick after all, but reverting away from this Mauga, we got to see how much confidence was actually instilled in Amplify after that previous map win, because if you want to win this series, you need to win the next 3 in a row. Dang near flawless Overwatch from here on out. If we're looking at this, we know Soup can play this Widowmaker, 100% expecting it'll be Miles Me on the Sojourn, which was also the case in our previous map. Looks a lot better than the Tracer. Amplify have a decent take on what to approach this guy with too.
Wait, I want to see if Lava Lilies holds this, because this is, yes, the Sigma, but also this would be our first look at Pharah, at least for this entire championship series. Not in challenge. We've seen this a lot in challengers. Willowtron can hold it, but at the same time, I thought, okay, folks, Zenyatta is really good right now, but again, maybe not on this map, especially Zenyatta, but Zenyatta is always the classic here, thinking that, and they're going to play this right around the corner, although they do have the long-range characters. Miles Me will go onto the Sojourn, which worked out well for them earlier on Sudafasa. Will work out this time around because you have to hit this far. This far is going to get free range if you leave her alone.
No, especially you can fly over these little buildings here and kind of poke rockets down from an angle. Amplify Rising won't be able to exist easily on these high grounds, particularly with Sorry poking in with these grapple shots, 2 clean ones on a Rock of Neko as we're just talking about it. Soup taking a very far angle right now, having to respect both the existence of Willowtron up top, but just a sliver of their head, I guess, is all Soup needs to confirm the elimination. Wonderful start for Amplify.
Yeah, I said this far can get free range as long as she's left alone. Well, guess what? Not left alone at all goes the headshot. Immediate switch on over from Willowtron to the Hanzo instead. Now, this is the classic right. This is the classic composition here for Circuit Royale. Everybody long range. Miles Me is the only exception on this end, and now they're going to try to see, but everybody falling also low. Look at Rocco Neko's health. Got to back off already.
You got to be cautious here. If you're holding this far up, Willowtron now on the Hanzo, that just burns through a Sigma like nobody's business. Rocco Neko turned into a pin cushion, and that's a lot more ground that Lava Lilies should be able to work with, and only now start to push forwards.
Yeah, they were just waiting maybe for a little while just to see where the Widow was, but because of Rocco Neko already going down, they backed off. And smart play, honestly, just because, you know, you never know if Soup is going to be able to pop off just underneath the shield or past. And now you have to regroup on. Now you know where the Widowmaker is. Has to reset this position. It'll go around the turn here. And with 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, you can look at ultimates. Transcendence is going to be up for Queen Bee first, but Rocco Neko, again, Gravitic Flux almost up.
Rocco Neko farming these like nobody's business, and unlike any other Sigma player that we've seen, almost doubling Pasta's pace to it. If this goes out now, you're looking at a Transcendence. The Queen Bee is only just building up. So the nice part for Lava Lilies, the support ults will be in place. You do need to find a way forwards. And the option for what we're seeing Rocco Neko pick is at least preventing this Matrix from being used for just as long. You need to be cautious. That shield looks like almost nothing against the duplicated damage from that player. So this is still a cautious point hold around this initial bridge. Neither of the Widowmakers can find those angles.
And find an angle right now, but that's just because the shield placement is really good right now from both teams. Tanks, Pasta, and Rocco Neko. Now two support ultimates online for Amplify Rising, but again, the health bar is falling also low, and Soup still gets a kill off this.
Soup is looking clean on this map. A second! Where in the world did this come from? This is Lava Lily's map pick, mind you. Sorry, was the one beating Soup out in those Widow 1v1s back in Coliseum. Now look how these scripts turned.
They thought that Circuit Royale would be the time that the Sigma versus Sigma would work out well in Pasta's favor, but I don't think what they realized here is Soup is still online at the very least. They wanted to run right through them. They don't have that option this time around, and now Queen Bee having the Transcendence might not even matter if Soup's able to find another headshot here.
And it's literally all it takes is one. How slow that these fights are happening. This is last fight territory, essentially. Lava Lilies have a couple of ultimates to work with, but not even close to what we're seeing Amplify packing. It will be the Dragon Strike out first. Rocka Neko and Miles Me fall instantaneously. This is more of the pick that Lava Lilies need. Even Soup's gonna have to get much more than just one elimination in order to actually turn this around.
Oh, let's see. Okay, no, they're going to put up the shield already. Do you have that little peek hole? No, you don't. You need it to react a little bit quicker. There was a head there. Yes, you can shoot through that. You can shoot through that little hole, yes. So from up top, it's harder to do from down below, but yes, you can do it from up top and inside of those little cracks inside of the wall. But Soup again, headshots and all. They're not paying attention to where Soup is positioned right now. Could get another one.
This game makes me so anxious with Widowmaker's Voltron finally keeps Soup in check. And while it is great, it doesn't really matter if you're down 2 players yourself.
Yeah, down 2 players for the moment here, but Pasta, Queen Bee, Tycho still having their ultimates on the board with a Gravitic Flux as well as the Transcendence just to counter Rocco Neko's one. So this is going to be a crazy fight. If a Gravitic Flux goes up, Transcendence right away.
Ooh, Rocco Neko pops the Gravitic Flash just to stay alive, and is lucky that nobody ended up shooting her. Willitron goes down mid-air, and Amplify Rising showcasing some of this focus fire they've been struggling with. Queen Bee popping the Transcendence to stay alive, but it doesn't matter if Soup just one-taps people. You can have all the healing in the world, but if your head's not attached to your body, oh boy, Amplify Rising better be coming away with this.
Yeah, they have to back off of the situation. I'm very surprised Queen Bee doesn't use the Transcendence to save Pasta. Instead, it's a regroup here for the rest of the team during that Gravitic Flux. Instead, it's used to try to save the team, and unfortunately, the headshot from Soup landing onto the Baptiste of Tycho is really, really bad news, which means that Transcendence is now wasted. You have an overclock here for Miles Me to use. The shot misses wide here for Sorry, but overclock to use for Miles Me at the very least to help out this team.
No one can hide from my sight.
Yeah, as well as the sights here, it's not really an angle you want to peek. Soup is notified just by the sound notification that can shoot through these trees. Look how close Queen Bee is. The head is eventually found. Oh, this is a risky Widow 1v1 to take by Sorry, but she doesn't feel that there's much other choice than Soup just dominating as both supports falling to the sniper.
Yeah, unfortunately for right now, Pasta cannot find the way to get the shield. No angle on it, because if you use the shield in front on the Widowmaker, you're going to get a lot of damage pushed out. If you use the shield on the rest of the team, just this Widowmaker taking off angles is hitting everything, but Pasta taking out Rocco Neko could be the green light.
Rocco Neko starting to overexert themselves. I said earlier how good they were at not overstepping, but it started to change in this back, and now it's even harder for Amplify to escape this. Soup and Miles Me won't have the same effectiveness just with how they have to play in this back corner. Shield can easily be shoved in their faces.
Yeah, Radar at the very least gives this team an inkling of where Soup is at the moment to try to defend this out, and now that shield is right in front of everybody, so the Dragon Strike comes through now just to start up this fight and force them out.
Oh, but Queen Bee doesn't check her angles, walks right in front of Soup's crosshairs, now crouching to shoot under the shield, has the Widowmaker, at least they thought in sights. It's a jump shot that doesn't amount to all that much. Lava Lilies have to inch themselves over this payload in this final fight on their attack potentially. Should they not overwhelm? Pasta is surviving at like 30 HP, eventually heal a little bit more, and that's the kill onto Soup. We needed to see until the Matrix is unleashed. Mama Anna buys Amplify Rising, a golden ticket back into this battle, lift them all up. Pasta, last ditch effort. The Immortality Field, though, doesn't end up getting destroyed, so everyone on Amplify Rising stays on their feet, is back to whole health, and that's where the payload shall halt on the Lava Lilies attack.
Oh, if you're Pasta, you are absolutely in shambles. You had 4 up in the air with the gravitic flux, but unfortunately the rest of the team was not alive, was not there to see it. So all you could do is just wait for the inevitable, and good thing you had a transcendence there for this team of Amplify as well. So they stopped them at 1 point, 86 meters, just got to cap 2 points, and you get it here. And Soup has been hitting so many shots, and this Widowmaker is, I don't know, on the verge of another pot G. I'm realizing now Soup has had a lot of pot G so far in this series. While it could probably get another one if they're hitting shots like this right now. So this Widowmaker doing so much work, and Miles Me at the same time is a threat. Yes, it's not the long range like a Hanzo, but you're still providing enough damage on that shield as well as to the rest of this team to make sure that this focused attention for all the damage is really on the rest of the team of Amplify, while Soup is on an off angle just to take those shots.
It will be harder to work with the Widowmaker on the offense as it usually is, just because the defensive snipers have those premeditated angles that you have to push into at their own mercy. The thing is, though, we haven't heard a peep out of Sorry in this map. Maybe like a body shot here and there, but it's been all Soup in terms of these DPS players, and Amplify Rising are banking on that success of this in order to throw their attack even further. Lava Lilies Rising, sticking with their guns, same composition as they did on their own attack for the Hanzo, instead of a Sojourn, hoping that Sorry can keep Soup at bay.
Soup is going to go right on the off-angle start here off the different door, already getting a body shot onto the Zenyatta, and that's already pressure on, right? You can see them backing off, and now that Discord orb as well is already going to have to just replace. Remember, there is a change to the Zenyatta where it's 7-second cooldown onto placing it onto the right person here, so you got to choose your targets very wisely, then pick the right one to stay up. But right now, already accretion, and maybe the Sigma can get to the second level at the same time to contest those two healers.
Rocco Neko gets free entry to this little overpass, and just with Pasta opting to play in the low ground instead, and Rocco Neko isn't quite afraid of characters who have a third of their HP. Look how low Queen Bee is getting chunked down to. It's a nice sealed placement, and that's Sorry that we've been waiting for. Miles Me is down, and surely that halts some of Amplify's momentum, yet no, Keegan. They're continuing in the exact same push, rounding this payload this corner.
Yeah, even if the one person goes down, they're going to be aggressive with it too. They're just looking for another pick here. They're hoping Soup can find something through the shield, but now the shield's down. They have to back off already. If Soup can find a good off angle for a headshot here, they're looking at winning this fight out, because now the rest of the team is regrouped.
Oh! Sorry, took a risk with that jump shot, but thankfully it was only their body that Soup found mid-air. Amplify Rising about so much more space in comparison to Lava Lilies on their own attack, and the support comp, though, gotta be cautious with them kind of getting chunked. Babby winning the race over to this own Transcendence. Doesn't really opt to use it there. Feels that Rocco Neko has plenty of support for the time being. Just waiting for this amplification matrix to go down for an actual push continues.
These volleys are landing a lot. Baby's just getting poke after poke here, but that's also going to mean that Amplify now has a Gravitic Flux used, and that's already got some Tycho down on the start.
Oh, huge from Rocco Neko. That's one, that's two, that's three. Now going to the Sigma player. She finally got that juicy ultimate that she wanted, and Amplify waltzing into second point with 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes to get to the golden box of victory, and a few ults of their own now. And Tycho already using their Amp Matrix means that Mama Anna's got this before Tycho can in this fight. Baby's also got a Transcendence to use to try to counter out Pasta if that Gravitic Flux can even get up there in time. Now, Soup's going to have the infra side. This has worked out wonders before, but look how aggressive this is. 4 players already nearing the door. They want the golden box of victory. It's just the Widowmaker left on point.
Dragon Strike almost providing a smoke screen for Lava Lilies re-engage. Pasta close to a Gravitic Flux of her own, but there's not much you can do about it. That's a lot of your damage follow-up down. Sorry, needs to hit a shot here and now. That's both supports that have fallen. There's Miles Me. Oh, goodness. Sorry. We need you to come alive at the prime time, and that's 3 down. Lava Lilies are still standing, but it ain't looking too pretty. It's scrappy. Pasta is alive. Thankfully, the payload is only halfway through.
I was about to say, for Soup at the very least, your goal was to just push up the payload. Yes, it may not have been to get kills, but your payload is now what could be panic mode in final fight territory unless that thing backs up fully. So it's a good push, at least from Lava Lilies, just to make the space, or rather from Amplify, just to make the space. Now they just have to see if they can hit the shots for the rest of the way, because Fabi's been hitting shots, and Fabi we just saw earlier on, except for the fact that it was really good by Willowtron, who switches on over the Soldier now.
Oh, that scared me. Willowtron, a much more consistent damage output now on the Soldier 76, which is something. Oh, Soup didn't check that corner long enough. Sorry, starting to really pick it up here. on this last defense, and it's hard to have to ask one player to do so much, but that's what Lava Lilies have done to Sari. You're like, hey, somebody has to stop Soup, and she's done that insurmountably. What was that?
That was on the slide.
Sheesh.
That was on the, you gotta have, that's inhuman reaction. That was on the slide. I know it's in for slide on, but dang, what the HE double stick? Double hockey stick? Like what? I don't understand. I thought we were watching, oh my god. Okay, you go. I'm speechless on that shot. I'm speechless.
That makes you think that I have words, which is just a lie. That's just not true. Something has to go. That's not a Widowmaker to calm it down. And yeah, sure, Miles Me is their other DPS out. The Rocco, Neko, Miles Me, both ultimates in play. What a decretion from downtown. Pasta negating that ultimate entirely. And Lava Lily's perfectly healthy unless you don't have your sniper. Soup has had enough. I'm sorry, the kill feed. That's a second now for the Widowmaker. They've been telling the stories of Circuit Royale. The Lava Lily's pick does not seem to be as stable as they wished it to be. The carry is down, and the opportunity of a full comeback is looking pretty darn impossible. Sorry, swapping over to this Tracer as an attempt for a touch, hoping some more teammates can get back, but Fabby finds them before it comes through. Somebody else ends up getting the payload. Pasta bonks her head on the ceiling, so it's going to be a bit before the reinforcements come in, and Soup isn't having any of it. 2 headshots, 2 more kills, looking for a third, and they are single-handedly dragging Amplify over this finish line and giving them a fighting chance. My goodness, Keegan, Amplify are proving themselves. 2 maps now taken from Lava Lilies.
Soup is online. Let Soup cook. It's unbelievable, and Rocco Neko gets play, and why not? I'm thinking this is the full house of kills that was earlier on that first point on their attack, which it absolutely is. But man, oh man, you felt like Lava Lilies had a chance of the comeback, especially Sari hitting all the shots towards the end of that. And then just the kicker, right? Just the kick at the end, just to get those pack line picks to start, and then Soup rather. 4 shots, even on a stall comp, hit the Sombra to start, mind you, on the headshot, and then everything else started to fall to pieces. What a game from Amplify. And again, that, like you said, that was the pick from Lava Lilies, and they absolutely scrutinized the pick there. They absolutely dominated the pick, and Soup just hitting all these shots for this team from Amplify. It feels like the momentum has shifted. It is 3-2 in a 1st-to-4. I'm not gonna say the 2 words we're all thinking of just yet, but on the start of it, on the precipice of it, that is already 2 on the board for Amplify, looking at the 3rd as we head to what is now map 6.
Wow. 2 map wins nobody saw coming. After getting beaten down, well, in some close maps, it just seemed that Lava Lilies had better team coordination, a better understanding of how to play, but as we've gotten into this map 4 and 5, it's like something awoke with an Amplify. They got turned in survival mode. They're like, hey, if we don't do something now, we're gonna lose. We're not gonna get a chance at this championship, and it's very rare that teams make it to the grand finals in the first place, and Amplify weren't ready to go out without at least getting some words in. It's Ben Soup, it's a Ben Rocco Neko to pop off in this Circuit Royale highlight reel. This is what I'm particularly looking forward to, just because it's going to be vast majority snipers. Soup, Rocco Neko with a fat gravitic flux. I mean, Amplify Rising were in this from the beginning.
Yeah, they were in this from the beginning. As soon as you know that Amplify is going to hit all these shots, right, and this is maybe Sari getting this play again. The slow-mo, thank you to our replay, because that was, oh my, even the spray at the end too, I didn't even realize that. The spray at the end just putting down Sari, but it didn't even matter at the end. Sari is what was being said to Amplify, because they were being said to Lava Lilies, because they absolutely on it there. Even at the end of this, for what was an insane game here, and an insane series that we've had so far. It was started off 3-0, but now it is 3-2. Map number 6. I cannot wait to see what we pick on Control, because I think we have our next map pick, which is Oasis, and there are going to be some subs in, which you noticed as well.
Yeah.
But they're the 2 subs. Sari actually comes out. Queen Bee comes out. Guess who's back? Lilac as well as Vamp Queen, both back in. So we're back to where we started on the Control map side.
On the Control map side, but a Control map where we can revisit this Malga composition that Amplify pulled out back on Suravasa and just ran away with it completely. And with the exception, really, if we want to look at City Center, but the other two, University Gardens, like that is Mauga Central, especially for getting that first capture. You go ahead and stick Soup up on a high ground with a Cassidy. She's unstoppable. Just simply put, Keegan. Amplify are happy with every single map that has been selected by their opponent so far. Lava Lilies are starting to fall apart. It's looking a lot sloppier than what we saw in the first place. Just the pop-off potential that Soup and the rest of Amplify have had.
Yeah, it almost feels like, you know, they got anxious. They were on the cusp of the championship, and they were on the cusp of getting there. They still are, but it feels like, you know, that anxiousness may be pulling them back just a little bit. This is the time right now during the break in between maps to settle down, get a little bit reacquainted with this, because now you're going to a map you won on this first time around. It was Control, but it wasn't a struggle either, right? I think it was a 2-0 still in that situation for this team from Lava Lily. So if you can replicate that, what you did earlier on Busan, right, with the Brawl and all, I mean, yes, the Oasis does have different aspects to it, but if you can replicate what you did on Busan, you are very well, or sorry, it was a 2-1, but if you can still replicate that win, at the very least, you've got that championship point. It's all about calming down, though. Yes, you've lost 2 in a row. You got to settle down, make the comeback, and get the synergy back in order.
Mm-hmm. I need to see Amplify pick up this Mauga, though, because we're anticipating this Brawl to make a return, given the players that are currently in. Willowtron, you have Lucio returning and Vamp Queen, and expecting to see some sort of Ramatra on these more brawly sides. Mauga, you can light Ramatra on fire and just watch him burn, and Mauga makes it look fun, all right? You don't want to be playing an Omnic into this guy at all. With how good the synergy has been. Rocco Neko has looked so consistent on all of these tank heroes, and is a large reason why Amplify are still able to be in the series.
Yeah, and still able to live and breathe throughout this entire series as well. And now we're going into the map here itself, and you're right, I would love to see the Mauga here, especially though they could be playing a Sigma at the same time. We saw what that did back on Surtovasa, right? They still pushed past the shield. They still pushed past all of it. Yes, the Sigma is countered out a little bit, and I won't say a lot because of the way that just played out, but the Sigma at least should be able to stop some of what the Mauga was doing. It's just that wasn't the case. So now you know there is a win con, and back to neutral point we go. Yes, you're absolutely right. You would love to see the Mauga be pulled out here for Amplify, especially if they want to get that third point to force a game number 7. So man, oh man, I cannot wait to see what this roster reveals on this side and what map we're going to start off on, because it could go any which way. I mean, I'm hoping we start with University here just to see if that Mauga gets pulled out, but we'll find out.
It's just these mini maps, right? If we're starting on the brawly ones of University versus a more poke-centric in City Center. That's how these series are going to be defined, and whether it's that Ramatra that we've been used to seeing, and ideally the Sigma is the safer option for Lava Lilies. Let's see. Once this is all set and done, Amplify Rising have shown that they're not going down without a fight yet. It will be Gardens to open us up, and we are going to get neither of the tanks aforementioned. It will be Rocco Neko. Okay, thank you. That's not a Ramatra. That's a Mauga coming out. Lava Lilies on the Winton.
Yeah, Lava Lilies are going to look to see if they can dive either Miles Me or Super, even Fabi in the back line as well. You know the Kiriko's got the swift step to get out anywhere, so as long as there's not Mama Anna's not panicking, that Kiriko gets away for free. But at the same time, too, Rocco Neko on this Mauga can counter out this Winston so well as long as the aggressiveness is there. And also, Willowtron on the far. It didn't work out really well last time, and now it's going to be a random pause here. But at the same time, Willowtron, just stick on here for a sec, where they have the Pharah as well as the Cassidy. That if Soup can keep hitting shots like Cassidy can, that Pharah is going to be really, really much in trouble.
I like the Pharah pick. We haven't seen much of it in Rising. Not gonna lie, it's been nice to have a break from the flying hero, a little bit more variety in how these team comps are approached. Yeah. That you have to say. If you need some sort of answer, play one of the most oppressive heroes in the game right now. Willowtron has showcased her flexibility from hitscan heroes and Ashe and Tracer towards the Mei, and now pulling out a Pharah. What really can't she do, Keegan?
Not get out of the way of a Cassidy unless if you're right in the sights on an open air. I'm just saying, if it's an open air area, you can't get away from a Deadeye if you're not dashing away. And you have the new ability, right? The right click to dash away to get that little extra burst to go out of the way and get behind cover. But as of right now, if that Cassidy is still in play, right, and Soup is hitting shots, you're taking a risk here because yes, it was a Widowmaker, but Soup not needing to charge up, wait for that charge up 100% anymore on the Widowmaker sniper anymore, right? All you got to do now is hit a couple of shots constantly, which Soup has been doing. Look, even proved it back on Sudavoso, right? Proved it back on that map where that Cassidy was so deadly, already took out the Pharah early on in that map as well, and it just proved all too difficult for this team from Lava Lilies to handle. So Amplify, I think, have this advantage right now, but if this Pharah can be oppressive, that would be the key to trying to win this map out and win the championship for Lava Lilies.
Willowtron is the key to success right now
Yes.
for Lava Lilies. The entire rest of their composition is going to be put on fire. You're not gonna have fun into that Malga composition with Soup. You're not gonna be able to control the space on the high ground very well. Like, this is 100%. If we're rolling out on the compositions that were teased, Amplify are winning first fight, no doubt in my mind. It has to be some insane sort of gameplay, pop off, whatever, from Willowtron in order to change that sort of fate. I don't really know what to expect out of the Pharah since we haven't seen much of it, especially at this level of gameplay. How often will Soup be actually turning their attention towards the Pharah? How much is she actually going to have that level of focus, especially when it seems that everything that Soup does is entirely based off where Rocco Neko's looking?
And at the same time, too, right, where Rocco Neko is looking is a good point because at the same time, not only do you have to look at where this Pharah is positioned, but the rest of the team is in a dive composition style as well. So if that Winston is diving your backline, you have to make a choice. Is your overrun going to go for the backline, or is it going to try to save your backline at the same time? Because obviously you can use that overrun to take care of the Winston, stun him out a little if you get the right timing on it, and at the same time burn him away if you want to. But that also means that that backline can use that immortality field, can use a sound barrier to heal up at the same time. So it's a decision that needs to be made here, and I like this dive composition here from Lava Lilies at the same time. Aim for the backline, and you don't have to run into the Malga. You can take care of the Malga after you take care of the backline, and that's the goal here for Lava Lilies. At the same time, too, for what Amplify is bringing with the Malga, your Malga is aiming to run into it as well. So we will get the restart here. It will not start off on... No, actually, I mean, even if it's a restart here, we still stay on the Gardens.
Yeah, but you know what? Hey, we'll take that. Good RNG.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like compositions will be changing. I don't believe either of them got a glimpse at what the other was playing, nor would they really want to swap it up. So both are confident in the pre-existing strategies. So it's going to be a race for this initial high ground. If Rock and Neko Amplify get there first, Lava Lilies are going to have one heck of a time getting up there.
Yeah, this is going to be some trouble here as they already start off, and they're just trying to find their positioning. The dive comp already in. You can see the overrun plus the speed boost is going to allow them to take this second level, and that means Lava Lilies, if they want to dive into this competition, they're going to have a lot of trouble doing so already.
As I said, Malga in a defensive position is a solid rock wall, and it's just there. Look, you're lit on fire. You try to assault the high ground. Lava Lilies did end up taking advantage of Amplify's early drop. Nice thing about Overrun, you can just barrel yourself through any sort of defense that's set up by the space for Soup to hit a shot. And that's the Willowtron effect that we were talking about. We need to see her really pop off and add some pressure onto players such as Soup in that exact moment. Wonderful target focus. Evaporated from the very map, and a fight that Amplify should have been winning handily. They couldn't really find an exact target to focus.
Like I said, that's the exact composition of this for Lava Lilies, right? Get to the back line first. That was Miles Me going down on that Sojourn, switching on over to the Tracer instead, but that was a boop off the map by Vam Queen, so big for that play. And as well, you get Soup down on the ground, and that's another target focus. Both of the DPSs go down. Rocco Neko has to drop, and unfortunately, that means that the focus was on the back line first. Lava Lilies trying to secure this now. They've already got 78 to a pulse bomb as Miles Me switches on over to that as well, but be careful because Vam Queen and Tycho can build up their ults quickly as well.
And especially already being just nearly 25% away from either of those. Lilac, though, with the first ultimate, they may not be needed. Pasta jumps into the entire team of Amplify and expects to get out alive. Well, that's a quick old reality check for her. Amplify rising now, getting themselves on this objective firmly as a much better start. Lava Lilies finding approach from this point on. Have to, again, completely ignoring this Malga and poking in from afar.
Yeah, and doing it. Oh, my God. Okay, what a flashbang there from Soup to get Kiriko and Elsalid. That's a great stagger as well. Amplify, though, coming up on 3 ultimates. Rocco Neko does not have the ultimate just yet, does not have the cage to work with here, but it's still enough pressure, just the Malga itself, to put the overrun on, to put the burn on. And now Willowtron, going for the sneaky play along with Pasta to the side here. Do they want to do it? Do they hear it?
They're gonna try to go for the jump. Imagine if this gets booped though. That would actually be kind of funny. I don't think it will. Pasta eyeing up the jump. Will make it to the high ground after all, but surprisingly no one from Amplify is in that position. They want to play on its low ground, force Lava Lilies to come into them while these support ultimates are still active. It is Lilac though who gets the better of Miles Me, as we've seen all series long in the Tracer duel. Looking for something else to come up big. It is Soup. It is Mama Ana on her special Kiriko. Lava Lilies are out of an answer no matter what Lilac accomplishes.
Yeah, and a good thing about the Kitsune Rush as well, you were able to heal, you were able to get the Suzu up in time as well. And Soup, again, the recognition here from Soup is insane. Willowtron had no idea where Soup was, and Soup and Mama Ana combined for the enough damage alongside the Kitsune Rush to get that kill onto the far faster, and as well as the cardiac overdrive to keep Rocco Neko alive. So a big play from Amplify to get rid of the barrage, and now 70% enrolling. Lava Lilies will only have the Primal Rage to work with. Amplify is working on 3 ultimates coming up.
Amplify, this is just their fight to win. You have all the tools at your disposal, those sports ultimates in the way, so this cage fight should just be as good as done. Pasa does need all the damage forced out. There you go. Didn't even pop the Primal Rage, hoping for this one final fight. Lava Lilies will be granted, but Amplify don't want to give it to them. Miles Me goes all the way in with the rest and gets a stagger on a Lilac.
It's the stagger onto Lilac to now 95% here. Soup's got a Deadeye to work with and nothing else on the board besides the Primal Rage. Primal Rage just mainly there to stall, but already Willowtron is gone. You've got nothing for the Pharah.
Willowtron's the one that needed to show up big, but she's gone. There's nothing else from this aerial support that you can expect. Soup, Deadeye in the backline, getting beaten back. Almost actually takes out Tycho. Thankfully, Lava Lilies are standing on their feet, but not for long. Soup looking to send them to an early grave. That's one support down. Looking for the second, but can't quite find the shot. Nice maneuverability out of Vamp Queen to stay alive. Get the support, the lacking support rather. But Pasta isn't there, and there's no one else to contest the objective. Amplify Rising Gardens, which is a sure win. Lava Lilies best be hoping that the next map is City Center, because if it's University, we may be receiving a now 7.
Oh, they got to hope for 2 in a row here because, well, let's find out. And we are going to University, so, boy. This gets a little dicey here for Lava Lilies, like you were saying. This map is kind of good here for Rocco Neko and team to run right on in and run on that flat ground, but instead it will be Lava Lilies switching. They are trying to go back to the main composition here, but we all know the overrun cannot be stopped, cannot be slowed in anyway. Pasta will go to the Sigma instead just to try to counteract whatever Amplify is bringing. But man, if Rocco Neko and Soup are going to play like this, this is going to be tough to overcome.
Jeez, like, we were talking how we needed Willowtron to come up big there, but it was Soup at every angle. It's like, it almost had wall hacks, not actually, but that's what it felt like. Willowtron constantly had a tracker on her that entire map, so Lava Lilies are going back to their good old faithful with a Sigma instead of Ramatra, knowing that Ramatra into the big old Samoan dude is not going to be a fun time. Lava Lilies allow Amplify to take more space on the objective first, meaning they have to walk into Rocco Neko. Cardiac Overdrive is gone, and it's not going to get a ton of value. There is a window of opportunity for Rocco Neko to be disposed of. Lava Lilies take advantage of it, and this is a much better start here.
Yeah, the overrun just went by a little bit too much, and I don't think that was the right moment to do it, especially with the cardiac overdrive or cardiac drive running out. So now you've given Lava Lilies an open door here, and especially for the fact that right now the ultimate's lining up well for Lava Lilies. The difference here, Willowtron will have a Blizzard and about 50%. Lilac, though, highest in the percentage in the lobby so far, 60%. If you can stave off this pressure that Amplify is going to give you in only a couple of moments, once that overrun is on, you are going to win this next fight.
Yeah, the overrun pancake, not really catching anybody. Rocco Neko, very consistent and just buying all the space, acting like a bowling ball for Amplify and displacing Lava Lilies. It is the Immortality field. Tycho put that out. I'm not sure if it was a fat finger or not. Either way, it's done and gone. And with Rocco Neko finding players in a small room, that's exactly where Amalga would like to fight. It is a nice Mei wall from Willowtron, and she even grabs one onto Fabi. The Mei just seems to be her best hero and gives Lava Lilies all the value that they could possibly need.
Yeah, we were afraid University was going to be run over by this team of Amplify, but guess what? The Mei was the one variable that you had, and now it's a blizzard that you have to worry about. It's Soup only 74%. And Rocco Neko knows that this is not working, that this Manga is not going to work out whatsoever, especially with that Mei countering out anything and blocking any healing that's coming their way. So you know what? Rocco Neko will switch on over to the Sigma, and the Sigma can build him out quickly. Don't mind the 30% that's left for Lava Lilies. If they can build it out quickly, this will be a good fight here for Amplify, but Lava Lilies does have the blizzard.
Have the blizzard. The Mei wall is out, so you got to try to use it while it's still in this small short way, or before Suzu finds ahead. The Suzu sure and gets everybody out of danger. Nobody's actually ends up getting frozen by it. Willowtron playing with fate. I see ya, but Soup is popping off once again. You gave him just a slightest room to breathe, and Lava Lilies, the second step off the gas. Amplify have proven to find that window of opportunity and take advantage of it.
The last part of the Suzu was still on when that blizzard got thrown on, as well as the speed boost from Fabi, or rather, the speed boost from Fabi. So credit to Fabi for getting this team out of the blizzard and making sure that there were no casualties due to it. So now Willowtron has a decision to make. Do we want to stick with this Mei? Because the Mei still does good on point, but the theoretic is that you maybe don't want to have that all too often. And right now, as it stands, Rocco Neko doing work 70% along to another ult. Pasta has yet to use the Critic Flux here. Can they work this out? Because Fabi does have the Sound Barrier to try to counteract it.
And Rocco Neko almost has that ultimate of their own. The problem is the Sound Barrier goes down. It doesn't even save Miles Me. And now Pasta's Gravitic Flux is going to be free. Unless Mama Ana hits a Suzu that's out of her mind. Somebody from Amplify Rising has to get themselves on this objective. And the Gravitic Flux is a massive. Neko falls over. And Lava Lilies have proven themselves to start out on this Mei comp. And it will continue to be their fallback. One more round of Oasis is in order, determining whether the grand finals end here or if we have a map 7 ahead of us.
Lava Lilies finding their rhythm, finding their mojo at the very least, and now it's the city center where the Sigma composition works out well, especially on the high ground. If Lava Lilies can win the high ground, they're gonna get first point. They're gonna be closer, and here's the point right now where both teams, you can feel it. They're a little anxious right now because Amplify knows that this is it. They don't win this, they don't get to see map 7. They're in second place. Lava Lilies wins this, they are champions. And so right now, Lava Lilies trying to maybe play that dive composition as Pasta goes on over to the Winston instead. Willowtron sticking on the Mei is a little bit of an interesting pick. Maybe could go on over to the Pharah here instead, but no, Soup is still on the Cassie. You have to expect that at this point. So we'll stick on the Mei at the very least. You're hoping that Willowtron does make a big impact as everybody's sticking with what they did last round. They're going to see if that impact is super good because I think they are so they're gonna head towards not elevator. They're gonna play towards road here.
Oh, this is risky. The Mei gets so much more value here. Amplify trying to meet Lava Lilies in this area is questionable to say the least. Rocco Neko has to get the immortality field to bail them out of danger. They're not taking advantage of both Soup and Miles Me on these two longer range heroes. Especially when Rocco Neko has, in my opinion, outdoing Pasta when it's come to this Sigma so far. Take advantage of the range. Don't try to play coast. Don't give Willowtron the room to succeed, because that's been Amplify's main issue. Mei wall is gone. Less fear, you can see in the eyes of Amplify. It doesn't allow Lava Lilies, their whole team, to be on this objective, and now it's just up to Soup or even Lilac to land that initial shot and get an elimination. A ring around the Rosie of its initial point force Lilacs booped up in the air for Soup to rip their head right off of their shoulders. Nice amplification matrix build up, fast one from Tycho, yet Fabi, Amplify Rising already wrapped around behind them. Ain't gonna do much at all.
Not gonna do anything at all. Soup was hitting shots. That boop, courtesy of Fabi onto Soup's headshot, is insane. And now look, so you talked about a quick build-up to the application matrix. How about a quick build-up to the Deadeye? Soup is there for a Deadeye already, and Rocco Neko will also have a Gravitic Flux to pair alongside of it. And we've all seen the combination between the Gravitic Flux and the Deadeye. I don't know if they'll decide to use it, but that's a pretty nice combo if it lands. With Soup having the Deadeye already, it shows you the significance of how Soup has made an impact on this game.
Yeah. There's an entire team essentially swapped on Lava Lilies right now. Everyone except Vamp Queen, Sombra, Echo, maybe looking to disrupt a Gravitic Flux. I mean, that would be massive since you don't have a sound barrier quite yet. And Rocco Neko hit that ult momentarily. Soup under pressure. They understand how much of an issue that she is, and the dive comp makes sense, and it's actually going to be given the point. Amplify Rising decide not to go ahead and contest for the time being. It'll be the Sky Noon that we're used to seeing, and a huge shot onto Pasta. RIP Winton Gaming. Lava Lilies have to go ahead and retreat. You're not going to push or try to orchestrate a dive without your tank player Amplifying straight back in the driver's seat.
I think the Sombra is there to make space, especially now that you know that there's a threat here to kind of disrupt everything. But because the hack was used and that Sombra was down, that allows Amplify to give themselves a way to win out the fight. And now Queen already going down. That's huge for you because that was a sound barrier gone. And now that's even more time that's going to get stalled out. So that's even bigger. Fabi will have a sound barrier to use. Miles Me will have the overclock. And at the same time, Queen will have the sound barrier to counter, but otherwise Lava Lilies relying on both of their DPS as well as the tank of Pasta and Lila to get their ult up. Willowtron is 72 an EMP as well, which could very well be big if placed in the correct direction, unless Fabi has that sound barrier first.
Oof, Amplify rising. Be careful with the sound barrier timing. I do like that Lava Lilies are going for more of this high ground control, forcing Amplify on the far side of this objective, but it doesn't matter. Soup still finds Willowtron out while invisible. They're trying to get something done onto Mama Ana, ideally, or even the Cassidy player. Yet it's all just up in flames. As soon as you lose an integral part of your plan, Lava Lilies are going to be down to last fight territory and have every single ultimate in the book to work with.
Yeah, 5 ultimates to work on the board. Amplify will have 2. How much does this cost them, though? It starts off with the Kitsune Rush.
Use as little as possible is the goal of Lava Lilies, and already 2 have been utilized, and the second might not have even happened with how quickly they exploded. With Mama Ana and Raka Neko going down, though, this is a good expenditure out of Lava Lilies. You use 2 ultimates, you get the fight back, but look how disciplined Amplify were this entire time, Keegan.
They didn't use a single ult. Didn't need to use the sound barrier. Didn't need to use the overclock. They know they have the lead. They know they have to force Lava Lilies to use their own ult. So now it is 5-3. And yes, I'm counting Rakoneko as well, considering how quickly the Sigma has been able to put up an ultimate on the board. So now at 50%, Lava Lilies 3, Amplify 5. This could be final fight already.
It's got to be a massive EMP to initiate this before a sound barrier goes off. Or if you're EMPing, it needs to hit Fabi. A lot of pressure onto Willowtron. Eevee could come out to cancel this Deadeye, but she doesn't see a need to do so. The speed on forward, earlier sound barrier out of Vamp Queen, and it's a hack onto Banana Mama. No choice, though, out of Willowtron to even pull the trigger. Lala to Pasta get one apiece. They work way into the backline. Amplify Rising aren't using their ultimates. They had everything, Keegan, but just didn't pull the trigger.
They had everything in the bank. They used both of their DPS ults now, and this is dire. That is a huge stagger onto Rakoneko. That time is starting to run out. Amplify's going to have 3 ultimates, yes, but Lava Lilies will also have 2 of their own. That's the EMP, which is going to counter everything. Rakoneko's going to switch on over from the Sigma to the Wrecking Ball instead. That's a big ult gone too. This is final fight territory. This is big, and it hacks out the
sound barrier. The sound barrier's gone. It's all felt like shambles for Amplify Rising. They had hope of a reverse sweep, and it was almost there, Keegan, but they fumbled it. Lava Lilies are going to be the champions at the rate that this continues. Rakoneko, Mama Ana, the last 2 players of Amplify standing, the remnants of the comeback that we were hoping for, the underdog story that we were ganking on, but it just never happened. Lava Lilies got their mojo back and will win the Colonial Heroes Minor 1 Rising Division 4-2.
I am speechless. That was Amplify's match to win. That was Amplify's map to win. They had everything on the board. They had 5 ultimates to 3. They used both of their DPS ulted, wasted away. They had the sound barrier. It got hacked. Everything that could have gone wrong for Amplify is Lava Lilies championship. That is unbelievable. I am still like speechless. My hands are on my head, obviously, just because my brain hurts after watching that. It was so good. It looked so good for Amplify, and Lava Lilies just shut the door right into Amplify's face. You had a 5-3 ult advantage there, like bang, none for you. Championship is ours.
Out of all of the ways that this series could have ended, this is not what it was expected.
No.
At all. Lava Lilies rejoicing with their championship victory, and with how close the last 2 meetings with this team was. I expected it to be 3-0, and we were at the 3-0 coming into the break, and I told you, I even went upstairs, so I filled my water bottle. My mom was watching the game. She's like, oh, you're gonna get another sweep? I'm like, it's looking like it. Come back down, and look what happened. 2 maps of run back, and almost a 3rd. We were so close to that map 7 series. Valiant efforts across the board from Amplify. And Keegan, this has got to be the best match that we've had all Colonial Heroes weekend.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, we've seen sweeps the entire weekend. I don't know what you mean should be. It is. It literally is. I mean, we saw 6 maps. No other. I mean, yes, all the other matches are 1st to 3, and we are very unlikely to see 6 maps, but in this case, we got 4-2. We got what a grand final should be, right? A close match. Even if it started 3-0, you started feeling like, right, the Lava Lily, or rather Amplify, started running up the stairs like Rocky. You could hear that song in the background running up the stairs, but in the end, I hate to say this, much like you tripped down on the stairs at the very end, right at the end part of it, leaving 5 ultimates in all. Again, I cannot stress that enough. 5 ultimates in hand, but could not pull the trigger, could not pull it off. And in the end, congratulations to Lava Lilies. That is a hard-fought but a well-earned championship.
It was a great match to have the opportunity to cast, and I hope y'all enjoyed it as a viewer too. You can see how much this Rising division has to offer, especially in these tight matched grand finals, and I'm very glad that we got to showcase them on the stream today. And lucky for us, we get to continue talking about the Rising division a little bit more. An interview from Taikjo will be joining us in just a little bit, so stay tuned. One more interview before we head to our final grand finals of the day. was wonderful to see the rising stars of the Calling All Heroes circuit in our Rising Division finals. A 4-2 victory for the Lava Lilies, but Amplify, dang, they put up a fight today.
Yeah, they put up a fight, and Lava Lilies put up a better one in the end. I mean,
Yeah.
that last fight will live on in my memory for quite a long time because that last fight was absolutely insane. The final sequence is crazy, and for Lava Lilies to pull it out in the end wasn't perfect. They lost the lost maps 4 and 5 to force on map 6, but in the end, they were able to get the championship. And I'm just saying right now, if the challenger side can hear me at the moment, all you need to do is match that hype, and we're happy for the rest of the weekend. You gotta match that somehow, some way. But no pressure, no pressure. Just somehow, some way match that. It doesn't have to be a 3-0 to a 3-2 to what was a crazy map 6. It's just got to be that exciting. So we're hoping for it between Valentine and Timeless. But man, oh man, what a series overall. And again, Lava Lily's just doing an absolute insane job as we go back to the replay. It all started right here, right? It all started with the Brawl map back on Busan when just this Ramacha was punching away, was pummeling away at the rest of this team, and then all of a sudden, right, it came to fruition. It started looking like Amplify could bring it all the way back, but then Lava Lilies right towards the end, winning Busan. After that, going 3 straights in a row on King's Row, and then on to our next map as well, which was Push on Colosseo. But then all of a sudden, that comeback for Amplify. Lava Lilies in the end, though, man, making a show for us at the end of the day.
There was definitely a moment there where it got sticky. Amplify sat up in their gamer chairs and like, all right, y'all, we ain't about to go down here, and gave Lava Lilies a run for their money on both Vasa as well as Circuit Royale with some change-ups in their composition. Of course, Soup having the time of their life, but at the end of the day, it was the Queens of Consistency, Lava Lilies, just going insane at the tail end of Oasis in a back-and-forth battle. We're able to take the final fight, as you said, Keegan, that's going to live in our heads for a very long time, and what keeps a good team running is a good, solid support. We have Tycho here with us for an interview, and first of all, just wow. Congratulations, Tycho. Lava Lilies, y'all played your hearts out today. How does it feel to come away with this Calling All Heroes Rising Championship?
So hello everybody. First of all, I just want to say I'm over the moon right now. Like, we went into this tournament, we weren't formed for a very long time, so we were all friends. We were like, okay, we have a fighting chance for this. We can actually win this, and we did. And my heart's still pounding. I'm gonna be honest to you guys.
Yeah, well, amazing. Now you're still happy. The hype is still on. Congratulations, first and foremost. I want to ask, though, let's go back, and maybe not some pleasant memory here, but let's go back. You guys won the first 3. You were on the cusp of winning it, and then the next 2 maps kind of fell to the wayside for you guys. What were you guys talking about inside the comms to try to bring it back in map number 6?
Well, you know, of course we were thinking about our strats and just everything. We were not going down without another fight, but I have to say mentals were never, ever, ever low. We are a hype team. We all got each other. We all got each other's backs, and we were confident that we could come back, and in the end, we did. Of course, you get into thinking, okay, what can we do into this Mauga, first and foremost, but we were just positive. We made new strats, talked to our coaches in between, like the maps, and yeah, now we're standing here.
Standing as champions on the top of the hill for Rising Minor 1. And now, let me talk to you about this team now, because the comms at the end might have been crazy at the end. I won't talk about that because I know you said it, your heart's pounding. The comms must have been crazy. But now for this team, very, very soon will come up the next major. Major 2 is already open. And are you guys, as a full team, going to be participating in that as well? And at the same time, how confident are you guys to not only do what you did here in Minor 1, but repeat that in Major 2?
Oh, you bet your trophy we're gonna be there as a whole team. There's no way we're gonna miss Major 2. Okay, saying that, we're gonna definitely try our best. I mean, winning just Minor 1 is just a huge confidence boost, right? And so we're gonna, we scrim 3 times a week. We just, like I said, we're friends, so the synergy is just there. We're gonna try our very best to repeat and even do better what we did in Minor 1. So yeah, we're gonna be there. Lava Lilies Rising is not gonna leave you anytime soon.
And we're so glad that we get to watch you guys continue your journey. Like, it's first of all, it's so sweet to hear that you are all friends outside of this too, and coming together to form a team and just dominate in the way that you did. It's just a heartwarming story to hear, and I'm very happy that we'll watch that journey unfold. And actually, just a couple of weeks, Major 2 is closer than you might think. And I want to give you the chance, Tycho. I'm sure that you're still hyped after this game and you want to go back to celebrate your team, which I'll let you do in just a moment. You got to answer one more thing for me. I want to give you the floor. I want you to go ahead, talk to me about calling all heroes, what it's meant to you, and how you and your teammates have been able to come to this circuit and really been able to perform to get here today.
Well, so first of all, I started playing Overwatch very young. I'm 18 currently, and I started playing, if you can say that, quote unquote, when I was 10, and I just watched my big sister play it on the Xbox.
Wow.
And when I just, as I got older, and I started looking into competitive Overwatch, I was like, you can actually do that? Like, there's a thing, you can compete there, even though you're not like a hyper pro. And so when I heard of calling all heroes, I was just like, oh my god, wait, there's this thing for me and for like other people. We have a space to compete, and especially here in Rising, like, just imagine what that means to us, that we as lower ranked players, quote unquote, have a place to compete. And I gotta say, between us, Calling Heroes Rising teams and players, we're friends. We talk to each other. We're not separated or isolated, and it means so much to me, and the whole team, whole Lava Lilies Rising is so glad to be here, to be able to compete. And yeah, it means the world, honestly.
Well, Tycho, it's awesome to hear how Overwatch has been, or Calling All Heroes has been a part of your life for almost half of it, which is insane to go ahead and think about. And I'm so glad that we could have this grand finals on stream. Keegan and I were saying earlier, this is the best match that we have seen all weekend long, and you yourself, your entire team, did wonderful with that. We're gonna go ahead, let you go. Go ahead, celebrate with your team. Get all of those fun chats out, because you guys deserve it. That trophy is yours, and we look forward to seeing Lava Lilies and yourself back for the Major 2.
Thank you so much, you guys, also just for casting this match. It was a joy to just, I know my family is watching and my friends are watching, and they're just so hyped also to hear you guys cast. So thanks so much, and shout out to my team. I love you guys so much, and I'm so excited for the future to do more great things. Thank you.
Of course. Shout out Tycho family. We're glad that we could have you guys here and have you all enjoy some wonderful Overwatch. You did great today, and we'll see you around on the next one. Keegan, we're not done with our Overwatch today just yet.
No.
We still have an entire more grand finals to come today. Our Challengers division, it's been waiting since earlier this afternoon. Valentine and Timeless are about to duke it out in a best of 7.
This is going to be an exciting match as we preview it here soon, but it is the one I'm telling both teams right now, this has to live up to what we just saw. This was the best match we saw all weekend just now. That was Rising. This is Challengers. If we're going to get mirror battles, I want to see some exciting plays. And right, Valentine, chip on their shoulder. They want to be here. They are back here. Timeless also has a chip because they lost to them back in Major number 1. They're here in minor number 1. Yes, it may just be a minor tournament, but this feels like a major match to see if Timeless can break through this entire Valentine team, or if Valentine can make that lower bracket run and take home the championship of minor number 1.
A rematch of our previous champs and a grudge match nonetheless. One final game to be played within the Calling All Heroes Minor 1 event. And I sure as heck know you're not going to want to miss it. Grab your popcorn, people, and we'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes to kick off our best of 7 championship. Calling All Heroes championship rematch that we've all been waiting for is finally here. We called it since the very beginning of this weekend. We would see Timeless on the run for a golden stage. Have not dropped a single map in either Swiss or playoffs, facing off against Valentine, a team plagued with struggle since the start, yet has battled their way up, ready to defend their title and play spoiler to the golden stage. Timeless thinks is about to be theirs. Our Challengers Grand Finals have so much to show for the skill level, the preparation, and competition that Calling All Heroes has to offer.
Yeah, and a rematch between Major Number 1 as well very early on inside of this 24-25 season right now. As we go through the brackets here, you can see that there is a little bit of a chip here for Timeless because they not only want to win this entire thing, they want to win this golden. They want to be that entire team that wins it perfectly. Timeless beats Blastoff 3-0, beats the Pixies 3-0, beats Fable 3-0 to give themselves the first spot into the grand finals. Then you look at the lower side of the bracket because Valentine lost to Fable 3-1, but then would make a complete run of their own. Yes, beat Andromeda 3-0, lost to Fable 3-1. That lower bracket run is so impressive. Beat Inarizaki 3-0, beat Pixies 3-0 earlier today, and of course that game in the lower bracket finals, Valentine looked like that. I thought Fable was going to be able to take a map off. Valentine said, no, we learn. Hard to beat a team twice, but Fable could not, and Valentine gives themselves the rematch with Timeless for Major Number 1. Molly, I am super excited for this one because I want to see if there's any changes because Timeless looks like they can go golden, but Valentine really, really wants to go back-to-back here.
Valentine had been flawless from the second they dropped down to that lower bracket. Never anticipated being in that situation until potentially those lower finals, but much harder journey. 9 maps won and 9 maps won solidly. Not a blink of fear that could be sought in this team, and you guys are going to be able to see why. As we start to look at this roster for Timeless, this is going to be the match of all time because this is the strongest we've ever seen this Timeless squad work. After dominating way back in the Calling All Heroes 23-24 circuit, barely dropping max, having near golden stage runs before, they're going to look to do it again here with the addition of Senna. Sniper now returning from after not being able to play yesterday. The Sigma Warlord has returned and gives Timeless an even bigger asset when facing off against a Valentine team.
Yeah, and I want to point out really quickly before we go to the Valentine roster, all mercies on the board. No, that was not a production bug. As if you're just joining us, that is not it. That's just Timeless being Timeless, having fun, knowing that they're going to be here in the championship round and featured out. But yeah, Sniper is back. We've seen Solhill, but that now goes against this Valentine roster. Earlier today, we saw them play very, very well, getting the 2 matches, winning 6 straight. Can they win 10 total is the better question. Wisp and Zoe, the DPS duo to watch out for. Again, I mean, really every DPS in here is really, really good at what they do, but Wisp and Zoe are going to have to answer the call of what this team of Bun and Senna have been doing all day. But if that 2 warm-up games have been any consolation at all, this is going to be Wisp and Zoe trying to go head-to-head. The unstoppable object versus the immovable force is insane to think about. And also Kindred on this tank as well, doing a lot of work earlier on. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a battle of true and pure skill.
We actually only saw Kindred play 1 map, which was the Mauga. She will not be in for this game. It will be Mari starting for the tank side. Oh, they did swap it. Never mind. I got baited. I got told something else. It will actually be Kindred starting. That is shocking, given that when we talked to Valentine previously, Keegan, they wanted to lean into these Sigma compositions, especially on Control. But what we also heard them say is Control is our map. We will not be losing it. Confident start. Confidence from Wicca, and that the entirety of this team, this good run that Valentine will have, will put an end to the golden stage just straight from Antarctic Peninsula.
And you got to remember too, right, that this team had a little while. We had our Rising Grand Finals in between that. So both of these teams had their time to talk it over, had their time to watch comps as well, and maybe even play a few games on their own, right? We took a very long time for 6 maps. They had some time to maybe work out their composition at the same time. And yet it feels like this is going to be very similar on what we see as we approach the start of Antarctic Peninsula. The grudge match that is Major Number 1, the rematch here in Minor Number 1 for the points at the same time. Some teams going to go away with a huge haul of points here going into Major Number 2 later on. I cannot wait. Let's find out what these compositions are going to pull out. This is just the start before the spawn room doors even open up. Is Kindred going to hold on to the Mauga? This is one of the heroes that we know that Kindred will play. Well, maybe the Mauga is in play.
We heard this from Wicca in the interview, and even Senna too. Valentine watched Senna's winning interview. When it's asked about Valentine, Senna stated that it feels like they are behind the meta, still playing these Mauga, still playing this Ramatra composition, and Valentine think it's the answer behind the rest, and they only started to find success on the Sigma. But Keegan, they're going straight back to it on this first map of Control. They must have been holding this, and maybe it was a bait from Wicca. We're gonna have to see. Once this dust actually starts to settle, this duels between Senna, Bud, Wisps, Zoe are gonna be one to watch of a lifetime. They're just so talented at each of these individual heroes that we're gonna see all day.
The side control, though, being controlled right now by Timeless. Sniper has immense control of this point at the start, and you can already see Valentine having to back up for the moment. Good direct hit, though, from Zoe. This started off at the very least, but ultimates are building up quickly. This is just the poke comp, but look, Timeless already has the point. It's Valentine's pressure on.
It doesn't matter what happens now. Timeless can play as slow as they would like. It's Valentine that has to come into them. Bun got it exchanging rockets with Zoe, and will end up winning out the first duel, first blood of the game. AJMR sure to make sure the Pharah doesn't go all down in vain. Yet you look away from your Mauga in 1 second, Senna will be right there to chunk her down the sides.
Good start for Valentine, not allowing a lot of percentage points, and now the amplification matrix is out, but they might not even win this. They're already, AGMR is down. That's a lot of healing gone. Z's wants to get aggressive with this, and they're going to win it off that.
Sheesh! All right, Z's, I see you, I see you. And Valentine got a little bit of point control there, so I can understand why did they commit the amp matrix yet. This Mauga just doesn't seem to be the play in terms of the poke that Timeless have working for him.
Yeah, and right now, Valentine having the Deadeye available to them. Senna will also have a Deadeye as well, but the big thing, look at the differential in ult. Sniper having the Grid Flux before Kindred can even get to the cage. So right now, for Timeless, they have the advantage. Can they keep it in hand? Halo also coming up with the sound barrier as well, but here comes the Deadeye.
Oh, it doesn't get canceled out. Kindred tried to commit in order to do the same. Wisp looking for better luck, and there it is. Z's goes down alongside Bun. Wonderful opening for Valentine. All they have to do is live through a Grid Flux, disobey the laws of gravity themselves, and get their toes in the objective.
Good news for Valentine is they were able to break the shield before anything else. And Sniper, the only thing you can do to protect the rest of the team is a kinetic grasp, which doesn't do a lot for you if anybody steps to the side. So that's a great Deadeye timing from Wisp to win back the point. This is going back and forth. This is one fight after another here. This is going to be a really long point fight, but let's see if Valentine can keep it, because Kindred is up to a cage.
Kindred cage fights here, unless this is perfectly timed. Sound barrier out of Halo, which looks like it will be, but not before Bun actually goes down, so a little bit too late to negate this damage. And even then, cage fighting and baiting into a cage fight is lost ultimate to begin with.
Yeah, huge cage fight coming out from Kindred. That's massive. That got both the tank as well as one of the DPSs in. You had to force out the sound barrier from Halo 2 to try to keep the team alive through it, but all in all, just way too much damage coming, and Valentine didn't even have to use the barrage too, so Zoe will hold on to the barrage. Bun will have a barrage as well. This will be a clash of the rockets here. Who's going to get the better of it? It depends on the first pick on it.
Right for that initial pick, but looking at these DPS to do it, and this time it is Senna taking AJMR out. Valentine limited support. I better see Kindred running away, because there's no chance they're going to try to fight that without AJMR.
No chance at all, especially Senna taking down Zoe, so no barrage is used in this case, and again, just to hold on to the point, the overrun is there. That staggers out the Mauga a little bit more, but that's okay, because Zoe was also down as well. So Timeless now both having their DPS ults. Valentine will have theirs as well. The big thing, though, is that both at matrices are used, meaning you don't have to worry about some flow damage here through that window, but it does come down to the DPSs. This is the matchup we wanted, Molly. The DPS versus DPS, both sides will have their ults.
And notice how neither DPS lineup is explosive as we're used to seeing, because they are that evenly matched, unless it's Senna wanting to be the first one to come away. She's never won a Calling All Heroes Championship, despite how good she is, and it almost seems like this is the time. The amount of opening eliminations she had is huge.
It's huge for right now. It's only 10% left to go. Somebody's got to touch the point. It's got to be Wicca here who can get it, or Zoe around the corner, but they notice where Zoe is. That position is key, and now they spotted her out. It's going to be difficult to get in, but they're going to try.
But Kindred's met with a face of rockets from Bun. That's a third now for Timeless's Pharah player. An explosive end to Valentine's confident control attempt. It did not sound like there's a doubt in Wicca's mind that Valentine could come away with this cleanly, but that was far from it.
It wasn't clean on either side. Timeless did have a few cracks into their system, but Valentine could not pull through, could not get that advantage that they wanted, especially Mauga against the Sigma. Yes, the Mauga had its moments, but still, Sniper protecting the rest of the team, and Bun absolutely popping off in the end. That barrage didn't have a shield to protect, nor did you have a kinetic grasp to hold on and get some of that damage and that overhealth on. Instead, it is Kindred going down very easily here, and now Timeless has the advantage, right? They're going on to they're going down to the sub level down below. And Zoe, are you sticking on this? Are you gonna? Yes, you are. That's gonna be a May that gets pulled out in this composition here. I'm interested because this is a very similar brawl to what we saw on our Rising side for the Lava Lilies. Valentine's looking to replicate that and see if they can go toe-to-toe with this Timeless team.
I don't think so. That's not good. Zoe's May is great, don't get me wrong, but if you're not even there to put up a wall in the first place because Senna mows you down, that's an entirely different discussion than Valentine. Yeah, I like the attempt. It was thoughtful. It's just not going to work here.
Yeah, it might not work out in the situation considering you got first picked off very, very early on, and now we'll see if Valentine decides to swap here. And yeah, you and I both made the same sound because AJMR getting absolutely wiped out by the hands of Sniper and Senna, already pushing them all the way to spawn windows. So now Wiz that's only for a change, just to see if they're going to peek out anywhere towards spawn. They're going to go right back to the Cassidy. No, it's not going to hold that. We've seen this before. I know the both of us. You wish you could hold on to this, but on sub level, not a very good idea. But Timeless already, Senna coming up to 60%, way outbeating Wiz already, and that just shows you the pressure that this Timeless team is putting on right now.
And that's a May wall, at least blocks Senna's sightlines. Hey, that means you're gonna live for now. And that's only due to AJMR's immortality field. Zoe is the first to fall for the second time. There's just nothing to do about Bun. When I talk about Zoe being the best FAR in the world, Bun is right up there with her. If no one's gonna do anything about it, even if AJMR gets the kills now, it's way too late.
Yeah, you're hoping right now the devs of Overwatch don't catch what's going on here in the mid-season patch that's already in. It's coming in very soon. Well, the FAR players might not like it, but right now Sniper coming in with a Gravitic Flux as well. Bun and Senna will both have their ultimates, and the big thing, Valentine switching on over. Zoe was on the May. Now on the Venture, our first look at Venture. They are out here. It's ready to play on this Brawl composition. We'll see if that makes any impact, but right now, big ultimates on the side of Timeless.
Love the existing Venture in the first place, and Zoe's been, again, Bun. Where? What are you doing about Bun? Wisps, AJMR, neither can get a glimpse at her, and Senna's just gonna take out Zoe too. That hindering effect is devastating against Venture, and oh my gosh, like Timeless, it just needs to be the Bun and Senna show right now.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. Timeless had a few cracks in their system. This time they are showing nothing. There is no flaw in any system they are running. The synergy is working well. Now it's dire straits. AJMR switching on over, and Wisp, again, losing the ultimate percentage because you think that they're going to try to spawn door you instead. Will go to the Widow, maybe even holds the Widow, so you may get your wish after all, but it's in dire straits. 5 ultimates online for Timeless.
Timeless, there's just no world in which they lose. Someone would have to pop off on Valentine. With Wicca already gone, it's looking less and less likely. Valentine managed to get a flip over to the point just by Kindred's perseverance. She'll have a annihilation in tow, but it ain't gonna do much of anything. Maybe grab Senna for her troubles, but Timeless were just racking up all the entire map. And Keegan, we thought that Valentine had learned their lesson. We thought that they had figured out that this Ramantra, this Mauga, wasn't it. And that is exactly the case. Timeless thought that the lesson had been learned and are happy to go against a Valentine who remain to be in the old times.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Timeless right now, I'm assuming the message is gonna be that one line from SpongeBob. Do we have to teach you this lesson again, old man? Right? It's just staying right there inside of that meta that Valentine wants to force. They want to force that play out. Unfortunately, though, Timeless was ready for it. They still have the Sigma. They stayed on the Sigma the entire time with the Cassidy just popping absolutely off. And of course, one, you cannot ignore the pop off at the end of the map on the end of the map. One. And of course, back on the sub level, just absolutely popping off. And it's just this entire meta of the Cassidy FAR, right? The hinder as well as just the FAR up in the air alongside of a dash, just so mobile. And that's proving trouble for this team from Valentine. Yes, Wicca said we're going to win map number 1. Well, not the case this time around because, again, they were stuck in that same meta earlier on that Timeless knew was coming. And now they have to try to go against it. Now they said, Wicca said earlier on, they were comfortable with it. They were comfortable with the Sigma. Well, they're going to have to try to be more comfortable. They're going to have to try to sit down in their lounge chairs or something because to get comfortable with it, you got to face up against the Timeless team that is very, very comfortable with what they're doing right now.
I'm going to be blunt with you because that's just how I am. And Valentine, I love you. That ain't it. Don't do that again. There's just no realm of possibility in which you're going to make a Mauga plausibly work against a Sigma as good as Sniper or even Sawhill for that matter. As we look forward into this series, as much as I love Kindred, I think we're going to need to see Mari return to the scenes and switch a new change of pace. And that mindset, Hollywood is where Valentine think that they're going to have the best shot. A mixture of either the Sigma or a potential Winston dive. Once we get to the first and second points of Hollywood, it's right up Timeless's alley, but something that Valentine can workshop.
Yeah, Timeless is going to have to... Timeless already, we know that they're very sad that Numani's not going to pick, so at least Valentine listened to us there where they don't pick Numani, where they sped run that. So, yes, Valentine listened to us, whereas a few other teams may not have. Numani not the pick. It is Hollywood. This works out well, and now it's going to be the swap out. Kindred comes out. Mari will go back in, so your assumption is that Sigma will be in play. Either that or it might even be a dive composition, right? That if you can get to the second level, take that second level advantage. A Winston's not a bad idea here to try to get to that back line. But again, like you said, that tank as well from Sniper is just so good right now that Sigma's just going to keep staying in until somehow, some way, Valentine finds a way around it. And so they're just going to keep this going here. And on Hollywood, this defensive hold could very well be huge. And especially if now they're going to if Timeless stays on the defensive end here, this is going to be tough waters for Valentine to try to maneuver. If they can, though, it's going to come out with big risk, big reward.
Something had to change. In this case, it was the map pool. We've been kind of saying it all weekend. The map pool will define how these teams play, how they elect to have their compositions, or even their rosters at some points, as we're seeing some of these tanks subbed in and out. It does seem that Sniper isn't moving, so it appears a Sigma mirror is in order. I can't recall any Sniper Winston previously, but hey, never say never. We could see it later down the road, but anticipating a Hollywood matchup. We can talk about the tanks all day, but Bun, especially Ben and Senna, that's where it's at. That is bread and butter right now. Timeless are putting all of their eggs into the basket of their DPS heroes, and it's like multiplying, it's growing, and it just dominated the map of Antarctic Peninsula. It's one of those maps that you have to go to Valentine and tell him to shake it off, because that was rough, it was quick, it was over. Where Timeless, they're like, all right, that's the tone we're setting for this series, let's just do it again.
Yeah, and obviously map number 1 gives you a sense of what's going to happen here, what the compositions are going to pull out. Obviously, though, both of these teams realize what the meta is. Both of these teams know what they are going to play on either end. But Timeless, though, is going to play a little bit more differently. If Senna sticks on this Ashe, it's not a bad play because, again, Valentine does not have a cuticle to cleanse out the burn, does not have a cuticle to cleanse out at least the dynamite burn at the same time as it explodes. So really for Valentine, their challenge here is to get rid of Senna. But as we've seen before, Wisp has been on the Ashe before. This time it's on the other foot with Senna on this Ashe, ready to go to take down Zoe out of the skies.
Yeah, Senna making a bit of a change. We saw it from Wisp earlier, and as well as some other players throughout the weekend. It's a very viable pick, and it adds additional pressure, like slightly more range onto Zoe if you're not careful. You are a lot more diveable, though. For some reason, someone manages to get close, and it ain't looking too good for the Ashe, and Senna already scares Wicca well away from this corner.
Yeah, Senna's hitting a lot of ding shots, which forces back this team already. And you can see Senna's got control of the second level. Now, if they don't recognize where the Pharah is, that's going to be a little bit of trouble. But Senna already up to 38% compared to Bun 7%. That shows you how many shots Timeless is hitting, but that's a huge pick for Wisp.
You needed that. Bun was doing way too much for Timeless. You take her out, and look, she's only 11% ult chart. She's been denied by Wisp this entire time, and even if it's only been 40 seconds. This is an opportunity that Valentine are just playing passive for. Timeless aren't forfeiting any space, waiting for the Pharah to come back, and thankfully, your rockets, they go on infinitely, so she can shoot them from as far back as she needs to do to play safely. I do see an Out Matrix online, though. Z's beats AJMR to that, two of the best flex supports we've been watching in this scene as a whole, and he's to strike first. That's how dynamite hurts is twice as much, particularly for tank players named Mari. Valentine are struggling to recover from the loss of their tank, and it doesn't appear they'll be doing so on this first point, as Sniper is just the best of this hero.
Yeah, Sniper pulling off, but also credit to Senna there. That was a dynamite through the App Matrix as well. That burn hurts. That's hospital worthy, honestly. That's just that burn ward is under no help from Senna at all. Now you have Senna with a bomb. Sniper will also have a Gravitic Flux in hand. Valentine, though, not too shabby if you're them. You're holding on to a few ultimates of your own. You'll have 5 check marks to use. He's used theirs in the last fight. So at the very least, you have something to go up against this. But look at the space the Timeless is creating already on the second level.
Wait on what important that this high ground is. It will be a trade out for Bun and sound barrier out of Valentine that really doesn't do much of anything than speed up the stabilization process, which Timeless wanted to do anyway. So wasted for Valentine, and Timeless will now have a free Halo beat to use at their own whim as long as Senna can stay alive. Yeah, they'll also have a Widowmaker to aim at as well. Wisp changes on over to the Widowmaker instead of the Cassidy. Try to see if they can snipe and one shot out this far, but also keeping the Ashe in check at the same time too, which makes this a little more difficult, but here comes the barrage. Yep, Zoe straight onto Halo, no sound barrier in play, great target selection, as well as the lamps. That's one of my favorite little bits of synergy that we've seen between AJMR and Zoe thus far. Problem is you don't have a tank, so Timeless are now marching onto this high ground, relatively free. Z's, though, is by themselves. Use the Immortality field, and at least you have Sniper getting the trade onto AJMR, and even following it up. Absolute chaos unfolding in the second Streets phase of Hollywood, and it seems Timeless has a slight edge. Yeah, because they got rid of Wicca. That's both of your supports down. So Halo now has the sound barrier to use. Z's also having the window as well, which is so good. Bun has the barrage, unlike Zoe, so that barrage becomes key. You don't have a sound barrier to go against it. The only thing you have to defend, at least for a little while, is an Immortality field. You saw how Senna got so scared there as soon as Wits went into the air. And I don't want to say Wits has a Widowmaker crutch, but it's definitely their favorite hero to play, as well as one of their best. The Gravitic Flux out, and Mari, but nobody even looked an eye at Bun. Surely they knew she was there. She just didn't get any of the loving attention that Valentine surely would have liked to provide her. Timeless marches their way through the second point, and so far Valentine's map pick has been looking more like Timeless's. Yeah, that's just a matter of instinct at that point. I'm surprised Mari didn't go for the kinetic grasp there instead of the accretion just to try to stun, unless Mari didn't have the kinetic grasp to work with there, in which case, yeah, that was really your only option. But now 4 minutes is on the clock here for Valentine, or rather for Timeless to push through. The Senna's coming up on another Bob Sniper with another Gravitic Flux, and if they're going to stay on the second level, Bun's going to have some fun here because you still have a concussive blast to work with, obviously, to get them off that second level, but at the same time, just hitting shots there in general is going to let your ult build up quickly. The Timeless are already getting a decent way through this objective. This corner has to be where Valentine's plants their feet, and you just got to set up a wall at some point in time. The issue is Timeless, they got ultimates, you really don't. It's got to be a perfectly timed sound barrier out of Wicca, which when you were talking to her earlier, we've been complimenting how good the usage of her ultimate is. It's not an easy one at all, but it may need to be sooner rather than later. Immortality field burned, the rest of Valentine are low, and there it is. Wicca just in the nick of time for both the sound barrier as well as the entirety of the team. Don't have Wisps though. Bun rhymes with fun for a reason. She's having fun on this high ground and making sure nobody else is. Senna to follow it up with a second on the DPS. Timeless are about to snowball their way through the entirety of Hollywood. We thought this would be a much more closely contested match with how hot Valentine have been looking in their lower bracket one, but that ain't the case, Keegan. Timeless clean with it. 303 plus some. Yep, 3 points, 3 minutes and 3 seconds, and look, we thought they sped run Numani well. I mean, their speed run was 3 minutes 27 seconds there. It's 3:03 here, so only a 24-second differential. Yes, there were some maybe slight holdbacks for Timeless, but otherwise, Valentine, no answers whatsoever for what Timeless had. Even if Wisp went on to the Widowmaker, that Widowmaker got no value at all, so Timeless was able to just run the table down all the way to the end point. Now Timeless, 3:03 at their backs. They're not even worried about if Valentine completes this or not. They're just happy to even just defend 2 points right now and make sure that that time bang just whittles away slowly and surely. But Valentine here need a response, and now Whiffs on this side is going to go on the Ashe. Senna got basically uncontested on the Ashe, right? Senna went all over. You saw it at the end there. Senna went all the way in the back line where the Ashe should not be, and yet played aggressively and still found a way to get 2 picks there, and Bun just cleaning it up at the end as well. They're paying it. Valentine is trying to pay attention to too much, whereas Timeless is just taking rightful advantage of it. Senna now still in the Ashe, will play back, but Wisp now has to try to make sure that that impact that Senna had is the same thing on the Valentine side. Although, is this going to stay on the Widowmaker? I don't know. Now, we'll have to wait and see on that one. I believe it's going to be either Widowmaker or Ashe, especially since that's what Senna was marching up and seems to be sticking on Timeless's defense. Wisp looking for a shot! They get it! Bun peeks her head around the curly. Surely you had to know that Wisp was going to go for that. It works 1 in 100 times, and it just happened to be the one. Valentine, now you just got to run your way into this objective. Main threat is disposed of. Now you need to turn your eyes towards this high ground where Senna obviously positioned, having to regroup slightly while we see Valentine struggle to continue with this space. Zoe is incredibly low, and Senna's still hitting the shots, and it doesn't even matter. Bun's back.
Yeah, Bun is back in play, and that shot was so impressive. However, it's not going to amount to anything. And look at all the low health bars. I mean, burning away is Senna, yes, but Valentine has an open door. You just don't have the players to work with because one's running back now. So Valentine does have a green light here because they're already pushed into point. Question is now Bun's got to be taken care of, and also Senna really low at the same time.
There's not a ton that can be done. Zoe is way too far away from her team. You can't get healed up by a Baptiste or a Lucio at that point. Timeless know it, and we'll just continue to apply that pressure onto her. Her positioning, or at least Bun's positioning, has been so much better than Zoe's in this matchup so far, and part of that's to do with how aggressive Senna is and just how accurate.
Senna's got to be one of the most accurate players I've seen. I mean, pretty much the most accurate player I've seen this entire weekend. Yes, Wisp and Zoe have hit their shots, but Senna absolutely on a tear has to be at least 60% accuracy from what I've seen thus far, at least. And just unreal. And now you can take a look at the ultimate percentages. Look at the difference between Bun and Zoe, 40% to 95. Bun's going to have something before Zoe does, and that is a barrage to help this out.
Zoe can't do anything. I know I've been calling her one of the best Pharahs, but it looks like Bun wants to take that title for herself. That is, if you can come up with the clutch, the barrage from below doesn't work this time. It's AJMR, and they're at Matrix instead, deploying the DPS Lucio that we know them very well for. Stable Pillar for Valentine will help them get control of this first point.
It's not bad, though, because you did only have to use 2 ultimates compared to Valentine using everything that they had on the board. Wisp, is this something? Yeah, okay, you're switching spawns, but the character choice.
Please don't. Okay, there we go.
Well, what do you mean, please don't? Junkrat's fun, no? I mean, it would be fun.
In what mind is Junkrat fun?
I don't know. Maybe in my deranged mind it is. I mean, we saw 4-2 and then 5 ults got, you know, Amplify wasn't able to pull it out with 5 ultimates. Look, my mind is not in the right state right now. But Senna, though, might be in the right set of mind here. Does have a Bob available, and also Wisp just looking to see if they can get that extra first pick onto Blunt. But here comes the Bob to start off.
Yeah, the Bob, it's just an automatic kite for Valentine. No one's going to risk peeking that. It seems that Senna and Bun want to push into this Widowmaker, maybe to make it harder for Wisp to find a target. And it's actually smart of them to play in these side corridors instead of on the high ground, where it's much easier to be grabbed. With Mari, the ult first, but without Wicca. Zoe looking for some sort of trade, doesn't exactly find it. The DPS players find some space, and with the closer respawns, it's workable for Valentine.
Yeah, the staggering here of Timeless at the very least gives Valentine maybe a little bit of an open area, maybe a green light here to push right on in. Yes, Sniper gets a little bit of overhealth, but you don't want to contest this all too much, considering the only healing you've got at the moment is AJMR, but Senna is, or rather Z's, but here comes Senna back and ready to go, looking for something here. Jump shot maybe against the Widow. Headshot, but Wisp hits it first. Wisp hits the headshot. Senna hit one, but it wasn't enough damage.
You didn't charge it enough. Oh my god, like that's how good these 2 Widowmakers are. Keegan, I know this is your first time witnessing this. Like, buckle up, dude. This is just a contest of who the best Widows you're going to see at this level. And even if Senna goes down, we have to look at the rest of the fight as a whole. It is Sniper who ends up cleaning and has so far been getting the better of Mari, which we were concerned about at the beginning.
Maybe my first time. Can I ask to do more just to watch these 2 teams go at it? This is just insane. Watching Wisp go at it, Wisp hits the shot, but Senna hits the first headshot. It's not enough damage anyways. It's exactly insane in what you want out of a grand finals match between these 2 DPS pairs. And now, right, 2 minutes and 17 seconds left. Valentine trying to find an answer to push through. They have the window to work with. They have the sound barrier to work with as well. One's going to have the barrage, but this is going to be countered out by at least 2 of the support ults if played correctly.
See, here's the thing. You can list off all the ultimates you want, Keegan, but it doesn't matter. If Widowmakers exist and hit shots like that, like the fight is over before Valentine can even think about how they want to approach it.
You can't even approach. If Senna's going to keep hitting shots like that, you need to find a way to take down Senna. Infrasight's only going to help for only a little while just to maybe get some targets on, but really, just this Widowmaker is being pressured out by everybody. This is great target focusing from Timeless right now. They know who their targets should be, and the comms are working so well as now. Valentine, again, 2 ultimates on the board, but you gotta watch out for Senna. No matter where Senna is, it's just finding Senna first and making sure Senna cannot hit a shot.
Senna, where is she? Almost has the sights online that Wisp won't be able to match. And if you're Valentine, you better not be peeking Senna. When you know she has sights, it's a nice bit of damage. It came from Zoe, I believe, and it's all gonna be all right. Control of the high ground, at least in control of Valentine, so it's something, at least deny from Senna. Problem is, she knows where you're sleeping, and that's not exactly a comforting thing in this case. That's Gravitic Flux out of Mari, and it doesn't go anywhere. Fun takes advantage of the seeing through walls, gets both Wisp and Wicca from it. Timeless continue this rock-solid hold. Valentine on the verge of getting shut out in their own map pick.
40 seconds left to go, and you're absolutely right. I mean, this is looking dire here for Valentine. They have not used any of their support ult, and yet Mari has already used the Sigma as well. So now they're going to switch on over to the Doomfist here just to dive and see if they can get to that second level, but Timeless already has answers for it. They have the App Matrix. They have the Gravitic Flux to stop this as well. With 20 seconds left, this changes more just to see if they can even touch point.
Z's is tempting fate right now, jumping in front of Wisps like that. All right. Go ahead, do whatever you want to. Z's, Valentine are fine if you peek your head around a corner too long. It'll be the final fight now. The Valentine barrage into play, but no, it's gone. And Wicca's sound barrier won't reach the Thora before she falls. Mari gets one for her troubles. The bare minimum, but this is a long fight to go. And Senna hasn't been dealt with. 2 shots back to back, and he's gonna keep looking for this jump shot halo to finish it off. And Timeless, they just beat Valentine at their own game on their strongest heroes. Keegan, the golden run looks closer and closer every fight, every map that we see.
Senna, what was that flick first and foremost before I respond to that? That flick onto the Lucio, insane, just to turn 180. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The golden stage is well within their sight. The golden stage is there, and they have found out how to take down Valentine. Just be aggressive, just start hitting shots. It shows, right, that Timeless is ready to go. They were waiting all this time. They got to see what this team from Valentine was. They had that advantage of watching Valentine on stream for 2 matches before they got to this. They had a big rest beforehand. They could play their own matches. And so they are warmed up. They are ready. They look like there is nothing that can stop them at the moment. A 3-1 scoreline already. Yes, it's different. Yes, they let up a point on a hybrid map. Let's point that out first and foremost, folks. They gave up a point on a hybrid map, but that's it. They gave up a point and maybe about 50 meters on that, or maybe about, no, I wouldn't even say 50, maybe 20 meters there as well. So honestly, for Timeless, unstoppable force right now for them. As we take a look at some of the replays here, Sniper is so good at Sigma. It's just insane.
It's to be expected. The fact that they weren't here yesterday, like, it wasn't a problem. Sawhill covered everything, but seeing Sniper here now on a composition that is meant for Sigma, that is meant for Sniper entirely, like, I don't know what you expected to happen out of this. It's just perfect fit for every player onto Timeless. And what's interesting to me too is Wisps is known to be the Widow person. They're known to be the player to pull out the Widowmaker when all else fails, because you're confident they can hit the shots, right? So it's like, oh, Wisp's gonna do that? Why don't I give it a shot? And just runs away with the entire show. Like this flick, ridiculous, as you said, Keegan. And it's a 2-map lead. 2-map lead, a similar spot, though, that Valentine were in last time they played in these grand finals. Were down at the beginning and had to make this comeback, which didn't really happen until maps 5 and 6, which, mind you, what happened there is we played a Circuit Royale game when Timeless didn't have a solid hit scan player. Now you got Senna. Was this just the piece of the puzzle they were missing all along?
Yeah, that might be the difference here between what was a 2nd place finish in Major 1 to a 1st place finish in Minor 1, and even beyond if this team sticks together right now, because Timeless is absolutely putting on a show for us right now and showing us why this Far Cassidy combination, or even the Widowmaker right at the end of that map too, was such a powerful pick. So now as we go on to our next map here on Push, know what you would pick here. I don't know exactly what you would get here in this situation, because you are looking at a map right now that Timeless can pretty much counter you with. The Sigma on all 3 maps is very, very powerful. So really it just comes down to whether or not your skill players, right? Your skill players on this other side of Wisp and Zoe can take down what Sen and Bun are giving, because they are playing super aggressive. They're hitting all their shots, like you just saw in that last clip on the replay. And if you can control Senna, I think you control the game, unless Bun comes in and just takes the cape away from Senna instead. I mean, this is just the DPS duo you cannot stop at the moment.
That's exactly the thing, though, Keegan, is Senna and Bun are like handing off this heroic baton or something. And every time Valentine try to conquer one of the problems, the other one arises like, hey, they're looking at you, don't worry, I'll save the day, don't you worry about it. And it goes back and forth. It's very difficult for Valentine to find a way into these fights. Your Malga-Ramatra composition that you won Major 1 off of no longer exists. It does not work anymore. You tried to pull the mirror game, beat Timeless at their own game. That didn't go so well as we looked at our last map. And now you find yourselves in a position where pretty much every push map that you're going to pick is going to result in a similar area. So you need to start looking at play styles. What can you do to further throw off the Bun, the Senna, and everything else that Timeless are doing? Because they're looking like a well-oiled machine right now.
Yeah, a well-oiled machine, and that machine is going to travel to Portugal now, where we're going to go to Esperança here very, very soon on this map. And again, another Far-based map, but also we've seen Ashes being played on push maps at the same time. We saw it in New Queen Street earlier this weekend, and we know that Wiz can play the Ash very well. Unfortunately, on the other side, Senna can do the same thing. So again, like I said earlier on, when we first started this entire series, this game is all going to be based on skill alone. And based on what we've seen so far, Senna and Bun have the skills to beat out Wisp and Zoe. But the better now, and Sniper as well, on side of the Sigma, is just using all of their cooldowns to perfection, protecting the team, using that accretion, kinetic grasp to make sure that this team still stays up in any fight possible, and give credit to the supports at the same time. Like you said, well-oiled machine here for this side of Timeless. Now for Valentine, if we're going to keep the metaphor up, you got to find a way to throw a wrench in that machine right now. We've got to find a way to kill at least something on the other end that is either Senna or Bun. But in this case, because they're passing out the baton, you got to kill both of them at the same time, which is nearly an impossible task.
It's got to start by winning these ones. How we've seen Valentine win in the past is it usually looks like Whips is a contested Zoe. No one looks in her general direction, right? And it's how Valentine are used to winning. Now, they're the ones that are getting that same treatment that they were giving to other teams in that lower bracket, and they're amongst them at a loss of how to proceed, how to continue. Bun has, I don't think I've seen Zoe win a single one of these Pharah duels that have been taken, either because Bun has a little bit of extra assistance or is just straight up hitting more of these direct shots. The Pharah is something that will not be changing on Esperança, guaranteed. The only slight variance would be within these tanks or within the potential of a Kiriko or a Baptiste. Relative consistency on the day. Timeless, sticking with what works. Ash for Senna, as well as the Bun Pharah out on the table. What can Valentine show that they're still in this, still of life in the teams?
Well, that life has to begin with Mari, because this is going to be a Doomfist pick into a Sigma, which I'm not too sure is the correct play here, honestly, just for the matchup itself, because you still have the accretion to help you out, and you have the eye in the sky from Bun to take care of that as well. That block does help you get that punch, but it's not going to do a lot of good if that damage is coming from all over the place anyway. So for Timeless right now, they have advantage just on the comp alone from Mari switching to the Doomfist, but Mari did put down the Doomfist, was the character they wanted on screen. So this is going to be the make or break signal. If this Doomfist can make any impact at all, Mari's going to be the one to have to do. Mari's going to have to pop off here.
You realize defensively enabling with this shield just wasn't working out, so hoping that some sort of this disruption, some punches, slams, whatever it may be, will be enough to throw Timeless off. But you have to understand, if Timeless somehow get access to Valentine's backline, just decide to march on him, we are in for a whole nother issue. Thankfully, Valentine seems to have identified this and are playing much further back than we're used to seeing until Whips gets thrown in, but that can cause a blast a little too far and doesn't have the opportunity to retreat. Mari never could synergize a punch with a bit of damage from Zoe. Timeless, use the more consistent composition to overwhelm.
Yeah, the more consistent composition is going to win this fight overall, and unless Mari decides to switch here, they're just going to go ahead and stick on this Doomfist, try to get a Meteor Strike off, but Bun, Senna already 70%, 73%. Yes, Valentine will have something similar, but look, Timeless already have both of their support ults. Valentine 95 to 78 here on both of theirs, so really for Timeless, the momentum is building. If they win this next fight here, this Valentine team is going to be in a lot of trouble.
I said that Zoe wasn't winning any ones. Well, there you go. Sneak up behind Bun. She had no clue what hit her, and that's a great way to send the Pharah back to spawn. Timeless still a few more ults available. Well, Senna on this high ground. Zoe has to find a way to get up there along with Mari. So at least cleared the board for now. A little more of the soft reset, or inevitably, a Gravitic Flux will make an appearance. Sound Barrier response out of Wicca, and Halo deciding to hold on to hers until later on in this fight when Timeless accidentally need it. And that will be now. Wicca overcommitted, no way to get out of that sort of situation, leaving Valentine reeling without their Lucio and Kiriko.
Yeah, and good discipline by Valentine, though. They use 2 support ults, yes, but at least they don't use the 2 DPS ults. Mari can't build up to the Doomfist Meteor Strike either. Timeless, though, using away the Gravitic Flux, already 27%, by the way, for Sniper. Halo and Z is also using their ultimate, so a 3-2 trade is not bad for you. Valentine wants to look at any small prize from that fight whatsoever. The big problem, though, this robot's going to keep pushing on. They have to contest the checkpoint, otherwise it's forward spawns for Timeless here, which they are, but they're going to regroup inside of the small room where Sniper is. Good thing you've got a second level to work with, Timeless.
They're not going to get a contest.
Well, they're not going to contest.
No. Bun was holding close enough to the choke where that barrage was going to get value no matter who stepped out for the day. Triple kill for the Pharah. All right, Bun, we see you. Timeless half the point, and we'll get even more meteorage just off of that.
Yeah, we'll get a Meteor Strike available to that, but Timeless again putting on all the pressure. Yes, Bun used the barrage, but that was to secure the point, and now keeps advancing on. Look at the health bar of Zoe. Zoe has had to play so far back. They are targeting Zoe here, which is good news for you, because if you target the Pharah and make the Pharah back off, you can play more aggressively into this composition, and consistency right now is key. Timeless has not lost the fight in a little while here, and they might just keep going with Bob out.
Yeah, you got the Bob now, even more focus onto what should have been Zoe. It isn't said Bun, he gets crumpled, so a bit of a trade out in the back. Zoe, it's a nice punch, but Doomfist really can't do much by themselves as a hero, and Mari starting to see the reality of that. We needed more damage coordination out of Zoe or Whips for actual value to be seen, and Timeless will keep moving ahead as a result.
Yeah, and the big thing about that too is that Timeless now switching on over to the Sigma, but the big thing is that that robot had already passed the checkpoint, so that means slower spawn still for Valentine, and in this case around, Timeless will get this more of an advantage. So you can see it already, they're in the triple digits in terms of this. What a direct hit, by the way, from Zoe onto Bun. It's not going to even matter, though, with the amount of healing that they've got. So Zoe's got to come up big with the barrage they have. Otherwise, Z's doesn't have an amp matrix to lead Timeless into around this corner to make some damage happen.
Z's relatively low, so waiting for that amp matrix a little bit longer. Timeless have all the time in the world to work with, probably why it's their namesake. Nice Gravitic Flux out of Sniper. Doesn't find all that much. The Rishon onto Wicca, though. Nice combination to set up with Bun. That's the coordination between the tank and the DPS. They've been playing together for the entire circuit, plus some in 23-24. One championship together, and are now shoving Valentine backwards, wanting a title on their end. This is almost looking like Valentine are getting snowballed. They swapped over to the Sigma, sure, and it almost seems too late to actually find any value with Zoe's Barrage getting knocked out.
Zoe's Barrage gets knocked out by a direct hit from Bun. The differential in the forest here is absolutely insane, and now Bun's just going to go ahead and hover here waiting for something, and they're just going to stave them off. That's a great concussive blast as well, and now the Barrage is out. This is final contest here.
Bun is down, though. There's a chance for Valentine using the sound barrier to just get out of the spawns, though. And instant kite back. Instant kite back for Timeless. Wait for that overkill to dissipate and actually try to re-engage. Nice focus on disease. Valentine wants to clear the spawns and actually get some significant meterage going, because they have a mountain to climb if this is even possible for a comeback.
Well, I mean, the percent, if anybody wants to calculate the percentage of coming back from this, I would love to see what number it pops up, because this is life support right now. This is 140 to 5, a 135 meter differential here with Timeless almost completing the map. But Valentine does have an advantage in this next fight. At the very least, you have 3 ults to work with. Timeless will have 2, unless Sniper can get a Gravitic Flux up at the same time. But Timeless only having to play defense the rest of these 4 minutes.
They can play however they would like, right? You don't have to force anything unless you want. don't want to. Mari's orbiting two blocks. Trade, but Wisp has to duck into cover, but she doesn't get there. Senna behind an Amp Matrix, not to mention all the work the Robot Butler is doing. You don't see that one a lot. She wrapped around the back side. That's what got Timeless, or Valentine, at the end.
You know what the big point here is, though, too? How big of a differential this is. How many meters did Valentine just get out of that try? 2 meters only 2 meters, and yet they were pushed all the way back up to mid, which means that 3 minutes left to go, 140 to 7. They cannot keep going 2 meters at a time because that time's gonna run out by then, and might take for a little while, and that's just being kind. But right now, the pressure Wisp goes onto the Widowmaker. You're right, it might be a crutch pick here, but if Wisp can start landing shots on the Widowmaker, at the very least onto Bun, you give yourself more space to work with. But right now, already Immortality Field gone. This is good, at least for Valentine, to try to push them back.
Yeah, Sniper's Gravitic Flux didn't get anything, right? So Valentine don't have to worry about that ultimate. Closest one they will have is a barrage from Zoe, and she ain't having good luck with that, as we've seen so far today. Holding at this corner is perfectly fine with Timeless. You can keep Senna on this high ground. Wisp is just hoping to win the range game. That's the only reason of playing the Widow. Ash, terrible to play into this sort of matchup. The one-shot potential isn't even enough to scare them back. Senna playing at a new spot. The balcony's behind the point, and when all seems low, pull the triggers of the sound barriers. Mirroring on either side. AJMR will have an amplification matrix to push through, as well as Zoe's barrage later on, yet neither player can find a window, no pun intended, to use it. Snipers exchange blows, and Valentine want to find a way to secure themselves in. Both the barrages are out. It's AJMR lighting up the kill feed. DPS Baptiste, and Valentine hopefully can get more than 2 meters this time.
Let's just go back to that button. That felt a little disrespectful. You were just following Zoe, just a barrage, weren't you? Just right on the back of Zoe. Zoe had no clue.
She had to assert dominance.
Yeah, just to assert dominance, I guess, and that dominance will be here. And here comes the rest of the cavalry again. And look, more than 2 meters this time. But for Valentine, you got to push a lot more than that. You have so much ground to make up here, but at least if you can stagger your ultimates, you're looking very good. Zoe taking care of Z's is such a big pick.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. All Zoe and Wisp needed was good positioning. They've been fighting an uphill battle, literally, just given of where Timeless have been choosing to take these fights. Now that Valentine have that same control, they're looking at evening this up by getting the checkpoint in a minute.
They get the checkpoint at the minimum here. In fact, they'll even get a little bit more unless this team wants to regroup around the corner here. But Zoe's still putting on the pressure from that far, and you're noticing here just a little bit more split. But they're going to play on main at the very least for right now. Nobody going in the back, so Zoe's, or rather, Bun's not going to go for the flank at the very least. And for right now, Amari does have the greater flex. AJMR does have a window as well to work with. Timeless, though, a good amount of ult. Senna just using this buff just to see if they can get anything around the corner.
It's a bob into the back line, and just that extra presence alone, and Valentine were caught whipping their heads around, no idea where to look, and that's just the confusion Timeless were looking to cause. 20 seconds remaining, attempting to cancel out these forward spawns, but just going to leave the bot at this midpoint.
Yeah, I mean, just leaving it down to mid. I mean, that forward spawn no longer available for the Valentine, but the good news is everybody was spawned back anyway, so you will have the forward spawn. You will have something to work with, but 10 seconds left. That bot is stuck in mid. Somebody needs to touch this with 5 seconds left. It's going to have to be Wicked to touch.
And Valentine have nothing to work with. Zoe is already down. The touch is confirmed, sure, but it's all Timeless in the kill feed with the ultimates, with that team coordination. The golden stage just one map away from full totality. Timeless 3-0 now over Valentine.
Timeless, I mean, what more do you want to say about this team? They took the lead early on. They were in cruise control the rest of the way. 140 meters to what was just past the checkpoint for Valentine. AJMR, by the way, getting a second play of the game here in this entire series for you. But hot G's don't win you games all the time. And so for right now, just this bloodthirsty Baptiste is still not enough. Timeless is on a tear right now. They're doing everything right in this composition, and it felt like it just snowballed away from them after when Mari was on the Doomfist to start. Once that Doomfist came out, and it was just absolutely dominating from Timeless, the cruise control that could happen after that. Look, they won a couple of fights against the Doomfist. They did not even need to go the rest. They didn't even need to go to 140, and yet they still did put them on, put the pressure on, and the rest of the way, it was just laying back, letting Valentine try their best, but in the end, wasn't enough.
Timeless made that look so easy. And if you're just tuning in now to the grand finals and you haven't watched any other games this weekend, you'd be like, wow, Valentine, it must really, really be struggling today. They must not have the same level of star power. Well, let me tell you, they do, and they can perform to that level. We're just not seeing it. There's at a loss, especially in the tank department. There was a point there, Keegan, that Sniper was on a 25-player kill streak.
Yeah.
25. Straight up did not die at all. And I do not want to say this is a full tank differential. The entirety of Valentine is at a loss of what they can do to counteract Timeless, and they're finding themselves at their own deathbed. Like one map of Flashpoint, mind you, is what separates them from losing their previous championship title.
Yeah, and as we head into a little bit of a break here in just a couple of moments, it's going to be interesting to find out what this team from Valentine is going to talk about here in only a couple of moments, because for right now, Valentine's got to find a way to glue it all together. We know that they can do it, but can they beat what is Timeless right now? Because like you said, Senna might be that missing piece, but can they break off the piece is a better question of the puzzle, and Valentine's got to find a way to do it. They got to talk it over during this break.
Timeless in prime form and the confidence soaring through the roof. It's up to Valentine to keep their heads on, calm, cool, and collected through what will be their last map pick. The Calling All Heroes Grand Finals ain't over just yet. We gotta find out if Valentine can extend their life here. We got our map number 4 Flashpoint coming up right after this break. Valentine have built a new monarchy, coming in, winning Major 1, taking down Timeless in the process. And wow, Keegan, it's so quick how the times can change, as now it is Timeless who sit 3, wanting to establish their old dynasty within the Colonial Heroes 24-25 circuit, and one map of Suravasa is preventing them from getting there.
Yeah, they could put the stamp on a golden stage right here after this map of Suravasa. And mind you as well, this team is going in, probably going to stay together during Major 2 as well, which, folks, if you wanted to join in for Major number 2, registration is now open. Check out the pin post right up on X, and then of course follow right here on Twitch as well as YouTube, and make those push notifications on. Turn that bell on, make the push notifications so you can know when the streams are live as well. But again, Major 2 registration is open right now. And speaking of that Twitch, earlier on I saw shout out to Bad Pachimari inside of the chat, and it's as good of a predictor as BP is, predicted that Valentine is going to win. Well, unfortunately, that prediction is by the wayside at the moment. It's 3-0 in favor of Timeless, and Valentine kind of need to show up here. And we saw this earlier, right? And we'll go back to our last grand finals. It ain't over till it's really over. 3-0 to start us off. Earlier on, when we had that matchup in our Rising final, Amplify was down 0-3. And on the next map, we're about to play too on Suravasa. They made the comeback. They switched to the Malga. They made the comeback. If there is any chance for the Malga to work, here is it. But we know Timeless can counter it. What is this team going to pull out here for Valentine? It all comes down to this. If Valentine can even win this map, that golden stage is off you. The Timeless is going to be a little upset, but at least you can throw a little bit of a wrench into the machine for right now. But Timeless knows they want that golden stage. They keep talking about it. Golden stage, golden stage, golden stage. Here it is. Here what could be your final map.
Kindred coming back into the lineup instead of Marian. It tells us no more Sigma, no more Doomfist. The Malga, the Ramatra, highly doubt it, potentially a JQ. That's where Suravasa seems to be going. And hey, you know what happened in our last Grand Finals series? In our Rising, Valentine wants to play a similar twist of fate, returning to this Malga composition, hoping it helps in some of this DPS department battles, because Sniper is doing insurmountable work for Senna and Bun. They simply have the entire map is their territory. It's their home. Mari and Kindred so far haven't been able to do the same for Wisps and Zoe. If that's going to change, the last chance to do it is now. Map number 4 about to start. Timeless win this, they take Minor 1 victory with them.
Minor 1 victory, golden stage momentum into Major number 2. Senna was that missing piece to take down Valentine, but now Valentine is trying to find pieces of their own in this jumbled up puzzle that Timeless is providing. And Timeless know they are just that one last win of the puzzle piece away from completing what feels like this grudge match, this rematch, if you will, from Major number 1. They wanted first place. They're on the cusp of it, but look, AGMR already falling oh so low here, and the Malga having to back off already.
It was a split approach, and that was Timeless decided to split both Senna and Z's on an off angle. It'll be a trade. You gotta think that Bun, while they won't be back nearly as fast, she was much more of a threat in the long run than Wicca was. Valentine just needs to be more careful about how they play, or just hope Sniper overextends like that, and you can go ahead and retreat, not worry about the point safety.
Yeah, don't have to worry about safety for right now. You've got the Sigma out of play, so Valentine just needs to regroup here, making sure that they can just stabilize a little bit more, right? Stabilize, even if that Sigma is gone, that does not mean a fight is over. Senna and Bun are still threats to you. So now it's just regrouping all together here, staying together on this point, forcing out Timeless to make sure that you don't have to go to them, but you can go to them if Kindred calls out for the green button to play aggressively.
Especially if AJMR already has an amplification matrix,
What a dynamite.
you want to play aggressive. Senna does have 2 players, Whips and Wicca, trapped behind a little pillar. Valentine's rather split up themselves, and AJMR dividing their attention. They're trying to do everything from healing their team. Sometimes the stressful lives of a support player ain't so fun and romanticized as they are to be. It does force Valentine to give up the objective with how low everyone on their team is. So with Timeless asserting themselves, it's the proper time to throw the Bob into the backline. And Valentine, especially the loss of AJMR here, a reset has to happen.
already a reset has to happen. And of course, AJMR, you saw it there through our eyes of the observer. AJMR got pressured so much by Pharah. Yes, you were pocketing out Kindred, but Kindred stays alive. Unfortunately, AJMR has to fall. And look, we're not even at Palace yet, and look how far Sniper has pushed them out all the way towards Palace. Not even on this flashpoint, already forcing out a cardiac overdrive. This is the pressure from Timeless, and Valentine just has no response to it.
No, Timeless are pushing up so incredibly far right now. That stagger on to Kindred makes up for losing Bun any day of the week. Valentine can get another contest off of this, especially since Timeless are backing off a tad. There are some players on the objective. Wicca was over there, and that's something. You don't have your Lucio, aka you don't have your Soundberry. Yeah, this is Timeless's point. Scrappy from Valentine.
Yeah, Valentine had a good momentum starter, but Timeless just rolled right on in and said we wanted this point for ourselves. And again, trying to counter out the Manga. Kindred does not have an ult yet, does not have the cage fight. Sniper does on a gravitic flux. Wicca will have something to answer this for, and also has the Soundbearer, but I wonder if the Soundbearer is going to try to lead them in because they really want to take control of this point to start.
You could say the Soundbearer takes the end, but you know that Halo has one to match it, so surely it's better to save for something like a gravitic flux and actually force the timing a bit more. While it's not ideal, you don't want to risk a massive ultimate that's manipulating the powers of gravity to actually come back and do some more serious damage. And same goes for Kindred's cage fight as she builds closer and closer to that one. Timeless are on the objective first, and AJMR's down. Like, these are things that Timeless do, taking the initiative, getting aggressive, and of course, Bun raining through the skies and not a peeping eyeball in her direction.
Bun knows her objective, to put the pressure on AJMR, and she's been doing that the entire series. AJMR has felt like under pressure, and we know how quickly the Baptiste can build with their ultimates, but if the Baptiste is pressure and you cannot get out of this, cannot get out of dodge, you're either using the app matrix or you're just gonna die, and that's not good news for you. Valentine coming up on 5 ultimates, but so is Timeless. The way they can quickly build up these ults. Here comes the aggressive Timeless right now.
You're going in with all of your ultimates and discipline to keep both beats as well as this amplification matrix. So even when Valentine eventually push in, there are no casualties. You're going down for a second sort of run, and Zoe is already gone like Senna. She just doesn't miss. She's running this lobby, whether it's on the Ashe, Cassidy, or Widowmaker. She is the hit scan goddess, and will proceed to be until it takes an actual aimbot to take her down. Kindred on the far side, get the pop, gets the final elimination. Timeless are gonna get the second point here, Keegan, and it's only 1 from their golden stage.
That is so smart from Timeless. They knew Valentine had to go into them. They knew Valentine had to go right in and use an ultimate to even engage. So Timeless backs off, kites off so well, and then will go on over and use some of their ults. Senna using the Bob there to save face, and actually getting that final blow on the point was massive just to secure it. No stalls available, and now Valentine on the cusp of getting swept, and Timeless on the cusp of the golden stage, just 100% away from doing so. Senna will go on over to the Cassidys as Zoe goes on over to the Venture.
You're trying to swap things up, which tells me Valentine, you're at a loss. What to do with the cage fight up? Wait, it gets nothing. It gets absolutely nowhere. You have to cancel it out, or rather, it gets destroyed. The sound barrier can be used freely. That's what Halo was holding on for, and now you can just shove Valentine backwards with it. First captured over to Timeless, and Valentine still have zero idea of how to enter this point. Zoe poking away on a flank angle, wanting to force Timeless into a quite close quarters match, but they're not silly enough for that one.
No, not at all. And
Zoe!
even the drill dash in. Zoe, that's a drill dash in. Normally you'd use that just to escape, but they tried to play aggressive with it. Unfortunately, Zoe just got caught up too much in the moment there and drill dash in, which means that is a stagger out. And now Valentine really have no way to enter in unless Kindred decides to go. But even then, even if both Baptiste are down, you're losing out on the DPS.
You can't, and Wicca's gonna follow suit with the rest of the team. Every time we see these teams go at each other, it looks like a bloodbath, except for this one. Timeless are running far and away with it, and Valentine only have one more chance to regroup.
And only one ult to work with as well. They only have a Dead Eye to work off of. Wicca will have a sound barrier too. Timeless does not have any support ultimates besides this, but here comes the critical clutch just to stall him out.
The immortality field keeps Kindred on her feet. AJMR pumping every single ounce of healing that they can into their Malga player. 90% and counting. Timeless inching closer to resuming their dynasty. Somebody has to get out of the objective. The touch is in play. Amplification matrix with Wisp behind is a devastating sight to look at, and Timeless have to respect it. They're forcing that close quarters battle that Valentine wanted, and will get at least some percentage.
But the big pick here too is that Kindred is gone. Kindred's gone late in that fight too, so Timeless, knowing how aggressive they can be, I don't know, I wonder if they regroup first before anything else here, because now they're just running towards the point, although Kindred does have the overrun to get there faster. But you look at the lineups here for Timeless, they have 2 ultimates online. Z's held on to the Amp Matrix, which means Valentine's going to have to cut off of this, considering they do not have a tank ult, they do not have support ult. The only thing they're going to have is the Tectonic Shock alongside of the Deadeye. So Valentine, if they're going to come up big, they got to come up but already, so we get spotted out.
Thankfully, doesn't have to worry about the burrow. Wisp, on the other hand, gets a boulder to the face. Rolls out of danger. Senna, though, lightning attached to the boots, and it doesn't get much. Valentine found the pick onto Z's first, and Timeless are going to want to fight that. Valentine seemed to have gotten some footing back under them and are snowballing it forwards. Timeless should not get a full recontest, nor should they even attempt to move in that direction, even Valentine in the series.
Yeah, but if you're Timeless, you're okay with that. You already have the first 2 points. You're forcing Valentine to try to expedite everything, trying to use everything on their board. Zoe will still have the Tectonic Shock, which is good news for Valentine if they wanted to contest this next point, which I believe heads to Gardens. But still, now Timeless is just waiting for it, or rather, excuse me, I'm gonna head over to the Ruins instead. But in the meanwhile, or Temple, excuse me. Oh my goodness, I don't know my locations. This is such a big map. It's Flashpoint is such a big map. But Zoe, though, holding on to Tectonic Shock is probably your best and your really only consolation from that entire fight of winning. Bun will have a barrage to start, but Bun's already burning away, or rather just having to get out of dodge. And now, Timeless sitting here pretty. They know that they can just play with this.
Oh, barrage on in. Immortality field. Everyone's still alive. The cage fight, though, coming up with a Tectonic Shock. While the earth breaks under their feet, so do Timeless's chances of getting a first capture, as Valentine playing Amalga in a defensive position is so much easier than having to push forwards.
First time they're going to be able, their second time I should say, that they're able to capture the point first, but the last time they did this as well, it was back on that first point on market, so now they just have to stave off the pressure. But the good news is, at least you'll have 2 ultimates to work with. You're going to come up on a Deadeye, you're going to have a Soundbarrier or 2, and you're probably also going to have the Application Matrix as well. Timeless is going to work with 2 of their own, but the Gravitic Flux, it can be the big one. If you can pull out Wicca's Soundbarrier earlier, or kill Wicca because Wicca was so low, at the very least, Timeless is going to have an open door.
Not the Gravitic Flux. It is a trade out Zoe for Bun to actually take care of each other. Not a very common trade you see between a Pharah and a Venture, but you go ahead and take those with what you got. Sniper, Gravitic Flux, not much to counteract that. Both sound barriers into play. AJMR incredibly low. Everyone's on the map and live unless your name is Wicca and soon to be Wisp. Valentine are gonna have to come back again and hope that they can find another fight win on this Temple point.
Sniper doing a lot of work there as well with the Gravitic Flux. There was not a single health bar besides Zoe's that was at least low a health bar when they got up to about 65% on the top. So now Timeless has advantage here. They can hold on. And again, Timeless knows that Valentine has to use something to engage, but look at the board on the top left. Valentine has nothing to engage with, no ultimates to work off of. If they want to try to win this one out, it's got to be by just pure raw skill here, because Timeless is going to have 2 ults, including an App Matrix and a Deadeye to work off of. Valentine's got to work quick if they want to build anything at all for this.
They're looking for some sort of presence and entering. It's much easier, harder to enter, as Mega said that before, and that's going to be a common theme for today. Timeless have 3 ultimates in the back pocket and are going to wait for Valentine to be in a good position to actually use them. Senna pulling the Deadeye a little bit earlier. Zoe's in trouble. She's going to get hit with a rocket dead in the air, and Timeless, that's the only elimination they need. Zoe's not going to be back for a final full fight. This is it. Out of Valentine, yet Kindred gets put through the shredder of the Amplification Matrix from Z's. Timeless, they wanted to come back at this. Valentine's monarchy was short-lived. The Timeless dynasty is inevitable, claiming the Calling All Heroes Minor 1 championship title.
And the golden stage is complete. Timeless is golden. They are eternal, and right now this team knows that Minor 1 is in their hands in perfection. The golden trophy and the points and the money all there. So well done to Timeless. And at the end, yes, play the game again. A lot of these pot Gs have gone to Valentine, but that does not matter when the rest of your team is still following up anyways. So Timeless, what more do you want to say about this team? I think this team is going into Major 2 with a lot of targets on them. Every single team is going to be looking at them. I don't care if the meta changes or not. Right now with this mid-season patch, probably going to change up everything that you see here. But the way this is looking right now, it looks like Timeless can very well work out any opportunity that they are given.
Timeless's dynasty resuming from their Calling All Heroes 23-24 circuit run, the reigning champions on that end, and even if it took a short step back, it appears all that they needed, Keegan, was a new leader. The missing piece to that puzzle in Senna, showing up insurmountably across so many different departments, from straight up hitting the shots, providing pressure on off angles, and making sure Wisps, one of the best hitscan players you're going to find, period, will not appear in this kill feed on the positive side. Like, it was just the Senna show every inch of the way from the Timeless run, and it is great to see that she can finally bask in that same glory, while Timeless themselves may be familiar with winning. This is Senna's very first championship in Calling All Heroes.
Yeah, and the first time that she is playing with this team as well, right? Timeless added her during this entire series. So right now, for the minor number 1, that's a good sign for you heading into the next major as well. You're already looking ahead. Yes, you've won the championship. Now you get to look ahead to major number 2, and the work that Senna did here is going to be the key to winning out. Really, if Senna stays on this Timeless team, it's a championship in mind. I'm thinking way too far ahead, but still, this is a championship caliber team right now. This is a team that cannot be defeated at all. As we take a look at the replays again, Zoe getting some of the kills and gets to play at the end, but this Bun Senna DPS line is so hard to kill. It is so hard to take down that you need to use everything just to get them down, and even then it is still not enough, because just the pure raw skill of both Senna and Bun is just way too much for any team at the moment to handle, as clearly shown by a trophy in their hands today.
Timeless got the golden stage, they got the victory one that they wanted, and of course doing it against Valentine, the one team that they fell short to previously. And it has to be an insane feeling that this team has right now, and I'm just glad that we can hear this firsthand from the Queen. Senna herself will be joining us for an interview coming right up. While the gameplay might be over, we still have so much to talk about here in the Calling All Heroes circuit, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you back in just a bit. Welcome back to the new era of the Timeless Dynasty. Golden Stage officially completed. We heard from Senna way back in, what was it, our upper semi-rounds? Said that this is the stage, this is it for my first Golden Stage, for my first Calling All Heroes win, and she was the one to help lead this squad, that missing piece that Timeless were searching for from their last meeting against Valentine. All of it sorted out, all of it looked dang near perfect, and they are your reigning champions for now for the Calling All Heroes Minor 1.
Yeah, Minor 1 go to the hands of Timeless, and what a performance overall. What more do you want to say about a Golden Stage? Not a single map drop. Did drop a point here and there, right? Dropped to 3-1 on Hollywood, but hey, other than that, map points have been pretty much perfect, or nearly perfect for this Timeless team as we go through the highlights here. Z's one of, you could talk about MVPs here. Z's one of them, being bloodthirsty on the Baptiste, but also getting a lot of heals off at the same time. Sniper popping off at the end there at the same time, but you got to give credit, obviously, to Senna hitting all these shots. An insane flick like this one, again, onto the Lucio. It was a headshot. It also just had to be a body shot there, and you would have been fine. But the headshot there on the flick on the Lucio just shows you the skill. And Bun as well, this entire Timeless squad, there is not a single flaw that I can think of unless the meta decides to change and something happens regardless of it. But until then, this Timeless team well on top of the Calling All Heroes poll, and they are just absolutely in the points and getting those major points as well. And I think they're pretty much tied up at this point, considering the points after the first two anyway. So the grudge match continues on. Valentine versus Timeless. Just watching it, I'm excited just to watch this the rest of the way as we go through the rest of the tournaments.
It's a battle of two titans that we're going to be seeing throughout the entirety of the Calling All Heroes circuit. Yet today, one titan much stronger than the other. It'll be Timeless in, of course, that title seat. And while this is special to everybody on the team, I guarantee you it means even more to the one player on the interview. Senna, welcome on back. I gotta hear from you. This is your first Calling All Heroes championship, your first time playing on this team. Like, how are we feeling? How are we doing after everything that has gone into place from you getting onto the Timeless roster to this moment now, winning that tournament?
I mean, yeah, very good. First win. Took me a while. Took me since the very first Calling Heroes in 2022. So it's awesome.
Yeah, and right now you have victory in your hands and the Golden Stage. Talk to me about, let's go through the whole thing, really, your entire tournament. How much do you like this team right now, and how well do you believe you guys have meshed together throughout this entire process? Because a Golden Stage is really, really hard to do.
I mean, as I said, I did call it. That's all I'm saying. But I think, obviously, I do think I fit in this team. I'm sad that like Exen can't play though, because I do think Exen is a better player than me. I miss Exen. I want her back. But I do overall think I fit pretty well, especially in this current patch too.
Yeah, now talk to me about this as well, because you know a couple of days from now, this July 9th patch that's about to drop here, it's going to change everything that you guys are going to be looking at and changing things that are going to go into Major 2. So for you, how do you anticipate this changing what you guys are going, and we don't know the patch notes obviously yet, but going into Major 2, what's going to be the mindset and trying to get more practice in going into the next Major while these patch notes are happening?
I think as long as it's not meta or not Mauga, then we're just completely fine. Doesn't really matter. If it's just not Mauga, we're fine.
Plain and simple, as put, and we could see that as soon as we had the switch over, you had Sniper on this Sigma, who had an incredible showcase nonetheless, and so did your entire team, but we wanted to go ahead and name you, Senna, as that MVP for the Grand Finals appearance here, and just with your stellar performance coming into this team, learning how to mesh together in just a month, and of course, this is far from the end of this roster, at least what we hope to see later down the line in some of our major and minor events throughout the entire rest of the year. And what does next steps look like for you with Timeless? How are you going to keep improving? What are we going to see from you? What do we have to look forward to from your squad?
Well, as long as Exen doesn't come back, I'll definitely try to help this team as much as possible and just keep grinding and just get better with the team.
I like it. You can always never enough grinding. Never is always somewhere else that you can go, right? Always on that improvement tread and mindset right there. Large reason of why Timeless can continue to be these champions that we are well familiar with. And since it is the grand finals after all, I want to give you the chance to make any shout outs, any final comments or remarks that you would like to say for the stream today.
Well, obviously Samantha always helping me out, always cheering me on, always watching. If you have seen her in the chat, you'll know what I mean. And of course to my team. My team is really good. I love all of them. Help me out a lot as well. And I hope I can stay. That's mainly it. Hope I can stay and improve.
Of course, and Senna, your journey is one that we've been following since the inception of Calling All Heroes, and seeing you on this track of growth, finally getting this championship, and knowing this isn't even close to the finish or even your highest peak is an incredible thing to think about, and I can't wait to see, along with the rest of the fans that are watching, where you continue to develop as a player. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk. We'll go ahead and let you go, bask in the victory with your team, and we'll see you back around for Major 2.
See you guys later. Bye-bye.
Wow. She finally got it. She's taken so long. She's worked so hard. And you see her on the streams, in ranked games. Like, she truly never stops improving. And I'm so glad that we got to tell that story of her finally getting that victory point that she's been desiring.
Yeah, she said it herself, right? The 2022, right? 2022 since the Calling All Heroes start, and then finally getting a victor. That's got to feel so good to get a minor, even if it's just a minor tournament, right? All of these victories in hand are just so big. And now you heard it, they're eyeing out Major 2. They're looking out the next tournaments and above, because already they had so many points. They got these points from second place last time, and now they beat Valentine. Yes, it might be for a smaller amount of points, but that is still big points going into the rest of the circuit. So this Timeless team, if they stick together, I think that Juggernauts is all you can say about it. You got to find a way, and the only way you can do that is pray and hope that this meta is gone in the next patch. It's July 9th and beyond. You got to hope that, because otherwise this far is going to be such a menace. And the way that they ran this golden stage, as we take a look at the bracket right now, the golden stage, unbelievable. Timeless against Blastoff, Pixies, Fable, Valentine. Not much more you can say about a golden run like this, barely giving up any points at all, if that.
There was not a fumble in Timeless's run. Golden, as it may be, and a task that I don't think Keegan is going to be accomplished again for quite some time, unless it is Timeless themselves. And we look through this bracket and everything that was accomplished. We got to give credit to Valentine. They made a run, dropping in the upper semis, and had to play an extra 2 games just to reach the grand final that many of us had scripted out before we even saw who the top 8 teams were in this entire tournament. That is how good that these top 2 can be. But what's been proven today is the gap between both Valentine and Timeless is much farther than it originally was, and I can guarantee you both will be immediately hitting to that grindstone and preparing for what's remains in the Calling All Heroes circuit.
Yeah, and the big thing as well, not just here for us, and I keep mentioning it as well because it is big, right? July 9th, 3 days from now, we are going to see that patch drop, and this is going to change everything, right? That mid-season is always the one that kind of, you know, turns the cogs on in the coach's brains, turns the cogs on in some of the players' brains as well, because you know that the meta can shift. You know that you still have the Pharah Cassidy at the very least, but if that Cassidy gets nerfed or the Pharah gets nerfed at the same time, there goes that. You might see Mocha back in the meta as well. Who knows? Maybe Mocha gets a buff. Who the heck knows? And maybe Senna's not very happy with that, but some of the teams might be at the same time too, right? Valentine might start running it yet again, and it could work. July 9th is really going to be a testament, because that's going to be the last patch, I believe, up until we get to Major number 2. So when we get to Major number 2, that's going to be key to see what the teams are going to pull out throughout the rest of the tournaments as well, because we do have that 1 month break at the same time. So that 1 month break in between is going to be very interesting. But again, on this tournament alone, Timeless being this golden stage opportunity just shows how tough this team is going to be. And no matter what the meta is later on, it is going to be tough to run through this team right now.
It's truly the beauty of Overwatch Esports, an ever-changing environment that continues to be inclusive here on Calling All Heroes. And you hear us yapping about Major 2, all this fun stuff yet to come. You can listen to that, or you can go ahead and sign up yourself, actually. Go ahead and check out all of our socials, because look at the events that we have. We're only at Minor 1, the Blue Squad, the second event of the year. We still have 4 more significant events before we hit our LCQ and Champs in 2025 of next year. So much more action to be played, and I'd love to see more people getting involved in Calling All Heroes and enjoying everything that this tournament has to offer.
Yeah, and this tournament is so good. Again, this is not your first rodeo. It is mine. And just to see all the high-level gameplay that we've seen throughout this entire weekend, and yes, a good majority have been sweeps. So I apologize, because I know you see more than 3 maps most times, 3 or 4 maps most times. But still, a great opportunity. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I love all of the gameplay here so far. It's inspired me. Maybe, hopefully, I can. I know my aim will not be as good as Senos on Cassidy, or my Pharah won't be as good as Buns, but either way, just watching this entire competition with Calling All Heroes, I'm just glad sometimes I probably won't have to face them anytime soon, because that's way too high ranks and way too good are these teams, and I can't wait to see what the rest of this year, at the very least, going into next year in 25 at the end of the circuit at LCQ and Champs Springs.
I know, it's hard to believe that this is only just the beginning of our Calling All Heroes circuit, and it's going to continue to grow and get higher and higher in terms of skill level, in terms of enjoyment, and all the love and community that is built around this event. And we got to go ahead, give Esports U a shout out for their operation of this event, not only in production, but tournament organizing, everything else under the sun. It was Esports U that made this Minor 1 happen, and we're very grateful to have them on the stage representing not only collegiate, but Calling All Heroes now as well. Keegan, I think that's going to go ahead and do it for us here on the desk today. It's been a wonderful run with you all on Minor 1, and I hope you guys are getting ready. Major 2 just a couple weeks away, so we're looking forward to seeing you all back here. It's been a pleasure. Tiny Shiny and Clutch Key, we'll go ahead and see you on the next split.